Hello, this is Matthew Robert Payne and Tolu Sarah Johnson, and we welcome you to our channel. And today we're going to be interviewing an atheist in heaven, a former atheist or practicing atheist now. Heaven doesn't really mind who's in there as long as they're enjoying themselves. He spoke up uh, on one of our broadcasts last week, and he really got Tolu's attention, which takes a lot to get Tolu's attention. And she decided she wanted to interview him herself. So he uh, he's going to come forward, and she's going to ask him some questions, and he's going to get center stage. And just remember, if you're listening on earth or you're listening in heaven, I've got active ears. If you want to ask a question, feel free to come forward and interject, and you'll get the floor. And this is just like Alcoholics Anonymous. Everyone gets to speak, and so don't be too shy to come forward. So I'll hand you over to Tolu because she's the boss.
Thank you, Matthew. Wow. We still welcome you, Papa Jesus and Holy Spirit, because we know you'll be listening to this, and we welcome you, June Bethany and Dana, the inhabitants of earth and heaven. For those listening, and for those that will watch later as well, we welcome you. So we'll be speaking to Mark. It's interesting. I don't know Mark, but I know Mark is an atheist, and we will speak to him. And Evan, you know who Mark is, isn't it, Matthew? Evan knows who we're speaking with.
Well, he came to the forefront last week,
Yeah.
but they don't really know him. It's the first time he's spoken up, and let him be representative of hundreds of people who's going to step forward over the coming years and interject into an interview. And maybe you're not only interject into the interview, but maybe Tolu might pick you to come and be interviewed. So this is one person who's just come from our audience, and we've never done that before, interviewed someone from the audience. And we hope that this becomes something popular. And so remember when towards the end of the interview, Tolu asked anyone, have they got a comment? People in heaven or on earth, that's the opportunity to speak up. And if I hear your voice, we'll talk to you. So welcome, Mark, and Tolu will make you welcome, and we look forward to what you have to say. I've got plenty of time today, so if this has to go for more than an hour or whatever, we can just enjoy listening to you.
Absolutely. And I've got plenty of time as well. No meeting to go and no children to even feed. So I am free today. So I've got more time. Wow. Thank you, Mark. It's good to speak to you. How are you?
Yeah, I was particularly impressed, like I said, that you interviewed Epstein for a week. I think that all the people of heaven and all the people of earth listening would be totally gobsmacked, or totally shocked that Epstein came out of hell, and then even more gobsmacked that he's taken up a position of leadership in heaven. And not only was he given a position of leadership, he's really working in that position and doing great things and preaching and doing a lot of
Wow.
work and helping the training of heaven. And he's not just part of the elite that sits in the background and manipulates people like puppets. He's actually a active leader in heaven and making progress. And heaven is a better place because of him. And he
Wow.
inspired me to come forward and say something. But there's been changes even since then. Matthew released the song "God is in Agony," and that song's been playing every day on repeat in heaven.
Wow.
In
Wow.
the last 3 weeks, it's the most played song in heaven, and Michael
Wow.
Michael has rehearsed it and is performing the song with Corinne. Corinne's taking the lead singing role, and Patricia is backing harmonies, and it's a wonderful job. It's it's already won best song in heaven. It was performed by Corinne and Jesus in the throne room, and
My God.
Jesus actually broke down in the middle of performing and he couldn't sing the whole song, and
Wow.
so it's the most recognized and most popular song heaven has ever seen, and for the first time someone who's a songwriter on earth has been recognized as best songwriter. And so Matthew Mahalia and Ben have been recognized in heaven as the songwriters of this song. And Ben was just proudly on stage watching Corinne sing the song and Jesus sing the song, and the whole world knows that this song was a collaboration, and it's God was talking to Matthew before. He tells me to tell you that he's receiving more phone calls. He's receiving more people contacting him ever. Like Epstein started something after
Wow.
Jesus asked for people to start contacting him. People started flooding in, and God said that in one of the interviews. But it's become like, when they've got a call center and they say ring now for such and such. Well,
Yeah.
sometimes call center does that with such a good product that the call center gets flooded, and there's like an overflow of phone calls, and people are waiting half an hour to get connected because it's just too many phone calls for the system. That's what's happened to God and Jesus, and they've never,
Wow.
God tells me to tell you that He's never received so much attention, and
My
ev-
God.
every time that song is played on heaven's airwaves, that the switchboard opens up, and it's working on people, and God's been making appearances and speaking and crying and reiterating the things in the song, and
Wow.
yeah, so it's truly a good time to come and
Man.
speak, and the heaven is really alive. It seems that like a dam broke. Sometimes sometimes water is put in a dam and they put the water there for storage, but sometimes the dam gets so big, like cracks happen in the dam, and then something happens and a dam breaks, and there's like a flood of all the cities below the dam. There's just a big flood, and there's this flood has taken off, and people who've been resisting what you call the gospel, the true gospel, people who've been resisting God's pleas and God's message through this platform, have been resisting for years. That broke open, and it's broken their hearts. And this song,
Wow.
Matthew will say it again and again. What he wrote and what was produced are two different things, and it wouldn't have produced what it was without his co-writer. And she's not even aware that she's bilocated and appeared in heaven in the award night, and she got an award. And it's not about who wrote it. It's not about who produced it. It's not about the song. It's about what the song has done, and that finally, the Spirit of God has raised up a message that resonates with everyone in heaven and earth. And I'm glad to be the first speaker since that has happened. And it's a lot of responsibility on my shoulders. But, I waited for a long time to speak, and I had the opportunity to speak forth. The other day, I felt led to speak up, and so it's truly an honour to, not only have lived most of my life on earth and in heaven as an atheist. It's that's one thing good about heaven is heaven doesn't try and convert you to Christianity or to belief. Heaven just makes your afterlife beautiful and gives you the opportunity to do what you've always wanted to do and have support and have angels and have the bliss of heaven and just allows you to wait to make the step to become closer to God. And I don't want to I don't want to call myself a Christian because that's like a swear word up here. It's like cussing, calling yourself a Christian. But I definitely would call myself a disciple, someone who wants to know Jesus' ways and walk in Jesus' ways. And I'll tell you something that a lot of people don't know the teachings of Jesus here in heaven, even though Matthew's books exist and the books Jesus recited exist. And I've been reading them and they're really rich and profound. But, you wouldn't think that it's possible to be disobeying Jesus' commands in heaven. You probably think heaven is perfect and people love in a perfect way, but heaven is just like earth. It's just full of flesh and full of people on a journey. And, the people of heaven need to learn how to walk like Jesus and obey Jesus. And I've been provoked to read that book. It says, when you go back and listen to these messages over the years, those books have been promoted. Jesus' parables and his commandments have been promoted so many times. And it's time for heaven to, if they've decided to follow Jesus and talk to God, it's time for heaven to start reading the book on the parables and commandments and start to align your life with that. So sorry for such a long introduction, but I've been silent for many years, and I'm sort of so happy. I feel led to talk.
Wow. I do the same as well. I don't like going out. But once in a while, when I go out, I take over the whole conversation. And I'm thinking, Tolu, why can't you keep your mouth shut? I'm like, because there's so many things in me to say. And this one time that I'm out, I'm going to maximize it. So I totally got you. Wow. Do you know what, Mark? You make me feel a little bit at ease because I knew I gave Matthew a lot of problem when it comes to the music. I was poking and poking. Matthew, no, that's not the music you're supposed to be writing. Focus, focus, focus on the writing. And I was getting angry. And I'm asking myself, why am I so furious with Matthew? I'm so glad that this depth of musics are coming out. Well, Matthew, you just need to connect to heaven more and get more lyrics out. Get more lyrics out. I can't believe it. That song says profound. I would say, Mark, it's quite it. And it made me cry as well. So I'm not surprised Evan is singing the song. Now, wow, Matthew, when did he become a musician? I can't believe Matthew is a musician now.
Yeah, he's been one for 30 years. He just haven't had the opportunity. He's always wanted to do it, but you know, Matthew's never had friends and so the only way he could produce his lyrics is find a musician to write music for it. And one time people in his church found out that his desire to write music and they approached him one day at his church and they said, if we take you home for lunch and give you lunch and you spend a few
Yeah.
hours with us, do you think you could give us some lyrics for a couple of songs? We've got a couple of songs with music that need lyrics that we're not happy with. Do you think you could come home and write some lyrics for us as a band? And he came home and he had lunch. He's always liked having lunch at people's places, always loved food. So he liked the company. And then they had lunch and they broke and they had music for a couple of songs. They told Matthew what needed, and Matthew wrote the lyrics to two songs, and one song he really remembers, and he still plays itself or the first verse to himself. And it was just a beautiful song, and they played the song and it was really beautiful and it became one of Matthew's best memories. And it was his desire, but he couldn't have a band for 30 years. He couldn't find someone like that band who would work with him. And so he's just been sitting here with a gift. And from time to time, he's written songs without, he's never written a chorus before. And he's just written lyrics that would be good songs. And over the years, he did, but that just, last week that broke open and he took a step of faith and wrote some lyrics to a friend and said, "Can you produce it?" And she produces something really nice. And then it went on from there. So this has always been in him. He's had this latent gift. He had this latent talent, and it just takes in the year of AI. You can just get one of these programs and put it into AI and get a good song. But if you're experienced with AI and you know what to say to it, it can make even a better quality song.
Absolutely.
So this girl has like 164 songs that she's done, and she's certainly put in the work to become good at AI. And she
Yeah.
she's she was just doing his plain songs for quite a few songs, maybe 6 songs, and or 8 songs, and then she finally said, do you give me permission to edit your lyrics? I think I can make them better. And Matthew said, go ahead, do whatever you like. And he was a bit nervous to let someone adjust his lyrics because they got theology and they got things in them that it can't be mistaken, it can't be rewritten. The theology's got to stay there. And she was able to capture the theology and keep to the theology, but polish them, cut pieces out, cut overwriting. Matthew's got a habit of overwriting, especially when he's nervous. And she started cutting his songs and adjusting and editing his songs, and it became beautiful. So, it's his trust in her and her ability to cut that made this song. But I want to announce to you, Tolu, because it may be a surprise for you. It's no surprise for heaven. Well, it is a surprise for heaven, and heaven's just used to it. But this song has got so many downloads, and this is the most popular song that heaven has ever seen. This eclipses Michael Jackson and John Lennon and Ben's production. It really shows, the core message that Matthew wrote this really wrong song. The core message and the thrust of the message was stripped out by Mahalia. And so, even though it's a work of Mahalia's editing and songwriting ability, the core message came from Ben. And so, it would be really good going forward for Ben to give Matthew songs, and hopefully Matthew can settle down and not be so nervous and just write songs that a lot of it doesn't need to be cut out. But you know, heaven's been going on for 2,000 years. Michael's been producing songs nearly every week of his stay, that, all the years he's been there. He's been getting better and better and better. And then, years ago, Ben came and started co-writing for Michael and producing Michael's work, which is like that's a huge thing to be in a position to be a producer of Michael Jackson's work. And so Ben's really learnt to songwriting and as a producer. And this is his first song. Well, he's produced other songs in heaven, but this is his first major hit. So, Matthew used to dream years ago of the new earth, the 1,000-year reign, that the new earth would be in competition with heaven, and
Yeah.
heaven and earth would have joint competitions, and the competitions would, for best singer or best artist or the best chef or the best dish, would be made every week in heaven, and sometimes earth would win it, sometimes heaven, and heaven and earth would enter into competitions. And this is the first time a song was co-produced. Both heaven and earth produced this song, and it flew off the charts. Like they release singles in heaven, and they don't have actual records in heaven, but it goes on streams and downloads. And this song uh, eclipses the best number ones of Michael, uh, and Michael's not jealous. Michael's really happy that the lover of his soul, Ben, has done that. Anyone who's a true gifted artist has no worries about someone eclipsing them. It's just put a fire in Michael saying, well, I'm going to give Matthew some songs too. But he's very happy for Ben, and to the glory of God, God is being glorified and understood in a way
Oh,
that 500 messages has been given by Tolu and Matthew, trying to show people the heart of God and how God feels. And for years and years, he's been asking people to communicate, and it seemed the message just wouldn't get through. Until finally, God reached a stage where he just gave up. He says, well, if people don't want to contact me, I'm not going to pressure them anymore. I'm just going to let those people be if they haven't got the message. And when he gave up, when he let go of that desire, which is
yeah.
typical in theology and in the Bible's theology, you need to get your dream and put it into the ground and bury it. And God, it's got in recording, God actually got that desire and buried it in publicly said, I give up, I'm not going to try. And then magically, don't worry about that word, but creatively, Tolu
Miraculously.
miraculously, Tolu got the inspiration to interview Epstein, and it was only going to be one interview. But in the midst of the interview, both Epstein and she realized that it had to keep on going on, and it just went on and on and on. And he'd had five things, and that broke open heaven, and suddenly people started contacting God, and there was like a revival of people, and it was big outpouring of people in heaven wanting to contact God. And we thought that was it. We thought that was the revival. And that's why I spoke up. And that's why Tolu heard me and made the decision there to invite me to speak. But we had no idea this song was going to come forth. And it just took it. If Epstein made like an impact and people started contacting God, that's only 10% of who's contacting God now. It's just went to you can't even call it another level. It's a new era. Jesus said, I'll be with you to the end of the age. Well, sounds like that age finished, and this song opened up a new age. And it's interesting that you had a playlist called Entering the New Age, because you finally have entered that new age. And you know, songs are so powerful, and it can say a message that people hear these messages, and they hear it, but they don't often replay the messages. But a good song you'll replay 100 times, and the message will be getting clearer and clearer, and more it resonating with you and going into you. So this song has not only been played lots of times in heaven, and heaven just lights up every time the airwaves play it. But people have downloaded this song and they're singing it, and everyone in heaven seems to know this song. So when this song is performed in either one of the throne rooms, people just light up, and the people of heaven dance. And the song that got second in the last award ceremony, the song it got an award before this latest award ceremony, but one of the former first places was Matthew's song about Bethany. It became number one for that week, and it
Very good.
seems that Matthew's just this regular guy on earth, but he's displacing Michael Jackson in heaven, and he's writing songs that have become more popular than any of Michael's songs. And Michael's really happy because he knows it's his influence in Matthew over these years
Absolutely.
that have brought him into the mindset of reaching. And do you know, it's not about how popular a song is. It's not about how many people download the song. It's not
It's the
about
impact.
whether it gets first place in the people of heaven's heart. It's the message and what it
Yeah,
achieves. And this woke up this. People are totally unaware that they don't see God. They don't interact with God. They've got no idea He was weeping, and they know they know who
Ma,
Ben is. They know who Ben is, and they've
yeah,
known who Ben is because he performs in the throne room, and they know
yeah,
him. But they've never really known God. They've just seen light on the throne. Very few people in heaven have actually met God, and to hear from Ben, one of the people that's well known, that God is weeping, it just broke. It's like an egg being broken and everything coming forth. This, and we look forward to this being a new standard of music. It certainly not only got popular and broke heaven open, but it's really inspired musicians. More than John Lennon has been inspiring musicians for years. He's been telling them to uh, talk about the brokenness of Jesus and the brokenness of God, and finally they got an example of what really shakes. And those musicians that have been playing and just poking and doing little bits about talking about God's pain and Jesus' pain, they've been really motivated to write some truth. People hold truth back for popularity.
yeah.
People only write what they think people can receive. And Matthew even asked Mahalia, "Why didn't you release this song on your channel? Like, what made you give the song to me?" And she says, "I got people on my channel that wouldn't have liked that song." And
Yeah.
so there's
Ima,
so there's reasons why people do things, and so I just want to report to you that uh,
wow,
this song has shaken heaven.
wow, what an extensive report, man, Mark. Wow, I don't know why I poke a lot, but I really poked Matthew a lot on the music because he was just getting on my nerves. Like, Matthew, why are you writing? The focus. So, Matthew, is my poking all worth it now?
Yeah, it's he just like uh a new gift. A new gift has to be explored and find its center,
Balance.
find its balance. And the first two songs he wrote to Taylor had a person to write the songs to, and they're really good songs and a lot of truth in them. But it just opened up his ability to get feedback that he's a good songwriter, and then heaven gave him inspiration to write about other things. When he wrote that song about the pastor going into the hotel, talking to the guy and saying, "Come away from here. The alcohol and the women and the people in here haven't got the answer. Only Jesus has got your answer." And that was an extraordinary song, and it was, good characters in the song. And when he said that he used to ride rodeos and he drank from sun down to sun up, and he had clothes in three women's houses and stuff. He lived this life of debauchery. That's really a character of Matthew. Like, that's someone that Matthew's never had clothes in three women's houses, but he definitely would have liked to. And
Yeah,
and
Mark, but you know what Matthew told me before? Said, Tolu, I would just be writing music just for Taylor and the girl. And I'm like, are you crazy? Like, I don't even need him to balance. I will balance him properly before he balances. And do you know what? Matthew always proves his point by, do you know who Taylor is? He's going to move. I don't care, Matthew. don't prove whatever your infatuations. I am here to do my job, and my job is to always bring you back in case when you're trying to fall off the road. I bring you back, I wake you up when you're slumbering, I give you a slap, you wake up. And I know that slap was really hard, that you had to disconnect, but I couldn't care less if it has produced this. Because Mark, I told Matthew to get me sound from Ben. So when Matthew said, yes, the song is like, I was hoping to say the song or say, you write for me from Ben. And I saw God is in agony. I'm thinking, Matthew, this is not what we agreed on. It's not God is in agony. And then said Ben said, yeah, God is of powers. I said, of course. I will agree with that willingly. But look at what Matthew has done just by redirecting that, because Matthew has a lot of energy, Mark, and those energy just needs to be rechanneled into the right places. So Matthew, hopefully you won't be upset at me anymore now, because you were so upset at me over the weekend because you couldn't understand why I just back off. And you said something. You never give up. Yes, I don't give up. I don't give up. So now you're getting the awards and you're smiling, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So always listen to Tolu. That's just the golden rule from this conversation. Always listen to Tolu. That's just it.
so you got any questions for me, Tolu?
I've got plenty of questions for you.
Have you got them written down, or you just got them in your mind?
Well, multiple sources, written, mind, everything together. But I'm just thinking. You said something at the beginning that you've been in heaven. Actually, let me remember. You said so many things that I really wanted to dive deep about. I hope I capture everything because I wasn't writing it down. It's capturing in my mind. You said something that was so interesting, that this song made people to know God is weeping. Were they sleeping? All this while in heaven, when God says, I will go to crying room, we weep. God said it so many times. We wrote it into different books, like God's last day messages. There's so many places where God says, I weep, I weep, I weep, I weep. I'm in pain, I'm in pain, I'm in pain, I'm in pain. So what was wrong with them? Did this song just wake them from slumber?
It was a song. It wasn't a preach. It wasn't an interview. It wasn't a book. It was a song that was catchy, and a song that just totally woke them up. Like
Wow.
Satan destroyed the world with music, and he
Mm,
continues to destroy the world. He tells in rap songs. He says, it's good to have drugs, it's good to have money, it's good to be sleeping with women, it's good to have watches and jewelry and nice cars and hoes, and it's good to do violence and fight for what you do and take your guns out and shoot who's ever in the way. And it's created a whole culture that filled the American jails up with rappers and
mm,
rappers listeners and stuff. And you know regular music, people write about it's okay to pick someone up in a bar and take them home and have a night of love making. It's okay to cheat on your wife, and as long as it's a good thing. It's okay to have divorce. It's okay to grow up without being married. It's okay. Just go after what makes you feel good. You can have children and abort your children. You can have free love. You can be a lesbian. You can be a transsexual. Songs just educate the world and lead the world into good things or debauchery. It's just like the most powerful medium. And Holy Spirit, Bethany, whoever you want to say, is leading this, led you to build the foundation in books and foundation in interviews. But when they wanted to give the sucker punch, a sucker punch is like two people like shaping up, and without warning, someone hitting like a really big hit when the person's totally unprepared for it. It's called a sucker punch. It's a really good punch, but came by surprise. It wasn't something the person was ready for, and knocked them
wow.
down. Well, this song from Ben, if it had have been in its original form, it wouldn't have been this song. But it was created and edited, and Matthew had the right person in place, and it hit heaven with sucker punch. And what you've been trying to say for years and years finally got broke through, and
Into
because
the
it's played on the airways of heaven, and because people started voting for it, had the highest votes coming from the people who'd heard it the first time. It got into the top 150 to get played a second time, but people are ringing the switchboards and like lighting things up and say play this more than two times. So in its first week, it was played, 5 times a day, and the more it's been
wow.
played, the more people are having reaction, and it's like it's the only song in heaven, and heaven and Michael, who's in charge of music in heaven, has just been following this song up with other songs of his and other songs of John that's got the same message that people never
Yeah.
heard before. And so
Wow.
for the last year's worth of songs about entering into the sufferings of Christ,
Yeah.
this
Yeah.
song plays, and then 5 songs with the similar message play, then they play this song again. People are starting to get the message that it's all about God's suffering, it's all about Christ's suffering, and we got to focus on that. And so
Mm.
Michael and Ben and John's work hasn't been wasted, but just like you, they couldn't break through. They couldn't break through to the general understanding of heaven until this song broke it. So it was really a sucker punch, and you know, um, if two people are going to shape up and they're going to have a fight, and someone does this amazing hit before the fight officially starts, this sucker punch came to Satan. There's millions of people, there's tens of thousands, millions of people on Earth that have been listening to these broadcasts for years, and they're bound by Satan. It's like if they fully come out and fully start following God, they'll be killed by the Illuminati. And so they're like double-minded about whether they're going to pursue God or not, or hold back. And they're listening to these messages, but they're not fully embraced. Just like I was listening for years, and it wasn't until Epstein that I come forth. And this song is played to them, and Matthew's played this song a few times. They all hear this song, and um, this has broken something open in them too. And so it's yeah.
Wow. Typically, people are very difficult to change because I always think that all those layers of revival that's happened in heaven from when June came, there was a revival. Revival. After that, so many people were sent to hell, to paradise, vice versa. The material part that people need to study. There's so many interviews going on in heaven every day, so many music that's been written. I could continue to go on. The revival was still being stalled. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah,
So the revival that's been happening then is revival, but this is another level of revival.
this is uh, this has entered a new age. The
Enter the new age.
the old age has passed away.
Or
Yeah,
ages passed away. So there's still more ages that we need to continue to enter,
yeah,
isn't it?
yeah,
And it will continue to get better and better and better. And the message will become clearer and clearer to people.
yeah.
What God is trying to say here.
Ben,
My God.
Ben and Ben and Michael and John have written songs, but they're really sensitive to the Holy Spirit, or sensitive to June, or whoever's running things here. They've written songs, but they were told to put them away, don't release them yet. So there's a whole lot of songs that follow this message, that perfectly follow this message, but
Wow.
they've been waiting for 6 months. They've been on the shelf. Well, know those songs, every time Heaven plays this song, it follows up with 5 of those songs. And
Oh wow.
so there's
Oh wow.
so many songs now coming forth with the same message, but the message had to break through. And now this
Wow.
message have broken through. Every new song from Michael and John is releasing tears. Everyone's walking through heaven crying, and
Wow.
you know,
God has been crying for a long time, so they can cry as well.
yeah,
God has been crying for so long, and nobody cares. So now it's time for them to cry.
yeah,
Cry, cry, cry. Oh my God. So many things are going on in my mind, Mark, as you're speaking. Oh, too many things to process there, Mark. So all the things that me and Matthew do, even when we scream at each other, we're being led.
yeah,
Because to be candid, I felt I was not nice to Matthew over the weekend. I felt it. But I said, I'm not apologizing because he just needs to fix his head. I can't believe it. There's still so many music that needs to come from the platform. This is just the beginning. So, Matthew, are all these scales, have they fall off now? You've got your balance now?
yeah.
Okay.
I I'm very happy, and Mahalia has to work on her book today. Got her
She's
she's got a fictional book, and she's already paid for the publishing of it, and it's got to come out in 5 months. So she has to work on a book today, and you know, even your advice, don't give Mahalia 3 songs a day. Just give her 1 song a day, and allow her to do that song. And if she wants to do other songs, to ask you for more. Well, she's got such freedom now that she's able to take a day off and say, "I'm going to work on my book today." It just you're right. Matthew gets something and he goes 100% into it, and he blows people away. And a friend of his told him, years ago, 15 years ago, said, "Matthew, you need to hold back on people. They can't handle what you say. They're listening, they're interested, but then you say something that just totally they can't accept, and you're losing friends. You need to hold back." Well, Matthew hasn't been able to hold back. That's just who he is. So you notice he found a dream of his that's been latent for 30 years, and he wrote a whole lot of songs. And Megan was listening to him, and Jonathan was listening to him and giving him good feedback, and Mahalia was saying this is a really extraordinary song, and he was getting all this feedback, and he just had a desire for you to listen to it because he wanted to hear your opinion, and he got frustrated that you wouldn't listen to it. And we arranged it for it to be hidden on his YouTube, and he blew up with you, and you blew up back saying, can't
Mm.
can't find it. And we allowed all of that to for you to realize that for you to realize there's nothing more important to Matthew than these songs at the moment, and he's really gone off on this tangent. I need to pull him back, and it's a combination between you and him, and it's finally come out right. You let him go. You against your better instincts said you're not going to stop it, but you must have had thoughts. This is going to threaten the main message, and
like, no, I don't have I don't have a thought, but what I will never allow is any other thing to distract this message. That is Matthew's core assignment. Music writing is fine. You could be touching heaven, heaven can be weeping convulsively. But this that we're doing, Mark, no one can dredge in that.
yeah,
No, that's my assignment. And I will always guard you with everything in me. So yes, when anything comes like distraction, then the not so nice of me comes out because Matthew doesn't see that. And I think Mark, what really got me was because of what Matthew said he wanted to be writing. It was just no focus, no direction. Of course, yes, he's trying to balance himself, but when he gets excited and he can't keep his mouth shut and he's every time, oh, I've written another one. Oh, I'm like, it's just too much for me. Calm down, Matthew, please. Yes, so it's a mixture. And then that eating channel, the fact that he cannot even, for God's sake, calm himself down and explain something, he gets angry easily when things are not going his way. And I'm like, okay, you scream at me. I'm proper African woman. I could scream louder than you could scream at you. So yes, I would double it up, not down. Yeah, so Mark, nothing will threaten it. And I'm telling Matthew again now. So if he's trying to speak to you, nothing is threatening this. This remains the focus. Keep getting your music. And I agree with it, it's okay. But this is the foundation. So don't forget that. We don't leave the foundation. So yes, Mark, nothing can threaten this one. Matthew knows that already. He knows it's got the message really clear. So that's just how it's going to be, Mark.
Yeah, well, Matthew realized, and you realized that this ministry, this platform, gives Matthew his purpose, and uh,
Absolutely.
he keeps on waking up each day, no matter he's got really terrible, out of control sleep habits, but no matter how long he stays up, or sometimes he's stayed up for 2 days and it's like 12 midday and he's got 5 hours to your thing and he stays up for that 5 hours and he promises himself once he's done that message he'll go to sleep. Then he stays up to 9 o'clock that night and finally crashes and goes to sleep. But he makes this priority to be ready at
Absolutely.
5 o'clock each day, no matter what going on, no matter how many people he's talking to, no matter what he's doing, to be ready at 5 o'clock. So
Yeah.
there's,
Yeah.
there's no
That's it.
threat. Heaven was fully aware that no matter how angry they allowed both of you to get, that nothing was going to destroy the main message. And
It
Matthew.
was so interesting. Me and Matthew has never been angry towards each other like that. And do you know what, Mark? Something that Matthew doesn't understand is this. I've got other commitments in my life. I was really stressed that night. I think I've just finished ironing because someday I've got a very busy day with my children. And Matthew forgets all of that. Have you watched it? Have you watched it? I'm like, Matthew, I've got so many things to do. I have not had time to watch. Maybe because I make it so easy for him. I make it so easy that he usually forgets I've got children as well. And I've got other commitment that I need to give my time to. So yes, it's my friend and he'll forever be my friend. And he just knows that I'm not going to be that friend that just pats him at the back. When he needs to be smacked, I smack him. When he needs to be patted, I pat him. Both comes together. They coexist. Yes. So I don't know. Do you think Matthew has ever been angry at me?
No.
So it's always the other way around, isn't it? It's me that
Well,
is always.
he he uh he got so frustrated that he went to prayer for the first time, and it's hard. It's hard to make Matthew prayer. Matthew doesn't really even believe in prayer, and he doesn't. He doesn't. We could count on one hand, the amount of times Matthew's prayed for himself in years. Right? It's very rare. But things got to such a point with you saying, produce your own music, have your own channel, get rid of this girl. She's no good. You got to depend on yourself. You be solely. And Matthew saying, no, she's good. She has the music good. And I don't mind. Matthew didn't mind if he made 500 songs and he has a bust up with her. At least the songs are still on the internet. He doesn't have to edit.
Matthew, thank you. Thank you for communicating your message to me through Mark. Thank you. Matthew
Yeah,
got it wrong.
but
I didn't say leave her. I say always have the mindset of like she has produced 160 videos to be where she is. You can do that as well. Matthew just likes depending on people, and that is the habit I'm trying to cut. He should learn from his books, his journey of his books. What happened? People do change, Mark. I am sorry. I've not seen someone that's been reliable in Matthew's life. Hopefully, this lady will be different. But I am being conscious from all I've seen about Matthew's life and
yeah.
about things that has happened. And when it hurts him, where does he come?
So
To
yeah,
me, of course. So yes, so no one has had to deal with this shit like I have to do. So I've got all the right to say, Matthew, yes, send it to her, continue to send it, but at the same time, be building up yourself by the side. Play around, have access to the AI, put songs in it, develop yourself. But Matthew does not develop himself. He does not want to bloody do any research. Do research? No, I don't need to do research. Holy Spirit just download it in me. Why did Maila have to review all the lyrics? That's trying to refine something. That's what research does. It refines your knowledge.
yeah,
So yes, Matthew will always take over you, Mark. It will be passing his message across, but I know already I don't want to hear that message, Matthew. You know that already. So yes, that was the message that was trying to pass across to our Mark. I didn't say abandon the lady. I was just like, just do not depend on her. You've got a lot of time that you used to watch YouTube. Develop yourself because you can do it. So that was the message,
yeah.
Mark.
So have you got any other like ask some of the other questions? I realize I'm pretty spiritually aware too. I realize when Matthew's speaking through me and when I'm speaking, and so we're agreed on that. And so so you've been a really good influence on Matthew, and heaven totally recognizes that. Like as we watch these interviews each day, we know that the real power and the real control of this ministry comes through you. So you're totally honored and respected. But yeah, a little bit surprised that we've done 500 messages and no one's been listening, and this maybe it's just shocked your mind that people could get a message and finally wake up. But thank God the message came through, and hopefully
Yeah,
all the interviews now will be adding to that message and reinforcing that message. Hopefully, people now, when you talk about the suffering of God, or the saints talk about God's concerns and changing your life, hopefully now they're actually listening and say, "Oh, yeah, they've been saying this message for years." Hopefully, people are really listening now
yeah,
and not just ignoring what's been said.
yeah, Mark. I'm not shocked that the song broke out in people's heart. But I know that a lot of foundation needs to be built for any song to have influence. And maybe what has been building all this while is the foundation. And I
Yeah,
know there's different levels of breakout that's happening in heaven, but it's very difficult for me to differentiate what is the differentiate between each of the breakouts. Do you understand what I mean? Each
yeah,
of the bam, 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 like I've had like so many breakthroughs, but it's good to be able to differentiate what makes each breakthrough different. But it's been a long walk. If the work we've done and the people have done in heaven with all the 1,000 thousands of what do you call it, questions that's happened, there's no way this song can do nothing because people will not even believe that God waves. So things had to be done. It's just
yeah,
like when Ben was speaking through Matthew the other day, and that was that day that Matthew was going into delusion. So I don't know at what point he went into delusion, but Ben was speaking through him, and I don't know whether Ben was the one saying on Matthew, but the message came out as, you know, I've not really had any impact. Matthew did it all, like who you are now, Matthew. I'm like, no, Matthew could do nothing if the foundation has not been built in me. You build the foundation. Matthew just building upon what has been there. If I didn't live with Ben, if Jesus did not speak to me in so many years, I couldn't be Matthew's friend. There was no way. I would have run away a long time ago with so many of his mannerisms. When I first of all met him, I'm like, this guy is quirky. But my focus was not on that. My focus was on the assignment. And it's the assignment that carried me through. So that was just what I'm just trying to say, that not the work is not wasted, isn't it? The work has sown the seed.
Yeah.
And this song is building on that foundation, because if there was no foundation, there was no foundation for the song to stand
Yeah.
on.
We,
So I'm
we,
not sure.
we understand that. You'll be happy to know that the whole of heaven has been given a message by June. Don't get so excited about this song. Don't think that you've arrived. Don't think everything is forgiven. Don't think everything is right. Don't think
Well,
contacting God and saying you're sorry is enough. what
you
what
need
the
to walk.
message is what the message is these hundreds of messages, and if you're truly repentant and you're truly sorry and you truly want to make it up to God and you truly want to make God happy, well, do what I'm telling you. Go back to the very start of these messages and pay attention, because this message has been said hundreds of times. And
Mm,
go back. So the whole of heaven, or the people who responded, everyone who's responded, is going back to the messages and reading the messages and playing the messages. And so many people have started reading your books too, and because your book totally reinforces the messages. So it was just, it was like the gun starter came and started the race. Like the song was the gun, and everyone's running in the race, but it's a long distance race, and it's not just
absolutely.
a sprint. And people have to understand that for them to carry through and make God happy, they've got to make God happy by doing what's been said. So the
Mm,
foundation was built, and the gun's gone off, but it's done multiple things. It's done more than and it was really birthed out of Ben's heart. That's why Ben was, trying to say this message, and Matthew was so overcome about trying to make you happy and trying to make the message happy and nervousness and stuff. He wrote this really long thing. She said, "Don't send me songs with more than 4 verses," and she said it's very hard to download them and it's just too long. And Matthew sent one with 7 verses. He said, "Sorry, it's so long." And she basically didn't say. She said it's okay, and she came back with like a 2 verse, like a 2 verse song, and she stripped the core out of it, and that was really good because Matthew couldn't have achieved that himself. But it's Ben's message. It was his core message, and he just wanted to go bang. And he has. There's another message coming when she gets time, when she's not busy doing a book. There's another message from him coming, and that'll have an impact on you because it's a personal message from him. And even if it doesn't have a huge impact on heaven or other listeners, the song is for you, and you'll like that song. But um, don't get sad. I don't think you're sad.
no.
You're very happy. It's reached this stage, but nothing's been wasted. God doesn't waste anything. He doesn't waste one interview. Even the delusion that Matthew went into with Tiffany allowed for that breakthrough for Tiffany to come forth, you know. Nothing is wasted. All things work together for good. So even when you're concerned, you're not the only one who's concerned about Taylor. Like Mahalia says you're fixated on Taylor. It's not about Taylor. You know, she's got you in a spell. She's got a spell on you. And you know, Taylor even wrote a song saying, "I've put a spell on you." And so we realize that that's there. So you know, just be happy, and I know you are happy, and don't be down on yourself that you erupted with Matthew and you're hard on Matthew. He needed that. Some people need encouragement. Some people need a hammer. You know, it says in Scripture in Jeremiah, "Is not my word like a hammer, and a hammer that smashes rocks." You know, sometimes you come like a hammer and you smash rocks, and that's the job of a prophet. And you won't receive it, or you may receive it, but it may be hard for you to receive that, even though you're not prophesying, even though you're not speaking on behalf of God, you're speaking on behalf of God all the time with your questions and the way you do things with Matthew. So you're fulfilling the role of a prophet without actually admitting that you're a prophet, but you're very important in this process. And I knew you wouldn't receive it, but you actually are fulfilling the role as a prophet without thinking. You think that Matthew's just always on you to get God's voice and speak with God's voice, and he just won't give up. And you keep on pushing that away, saying, "No, no, no, I can't do it." So even in the midst of you not doing it, you're still doing it. And yeah. So nothing's wasted. I want you to feel that all your mistakes or all the things or all your outbursts, everything you've ever said, every anger, every frustration, every enduring when Matthew speaks for 11 hours and you just can't control it, every delusion that you went through, everything, all the anger, all the upset, all the frustration, everything you've been through, nothing has been wasted. And
Wow.
it's all been led by the Holy Spirit. You know, Matthew, even in the midst of his delusions, it's like 50% Holy Spirit and 50% Matthew's delusion. There's still, even if you pick apart any of his delusions, there's still truth to them. There's still
Absolutely.
breakthrough to them. And people you know, people don't understand Romans 8:28. All things work together for good. They haven't got like a 30-year revelation on that verse. And if
Mm.
people could just get a revelation on that verse, all their fear would go away. Their worry about sin, their worries about being threatened, their worries about fearing for things, their worries about the things they did wrong, the things and the guilt and the shame of things. God uses everything. Nothing is wasted.
Wow. Thank you, Jonathan. Oh, sorry, Mark. We've got another Jonathan that is atheist. Do you know Jonathan?
Yeah, I do. We're friends.
Your friends.
Yeah.
It was the first atheist I knew. And there was another person, I can't remember his name now, with Jonathan, but I always remember Jonathan's name vividly in my mind. Wow, Mark, what made you to be an atheist?
Well, I couldn't stomach, honestly. Disgusted. Don't get me started on it, but I couldn't stomach what my parents used to preach and live, you know. I grew up in the strictest Christian household, and you know, I know there's no problem with cussing, but you know, on this platform, but you know, I'm not going to say it out of respect for God and this platform, but I reached a stage with my parents where I said, F you and F the God that you believe in. And
Wow.
it was the real serious. I said it to my dad, and I cursed myself. It,
Oh,
it, it, it happened for many years until I died. That I wouldn't. I refused to even look into God, and I refused to even listen to God. And God tried for years, and I can look back to altercations and things in my life where God was
Wow.
clearly speaking, but I was so determined that I was going to have nothing to do with this Christian God that no
Wow.
one was more shocked. No one was more shocked than me when I arrived in heaven and
Wow.
I had to like bow or kowtow to this Christian God. And honestly, it took your 400 messages to wear me
Yeah.
down, but I still hadn't made a decision. And it's just, there's like 90% of heaven was on that fence before this song, like listening and listening and refusing. So much rebellion and self will and selfishness and carnal thinking in heaven. And I was still holding on and resisting until Epstein was interviewed for 5 days. And I said, well, F this. If he can be exalted in heaven, and we all know about what he did, if he can be given a platform in heaven, well, I'm going to at least speak up and ask a question, and so the rest is history. But they're God's most precious possessions. People like me and Jonathan, people who
Mm.
resisted him, because
Mm.
we're all skeptics. We're all people that need our answers. And I'll have to be, I don't have to say this, I realize, but the church has got no answers. There's there's no Christian with my answers. Christians
Wow.
Christians have
While
got,
you were on path.
yeah, there's Christian. I stopped asking questions. I wasn't curious about God. God was my enemy. He could F off, you know. I wanted nothing to do anything, any Christian movie or any Christian theme or any Christian message.
Awesome.
It's totally rejected. Like, you know, I throw my parents out and the God they serve. It's like I went into witchcraft, I went into Buddhism, I went into every other different faith to try and find something to settle my soul. I found answers in witchcraft and I found answers in Buddhism. And you could say
Teenager. I'm listening.
you could say I was a Buddhist witch. And
I'm listening.
yeah, you could say I was a Buddhist witch. And so, when I heard that Matthew's dream was starting a revival with a combination of Buddhists and witches, months ago, I really, that got my attention. So, why would he say that? What would this full on Christian guy, if he was going to start an army, why would he make the army full of Buddhists and witches? And I heard him say, the Buddhists for the love and the witches for the power. He says, that makes a lot of sense. For this crazy fat guy that I've been listening to for years, that's made the most sense I've ever heard, because that's exactly what I'd do. If I was going to do a revival on earth, I'd teach people Buddhism and get them practicing Buddhism. Then I'd bring the witchcraft in for the power, and that's who I am. I'm a Buddhist witch. I'm not a Christian, and you know.
Wow. Do you know what, Mark? You were bold enough to say no. I wasn't bold enough to say no, because just like you were born into it, I was born into Christianity as well in a way. Though my parents, their parents were Muslims, but they became Christian. So we go to church. We hear all of those messages. For so long, when I was growing up, they used to preach the gospel that if you're not saved, you're going to hell. I listened to those messages many times. And I remember there are times where they will say, if you want to be saved, raise up your hand. I did that many times. And it came to a time my mom would be, put your hand down. How many times do you want to be saved? Because I know after leave the church, I've forgotten about being saved, because I don't know what changes in you when you're saved. What's the difference? until, of course, when I met Ben and I really loved him, and then he preached to me. Of course, I said, I need to get saved now. I've got no choice. And that was when I would say intentionally my journey began with God. But I've always been a rebel. The only difference is I didn't take it to the extreme of walking out because I just felt I was so scared to even do that. The fear of hell. How did you deal with that, Mark? Because every time they remind you about how you're going to be destroyed in hell if you walk away. And I was not willing to take that risk. What
I
made it?
how I did it was I didn't give an F about hell. I had no fear of that. And I had enough confidence in the fact that I'm a good man and I'm a good person and I do a
Wow.
lot of good and I'm very loving. And as a
Wow.
Buddhist, I was a really strict Buddhist and I was very
Wow.
good. And in my Buddhism, as I attached to spirits and I was listening to spirits and had intimacy with spirits, they were confirming that my life was online and everything was perfect. And so I just had faith in whoever the F God was, that I was a good person. And if he was going to reject a good person and send me to hell, well, he can F off and I'll enjoy hell down with those people that are like me. And so they're fear based tactics, and that
Yeah.
really, if you took the fear out of the church, it would only
No
be
one would do that.
10% of people. There'd only be 10% of people really enjoy church. For the rest of 90% are just fear-based people that they fear hell too much.
Yeah.
Christians wouldn't even go to church if they stopped their fear of hell, and
Absolutely.
and so I didn't live in that world. So I wasn't indoctrinated with the Christian message. I just wouldn't hear it. I'd just switch off. So even your
Wow.
messages going on for years and years,
You
that
switched off.
that weren't even breaking through. It's a requirement of heaven, but just like listening to a nagging wife, you just switch off. She can be nagging as much as she fucking likes. And sorry, it came out now. She can be nagging and nagging as long as she likes, and you're just in another world. Her voice can be going, but you're not even listening. That's how I was with these messages until you invited Epstein. I really listened to that first message. Then he had the inspiration to say, I think I'm going to be here for a few messages. Actually, I may even be here for a week. And I said, oh, this will be something. If if she agrees to interview from a week, she's got my attention. And every word he said for 5 days was for me. It's like it's like
Wow.
he personally, you can go back and listen to those 5 day messages and consider me listening to them, and you find that was just the gospel of God preached through a
Mm.
famous pedophile just for me. It's like God,
Mm.
God took over your ministry just for me, and there was, hundreds of questions he answered, and I'd never got them in your messages, and I'd never got them in heaven. I'd never got them from a Christian. I got them from Epstein, and Epstein become
Wow.
Epstein become my Messiah and my Savior. And I've walked
Wow.
up to Epstein and thanked him for the message and told him the effect the message had. And he broke down in tears and hugged me. And he said he was hoping that the message made an effect. And it's not as though
Wow.
I'm a coward. It's not as though I'm, like this person that never says things or never speaks up. I've always been the person, if someone was a guest speaker uh, in a conference, the main speaker of a conference, when people are out having coffee and the guest speaker's having a coffee and talking to someone, I've got no problems interrupting that conversation. So I just want to say something to you. What you said about such and such was so profound, and even doesn't matter who the F the person he was speaking to, suddenly that person is nothing to the speaker. I've hit them with such a compliment, such a resonating thought, such resonating feedback. It's like I've had many of them make excuses to the person they were talking to and said, "Come over here with me." And we've had like, the coffee break was half an hour in this like 5 day conference, and there's been an announcement on a couple of times, an announcement to the people. We had a scheduled half an hour break, but it's going to be an hour, so just entertain yourself. And that speaker has sent a message to the team. I need to speak to this person. I can't come back for another half an hour. And I not only impressed the speaker of that
Mm.
conference, but I gave him secrets. I gave him keys for his own life. And he realized my message was really important and he needed to listen to it. So I've never been afraid of approaching power and interacting with power. So after the Epstein 5 day one, or even after the first day, I approached him and said, "This is you really need to focus on all the witches and focus on all the atheists and focus on all the enemies of God. You need to bring clarity in your message. Fuck the Christians and just speak to all us rebels." And so he took that on board, and from message 2 to message 5, he was he was preaching to my outcome, to what I believed he should be
Wow.
saying. And uh, the fact that he conformed and he's in leadership of heaven and he went for five
Wow.
days got me engaged. So finally, you, the leader, saying, "Has anyone got anything or anything to say or any questions?" It's one of the first times you've actually said that to the people of heaven. You don't often say that to the people of heaven. You,
Maybe third or fourth time, but not often. Yeah.
yeah, and it was the first time I was ready to speak, and so he gave that offer, which was strange because you don't normally do it. And so I spoke up. I said, "She's the leader. She's the one who called Epstein. She's the one that allowed him to speak or felt led to let him speak for 5 days. I'll ask her a question. I'll speak up here, and that's why I'm here because you have the wisdom to know that I've got something to say and I'm just speaking here, and you've got a few hours you can listen to me, but you may decide, an hour, 2 hours into this, yeah, I'm just going to let Mark continue speaking. We'll just hear what everything Mark's got until I've asked enough questions of him and poked him enough, we'll let him go, but I'm not going to put any time limit to what Mark has to say. And you'll be surprised. I've got a lot of wisdom about many religions, and I could even, be see. I'm bold. I'm not afraid of taking positions and saying things. Um, I could even be the leader of this revival of Buddhists and witches. I could even organise heaven and because I'm being heard, organise Earth and start that team to go out and reap the world. And
Mhm.
but we're not going to be reaping the world for fucking Christianity. It's going to be a total different message. But yeah, so I
I
tend to
don't.
talk, I tend to get excited and talk a lot, but I also have a lot of authority. I have confidence. I've got a lot of life experience, and that's what gives you authority. So many of the things you've been speaking on, I've gone back and listened to a lot of messages since you decided that you're going to speak to me. I put my research in and time, and I pretty
Wow.
well know your core message. So.
Wow. 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 But Mark, for a long time, me and Matthew, we've always been on your side. The atheists, the witches, the rebels, those ones are the ones I love most. You know, Sitting with Christians will be quite boring. I was just telling Matthew a while ago, unless the ones that can really, really excite me, it's very difficult for me to sit down now and listen to any message that is preached by any other Christian. I'm sorry, because there's just nothing there for me to latch on. So this is where I depend for my daily bread. And it's so interesting because when Epstein came into my thought on Sunday night, I was thinking, Tolu, but you've spoken to Epstein. You know this issue with this Epstein is all over the news. Why are you going for him? So, well, I think Holy Spirit is leading me in that direction, so I will do it. Who cares about what the world is saying about Epstein? The goal is to do the job, and whoever God puts in my mind, I will speak to the person. So Matthew was like, "Why are we speaking to Epstein?" Okay. It's always good to not let Matthew know. That surprise keeps him at
Sharp,
alert.
sharp.
Yeah, yeah. So we don't say who that person is until last month. Sometimes he knows because maybe we start the interview and say, "Tell you I'm not in the mood today." So of course he knows ahead. But a lot of times I want to keep it away from him. And I started speaking to Epstein. And do you know what I'm fascinated about? Why I love speaking to people like Epstein? Because it demonstrates the love of God to me. Because if God says, I love you, if God says, we're all my children, imagine if we're just speaking to Christians alone on this platform. That was what we're doing for a long time. Because I thought everyone in heaven, they are Christians. That the moment you enter into heaven, you convert to be able to stay in heaven. I never knew you could still exist in your own religion just like yourself, being an atheist, and still So it took myself and Matthew a while to start developing our
It,
or
took-
to
it,
start
it took
our
Tiffany. It took Tiffany.
Tiffany, yes, to break in. That was an interesting day. So you are like another Tiffany for me, really, Mark, because Tiffany did something that was great. And when Tiffany break in, did that not change your heart at all, Mark?
It impressed me that you allowed a witch to take over and give you directions, but I don't often get impressed.
It
It
takes you a
it
while.
put a mark there, but to be honest, can I be frank with you?
Mm.
You're still too fixated on the Christian message.
You think so, Mark?
Yeah, and
Wow.
I think what of coming out recently is your anger and your upsettedness with the Christians, but you keep on mentioning Christians, and even if it's in a negative light, just like you're worried about Matthew's fixation on Taylor because he was under a spell. You still
No, I
got
didn't even
that.
know it was
You,
under his belt, Mark. I
you, you
didn't know.
you still you've still got, even though you won't go to church and you won't listen to Christians, like the idea of Christianity and Christian thought still comes out in the messages, even if it comes out in a negative way. And you know, so it didn't fully convert me when Tiffany. The only thing that broke the ice was the fact that you allowed Epstein to have the first interview. Then I approached him and told him what he should direct his message at and who he should direct his message to. And even though you're inspired, well, I totally trust your inspiration. As I've gone back and listened to hundreds of messages in the last few days, last few weeks, because it's been like 9 weeks in heaven since you said you're going to interview me. So I had a lot of time to spend time listening. You're very inspired and you're very directed on your questions. There's no problem with that. But yeah, so I told Epstein what I wanted the focus was. And even though you're inspired with your questions, and even though you might not necessarily been asking the questions to get what I wanted to come forth, Epstein, in the process of answering your questions, did everything I wanted him to do. So, Epstein, I'm not a dominating person. Although you could accuse me of being dominating and having my way, I don't have to have my way. I only step in when something can be done better. Like, I'd have no problems approaching a CEO of McDonald's and say, "You really got to take, do you want any fries with that out of your culture?" and stop thinking about upselling things and start serving people and stop bloody asking that question. It really annoys people. And McDonald's realized that in surveys one time and stopped asking that question and stopped trying to upsell, and they had more success. But I'm the sort of person that would tell the CEO of McDonald's that. And so I can spot a problem and come in with the solution. I've been doing that all my life. So you could call that control. I'll just say that I've just got good ideas and I'm not afraid to bring my good ideas. So I've got ideas for you and direction for you, and you could have me as a regular guest, but I'm not speaking up because I need to be a regular guest. I'm just no one in heaven's hierarchy. I've got no authority and no position, but I've chosen to be there to be myself. And now I see that I could have an opportunity, and a sort of, to be honest, it doesn't even excite me because, I'm my own man, and the decision would really come back to you. And God's listening and Jesus listening. So, Charlie Kirk could approach me and say, I could use your ideas and fashioning this new message because it's obvious people weren't responding to the old one. Could you help us bring forth whatever? It doesn't matter. But I'm here for you, and because you had the boldness to bring on Epstein and then the clarity and the inspiration to keep him here, uh, despite him maybe not answering your questions the way you wanted them answer. Whatever happened, the result was perfect, and you finally won my heart. And I'll tell you something that's maybe news for you. Maybe you already worked it out from what I've said. There's still a lot of people in heaven that need to be cracked, and you need to bring forth that key for their heart. So many of us have got certain things that will only appeal to us, and it's not found in Christianity and Christian thinking. There's some Buddhists that really need to be impressed, and to be honest, Christians don't impress Buddhists. So Christian thought and Christian understanding and Christian dogma doesn't appeal to a Buddhist. So if you're talking in those concepts and understandings of Christian concepts, Buddhists, if you're talking about meditation and talking about relaxing and just being still and allowing sources to interact with you and talking about how you really have to still your mind back and how hard it was for you to talk to God and how hard it is to turn your mind off. If you started pushing into meditation and saying that that's the key, you've got to relax and center yourself and just be quiet and allow the source to talk to you, that would really, like all the practicing Buddhists, the very well practiced Buddhists, they'd all have their ears open and say, tell us more about this, because they want to know. But yeah, you're on. You, pardon me for being bold. You're on Matthew all the time about doing research. Perhaps you could do some research into the Buddhist faith, read a book about the tenets of Buddhism, and start bringing the message to the Buddhists. Because the Buddhists are like Matthew's got it. Matthew has a lot of things wrong, but he gets a lot of things right. That was like 20, 30 years worth of thought that if you're going to build an army, he'd build an army with Buddhists and witches. You don't know anything about witchcraft, and Matthew has been sworn off witchcraft by Jesus, so he's not allowed to research witchcraft. But he's never been into the enemy and the enemy's camp. He's never really been fascinated with what the enemy's doing. But if you wanted to do a research, the Dalai Lama has written about Jesus' teachings based in Buddhist understanding. So he wrote a couple of books about following the master, like following Jesus. That would be an interesting book for you to read to align what you know in Christianity, but align it to Buddhism and speak it in the Buddhist way. You started Buddha and Jesus, and that was really interesting. And something got in the way, obviously, because the message was being effective. And but all the Buddhas tuned into that. They loved hearing from Buddha. So putting Buddha on the platform more often. Matthew hasn't got a clue of Buddha's teachings really, and so your questions would bring out the real Buddha, you know. So yeah, there's just some things I was throwing up to you. I
Oh,
recognize,
there's so many things my way.
yeah, I recognize you're the leader. You're the one. I can't really talk to Matthew. You're the one that's been given leadership, and you're the one who can take what I say. But you know, get your message coming out to witches and Buddhists, and we'll raise up those Buddhists and witches. You know.
Yeah.
Matthew's been warned off witchcraft, but God, you know, you've got access to God. You know, if you needed to read a book on spells or something to understand the fundamentals of what witches are always doing. Maybe you'll get clearance of the Holy Spirit to do that. You ask Bethany or June, and I'm permitted to read this because if you understood how they operate and how they get their power, you can speak to that power and Christianese that and help them switch because at the moment they wouldn't switch.
Well, I'm shocked, Mark, because number one, Mark, you know how far I've come. I was very religious at the beginning of this evangelism, and I would call it evangelism because that's what we've been doing, speaking to heaven, having conversations, and I never knew that I didn't know God. I was lost, and then found Christianity will always be in me because that's my, just like Buddhism and witchcraft will always be in you because that's my foundation. And the God I speak to, I believe that was the source of Christianity. Of course, Christianity has been messed up, and we know it's messed up. And I will never stop speaking about them because my wound is from being a Christian. My disgust is from being a Christian. That why didn't I know that this religion is messed up? So there was quite a lot in me as walking out of Christianity. I could never walk out without not saying my piece. And it will always come out of me. I tried, me and Matthew tried to kind of when what's her name, Tiffany breaking. And I've actually adjusted a lot to try and forget who my foundation is, which is Christianity. But just like what you said, my message might still be, there might still be elements of Christianity because that is what I know. And I really appreciate because I felt the message that we were given on this platform, Mark. It was for other people that were leading those 1,000 messages to now take it, to channel it to their audience. That's what's supposed to be happening in heaven. Because I will not want to recite what spell is. It's just not me. That, for me, that would be me going too far. And I wouldn't want to read what Balama or Putti says because there's quite a lot of religion out there. There's Buddhism, there's Hindu, there's this, all of them. So I understand your message, but I will pass this responsibility back to you guys in heaven as we put the message across. Channel it to your people, wherever way you think they will understand. Because if I get into this, I will never get out. If I start learning what is happening in every religion, I'll be stuck. Imagine me going into Muslim. My grandparents were Muslims. I did fasting and prayer. When they're doing fasting, I break with them. I've got this high level of what they do. But if I go and investigate into that as well, I will get lost in religion because I'm trying to get to a stage where religion doesn't exist. People need to get away from who they used to be before. I used to be religious. I've had to change myself, allow the message to change me, mold me, just like Matthew was telling me today, Tolu. You're actually nice with people. Is it because of this message? I said, no, I've always been nice. But what changed is I am now acceptable of everyone. And that's why I will even say I wanted to interview, what's his name again? Who interviewed Epson, because he has to take a lot of work that's been done in me to open up my heart, to speak to people. I remember when I heard what's his name is in heaven.
Hitler.
You know,
Hitler.
Islam. There was no way, like the religious men would not step into that domain. Like Matthew having those people on her, and I go along with his understanding. I don't know whether it's in delusion, and I'm speaking to people that are invisible. Man, Mark, this ministry that God has given me has been the most difficult thing I've ever done in my life. It takes a lot of courage to do this. I'm speaking to invisible people. I don't even know whether you exist, Mark. I don't know whether I'm speaking to the craziness of Matthew. A lot of times I need validation sometimes just from Gabriel to be able to make it clear that, yes, Tolu, you are actually doing this. Because if I've allowed the thought in me, I will have probably run away a long time ago and say, God, give me something else. I don't want to do this. I don't know the changes I'm making now or the changes I'm not making. They're invisible to me. I only rely on what people say. So, Mark, I really, really appreciate your advice. But to be candid, everyone should be taking that on board. They should get people. You could be the one for Buddhists. Someone else for the. I guess the mountain is it. What's the point of the mountain? I will get lost in this world of religion because I'm trying to run away from religion. I don't
Point,
want to know
point
what.
taken. I was asked to suggest that to you to get the answer that you just gave. So keep going in
Wow.
the direction you are, and it's just officially given me position to step into what I've been called to lead this revival and witchcraft.
So
And
you poked me. You do what I do for others.
yeah, I was just
Oh
told
my
to.
God.
I was just told to
Oh.
say what I said.
You're such a good poker. Man, I thought I was so good at poking people. You really got me there. I'm like, well, how many religion am I going to bloody
Oh, it's just
understand?
like Taylor asked Matthew, "What do I do if I can't read your books and I can't listen to your videos? How do I become like you, right? How do I learn all this?" And Matthew said, "Well, you got to learn it from the Holy Spirit, and don't make me into a god. Listen to our messages." And tap into the Holy Spirit. Let the Holy Spirit teach. That was a test. She was testing me. She was
Wow.
testing Matthew, that
Wow.
Matthew thought he was something good or thought he was a god, or she was testing him for pride. And his only answer was, "Hey, trust the Holy Spirit because the Holy Spirit taught me, so trust him." And I got no answer but the Holy Spirit. And then someone else straight after that asked the same question, different question, but same answer, and he came out with that same answer, exactly the same. That finally ticked past the ticks with Taylor to say, "Well, this guy can be trusted because he's not even directing people to himself." So, just like she was testing him, I was testing you, and I was told by a source to ask you and give you that direction just to prove that you're focused on the message. So, if you need helpers to bring forth the message and disseminate it to the people in the mountains of heaven, you
Mm.
just gave me authority to step up into the position, and I gladly take that what you say and reinterpret it to the Buddhist and the witchcraft mountain. Hopefully, you'll meet people from the other faiths and they can take that position too. But slowly,
Absolutely.
slowly you'll be building your own mountains to carry this message forth. So you did
Absolutely.
well. Well done. I
Thank
was.
you.
I'm never afraid to speak to leadership, and so I can't tell at the moment, but from time to time I may poke you and test you, and don't.
I love to poke, but I don't like people poking me. I'm the poker. I am the poker. I love doing it. Oh well, you give me a little bit of taste of how Matthew feels because I shred the man almost every day. Yeah, but well, that's why he's a good person now. He's focused. He knows what he needs to do. Yeah, because I was not in any bit. Actually, you might even know more about God more than I did at the beginning. Because being an atheist, going into Buddhism, sometimes you learn more about God. I had zero knowledge of God and I thought I knew. And all the questions.
Do you know what I know the most about?
Yeah,
Love.
I know.
How,
And
how
that's
to
the
how
message.
to express love. If you call God is love, well, that's good. I'm not so much into God. I'm into love. So if God if God really is love, well,
Mm,
God can show me how to preach His love to Buddhists. But at
mm.
the moment, I don't know how to do that. But I'm sure. I'm sure I've got an angel working with me. That was my source, and I'm sure this angel can lead me to you know, Christian eyes and God eyes and turn people to focus on Jesus and God. I've got no answers because I don't know that, but hopefully, this angel that's been assigned to me, since I listened to the song Matthew wrote of Bethany, a lot of people called out for a new angel because they wanted
Mm.
a Bethany. So this angel came into my life, and honestly, she told me to say what I did. She told me to provoke you and say those things. Uh, and you can be trusted. You've got great discernment. So I know that just like Matthew, I won't be able to put anything past you. So, yeah. So I really appreciate you dialoguing with you. And, perhaps in the future, there'll be a few more people that poke you.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. It's good to know that people can poke me as well because I poke intentionally. I do that a lot. A lot. And I look at Matthew's face and I could see a lot of time because I study body language as well. I could see Matthew's, I wish I could just give this woman a fish just to teach her science. But then that's when I press in again, press in again. I've tested Matthew so many times to see whether he's going to get angry. And he's able to hold himself. So well done, Matthew. You've grown so much. So just like I've grown as well. But Christianity will always be, actually, they don't like me. The Christians don't like me anymore, Mark, because I'm not even for them. Even though I keep mentioning Christianity, like I wish that word can just be taken out of my mouth. But because that's all I knew all my life. And I always see God as a God of Christians instead of seeing God as God of all of his children. So, how do you generalize this message? How do you make it so easy for other people to be able to apply it to their lives? And I think that's maybe those interviews, maybe that will help as well. But it's so difficult for me not to always go back to those
I
Christians
tell
because
you,
they,
I'll get my angel that's directing me. I'll ask her to come and speak to you.
yeah, because they just get on my nerves. You know, they just get on my nerves. I can't just deal with it, especially when I'm hearing, oh, yes, it's Christian that are giving us issue in heaven. And I'm thinking, why? I shouldn't be Christians. That's the problem. You should be the one showing other religions love. So, what else can we do? What else can God do? I don't know. I'm lost.
It's got a,
Well,
it's a good place to be being lost because then you're open to other things. I think what's come of this, if you allow me to speak, I think God's calling for other leaders to lead the mountains.
of course, maybe the ones I don't know. I don't know how the mountains have been led. All I'm just saying is just make sure that the message is disseminated. Whoever the leader is going to take over each of the ministries, or I see them as ministries of God, just continue expressing it in a simple and easy way. Like And how can everyone just be on the same language? How can we just speak one language together, even though we are from different religion? How could everything be amalgamated into one? That it becomes just one religion. What, like there's no this Buddhist, there's no atheist, there's no we just become one. That should be the end goal, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the Liberation Mountain.
Yeah, the Liberation Mountain, where everyone, because I don't want to be called a Christian in heaven. I surely do not want to be called a Christian.
Yeah,
I just want to be called a disciple.
yeah.
So maybe we can all be God's disciple.
Yeah, Matthew's going to go to the toilet, and then, well, I'm going to go to the toilet and then get some more Coke. So I'll just be a minute.
Wow, that was a while. You didn't go today on time.
Yeah. Yeah, we've been talking for a while, haven't we?
Yeah, over an hour. Matthew, I'm surprised. Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'm back.
Mm, wow.
Well, that's your frustration and what you're saying, and I wish there was no religion. I wish we were all on the same path. I wish we
Mm,
were all together saying the same message. And there was no Buddhists and there's no witches. There's no Christian. We're all following the same path.
yeah.
That's exactly where John Lennon wanted to go. That's
Wow.
exactly where, Michael Jackson wanted it. That's exactly where Taylor Swift wants it to go. That's where all the free thinkers in the world who want to communicate with aliens and aliens that are on Earth at the moment, that's where they want it to go. So you finally, not saying that you haven't before, but you finally spoke some words today, which is the goal of God, and it's good for you to be on board, even though you don't know how to do it and how to actually get there. You've just declared the mission statement that religion should be told to take a back seat, and we need to come forth with a message that everyone can assimilate into their background.
Yeah, yeah. Because we need to get to that stage where we all unify, isn't it?
Yeah,
We all speak the same language and we all understand God in the same way. Of course, it will be different depth, but at least we understand God. And
yeah,
we know God is the creator of all human beings. It doesn't matter what religion you are, it does not matter. We still have this one God who created all of us. So when you look at how you became an atheist, what were you really rejecting? Were you rejecting this God, the religion, the hypocrisy, the suffering, or something
I,
else?
I didn't reject God. Let me be very clear to you. I I didn't reject God. I rejected Christianity. I was so angry with
Wow,
Christianity, so
wow,
angry at how my parents lived it out, that I
wow,
not only rejected Christianity, but I rejected their effing God too. Because if
wow,
he's the God of their Christianity, I want nothing to do with him either. And to be
wow,
clear, that's why most people, what you call non-Christians, are non-Christians, because they reject both your Christianity and the effing God that you serve, right? And you know, and they take the chances that they're going to go to hell, but they definitely won't do it your way. So people in the world have got a choice: sign up to Christianity and do it their way or risk going to hell. And people say, fuck it, I'm going to take a risk. I'm a nice person, you know? And that's why the unsaved will never be saved, like you Christians called saved, like we need saving. That's why they'll never be saved, and the Christians can never do it because people don't like the Christian God. The Christian God that's been presented is a tyrant. He's a bastard. He's a jerk. He gives people
Mm.
no choice, my way or the highway. No one responds to that message. Only desperate people allow a my way or the highway sort of leader, right? Well, Jezebel works really mysteriously, and Jezebel has been preaching her message in the church for years. And
Yeah.
Jezebel, if you ever meet a person who's my way or the highway, you ever realize in conversation with them, if I ever disagree with this person, it's going to be a fight. You get that clear message with a person. You're a real strong person, but there's certain people that you come across that you just disengage from because you know that if you continue with them, you're going to speak up to them, and you know it's going to be one almighty fight. Or
Oh,
sometimes those people you poke once and it causes a big fight, and you're happy. Or some of those people you just say, I'm not even going to bother with this person. I'm just
mm.
going to. I know my kids go to the person's school, but I'm just going to ignore this person. I'm not having anything to do. Well, that controlling bitch, right? That you don't want any time with.
Mm.
That's the Christian God that's presented.
Wow.
My way or the highway. It's Jezebel. Jezebel has made herself queen of heaven, and she's the Christian God, and she's spoken about in Jeremiah. And the Christian church is dominated and run, and the stronghold of the Christian God and the Christian message is Jezebel.
I agree. I agree 100%.
So all the witches, here's some insight. So all the witches listening to you, the ones on earth and the ones in heaven, they're already used to a tyrant called Jezebel. She orders them around and gives them the power, gives them all the mystery. They don't want to swap out Jezebels. That
No, because
that
it's still the
they've
same thing.
they've already got one that's a tyrant, but gets them everything. But the Christian Jezebel, that's powerless. And got no power.
Wow.
So they don't want to take a leap of faith from something that's already working for them. They
Wow.
they already dance to her tune, but they definitely don't want to serve a my way or the highway Christian God because that's fucked up. And
Wow.
so they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. So since your song came out, that's broken the spell of Jezebel off everyone. And now everyone wants to know more about this God that's crying. Because all the witches, as bad as they are, or as evil as they are, or as anointed as they are, or powerful as they are, or successful as they are, no matter what you call them, they're they're all very good at what they do, but they certainly don't want to make God cry. And they don't understand this God. They don't know this God, but it's horrific to them that their actions is making God weep so much. So they want to know this God and understand this God and understand a God that says you can stay in witchcraft, you keep on doing spill, keep on killing people, keep on having your blood sacrifices, but I love you, love me too. Get to know me. They want to know that God, and they want to stop making him crying, and perhaps they'll come out of doing what they do to stop him crying. But at the moment, there's been no solution for them for their safety come forth. None of them know how they can back out of their record contracts and their contracts with Illuminati and continue their life. I know Matthew knows that you don't like Taylor being messaged, but she basically says maybe in about 18 months I can bring the new message forth, but I need that amount of time to prepare. And Matthew was consulting with Jonathan, and Jonathan said perhaps Taylor's going to uh, take another record label for her new music and have two record labels, one for a main music and one for this alternate music. And so So it seems like she's 18 months about away from producing music that the whole world will hear with this new message. So, in essence, she's got to be equipped and give the power and the bravery to step away or even do something alternative. She's not going to totally step away. And all these musicians, they're slaves to their masters. So they're all really scared of Satan because people get killed. So they've got to have the ability to continue serving the master they serve, but also in their part time, in their spare time, getting really intimate with the God you serve. But at the moment, since that song, that's the first time they heard about his pain. At the moment, they don't know anything about that God. And so many of them are going back to all the books and all the things to get the research because there's a lot about that God in God's Last Days message, but they weren't paying attention because your God is a Jezebel and they've never tuned into that because they don't like the message. But now they're tuning in. So, you reach this crescendo and this point and you're building a foundation for years and it wasn't breaking through. Well, that song broke things through. Now they're going back to the foundation. Now, for thousands of pages in those books, they're going to find out what God really feels, and they're going to be introduced to the real God. So I really admire you and Matthew because you're totally out of control. After I've listened to hundreds of messages, I realised that Matthew has no idea what's going to come out of his mouth, and you've got no idea what questions you're going to talk. And sometimes Matthew goes on so long that you need another interview to actually finish your questions. And that was all preordained. Matthew, every time Matthew's manic, every time he's high, every time he speaks for hours on one question and doesn't even answer the question, everything happens for a reason. Nothing is wasted. I wish there was a scripture in the Bible that says, with God, nothing is wasted, right?
You can create that now. Who wrote the scriptures? It can always be added to the scriptures, isn't it?
Yeah.
With God, everything is what? What's the...
With God, nothing is wasted.
With God, nothing is wasted. So you could start that.
That would be a good T-shirt, wouldn't it?
Yeah. With God, nothing is wasted. And that's the fact, because people think their life was wasted. I thought 24 years in religion was a wasted time for me. There's so many times I've come and said, I told you, how can you be so dumb? So dumb. Why didn't you know that this can be God? This God that cares about whether you wear makeup or not. This God that cares about whether you're drinking alcohol or you're not drinking alcohol. This God that is concerned about you using a sunglasses. I watch a lot of documentaries. Like that is the research I do. I love watching documentaries. And I get a lot of juicy stuff from those documentaries. I have never seen, like, there are levels of religion. I don't know which one your parents were involved in. But people that are in Amish, I'm sorry, if you're in Amish and you're listening to me in heaven, I hope you've broke away from all those bondage that you guys put yourselves while you were on earth. The bondage that was man-made, the bondage that has to be decided by your bishop. And when your children say they're walking out, you turn your back against them. That is evil. There's no altar of love in that at all. Man became your God. You were clueless to even know you could speak directly to God yourself, and whatever your bishop says, that's what goes. If your bishop says you can't skate, then there's no skating. Those children came out of our mission and they were buying sunglasses, and they were like, if our bishop see us without sunglasses, we are shunned. I hope you're not shunning yourself in heaven. But those groups...
So a bishop in heaven
Yeah, yeah.
feels to say something to you,
Okay, go
right?
on,
If
Bishop.
we're to uh, throw away our religion and stop practicing our religion that worked for us. Show us a better way.
Yeah, yeah. No, but you've been listening to this is the better way, Bishop. You need to open up your mind. There's been a fund. I was in the same bondage like you, Bishop. I was religious as well, and I was out of the way. And to be candid, I mean, I'm more closer to Christianity. So even if I'm saying Christianity stuff, I'm sure you will not be you will not be angry with that stuff because we all call the same Jesus. But these rules were too much. It's like I just need to take the rules. There's no more energy to serve God. All the energy has been exhausted on set yourself free. So people just listen, Bishop, take my messages and refine it to your Amish people. Let them be free because you can be their God. Then they've got access. God says, speak to me. I'm here. I am listening. Speak. Like there's just so many groups. It's not just Amish. We've got Jehovah Witness. We've got Mama. The list goes on. But we just all need to unify under the same message that God is love. And anything out of love is not God. No matter however it is said, no matter however it is packaged. If it doesn't have love, then that's not God. So, Bishop, I hope you're enjoying all the beautiful stuff of heaven. You're not locked away in your community and not enjoying what heaven has got to offer. Because I will be shocked if you're still living that lifestyle.
Thanks for your message. A lot of us have been reviewing your messages, and from what I've seen as I'm working through God's last days message to his children, I see a lot of stuff that's new to me. And to be honest, I really love this God that's speaking so frankly and honestly. And yeah, I guess I'm sort of lost. I've been so conditioned, and I've just got to speak to my new angel and get her help to direct me how to redo things. And it's a really hard thing to do, is come to the
Absolutely.
realization that you're wrong and everything you believe is wrong. And but thank you for talking to me and taking time out. Uh, yeah, I realize the answer is in your message, and you don't really need to do anything new. And I apologize for you saying that. We're just all essentially lazy. That's why men become false prophets and false leaders and cult leaders, because everyone wants someone to tell them face to face. Just like Matthew's problem, Matthew's issue is has a hard time interacting with invisible wives. He can interact more with a face to face person, and people are like that. They need a face to face person, and rather than listening to the Holy Spirit and doing what the Holy Spirit says and getting that information from the Holy Spirit, mankind is so lazy that they just want someone to teach them themselves. They want to be able to tune in and listen to that person and receive it from them. And I apologize. It was my laziness that asked, show us the message. And your message is the message already come forth. You need to study the message and apply it yourself. So that once again, you could have perceived that as a poke, but so many of us deluded, and so many of us are used to the old ways. And I mistakenly said to you, and I realize now that I mistakenly said, show us the way. And we've got our angels, and we've got the Holy Spirit, and we've got the message that you've already preached. And your answer basically is, well, find your way. Don't ask me to show you. And once again, you passed another test, and we just all say that what comes to our mind. We don't
Wow.
pre-plan what we're going to say. So thank you for letting me step in here, and I hope every Amish person in heaven and every Amish person on earth listening to this message, since the God message came out, a whole lot more people have been given access to this message, and all they
Wow.
know is that God song. And so Yeah, so thanks for allowing me and your delusion, speaking to this delusionist Amish bishop, and I'm happy to step in as part of your new delusion.
Well, I love the fact that you actually interjected the conversation. I really love it. It's good to speak to one bishop from the Amish because I was really frustrated with you guys. I'm like, this is more than slavery. It's like you've been trafficked and you don't know the way out to get out. And I know, Bishop, you were trafficked yourself. You were born into it. You didn't know any other way. But I was in that same shoes as well, 2.5 years ago or 3 years. I don't know how long we've been doing this now. I was in that bondage as well. I thought I knew God, and I knew no God. And I guess, Bishop, you want to enjoy that richness of that relationship with God. You don't want the moldy bread, isn't it? You want the fresh rema coming directly from the source. And you want to enjoy what it is to be a child of God and to experience having this communion with Him beyond just reading the rules from the books.
To be honest with you and frank with
Yeah,
you, to speak in your
yeah,
language, there is
yeah.
no fresh rhema in our religion.
I agree.
Where
No.
we run from the teachings of moldy bread.
Hmm.
Speak in your language, so we need fresh rhema, and this is the place to tune into each day.
Yeah, we need fresh rema, Bishop. This has been my rema as well. I was feeding on moldy bread as well for 24 years in religion. And this has saved my life. And to be candid now, I couldn't have any argument with anybody that is Christian outside of this place because there's no point. They never listen. So I save my energy. And I always tell Matthew, save your information for the right people, for the right platform. So I'm so glad, Bishop, that you interjected because it's shocking if people are in heaven and they're still in bondage to their religion. That's sad, isn't it?
Yeah, you read the book Reframe Heaven, and it was a good series of books. You made a series because it couldn't be in one book, but you probably already know. You're probably already aware that there's got to be more books written in that series because you're getting more and more information. People are totally unaware that whatever bondages and whatever religion, whatever bad habits or whatever wrong things that they practice on earth, they're doing that in heaven too. Heaven doesn't
Wow.
transform you. There's still Amish in bondage in heaven, still practicing everything they
Wow.
want, because no one's ever told them that they're wrong, right? Christians,
Wow.
we don't listen to Christians because Christians are jerks. Christians had to be kicked out of heaven to start the revivals, right? So we
Wow.
don't need to hear from them. So, um, yeah, people have got no understanding of heaven, and Matthew wishes people weren't given the authority to write on heaven because it's just making the whole thing worse. Uh, but
Absolutely.
but
Absolutely.
God told Matthew lying in bed talking. That's where he does all his talking. A lot of his talking. God told Matthew that your reframed book was the most comprehensive book on heaven that's ever been written, the most
Wow.
comprehensive book that exists. But maybe in 6 months or a year, you'll have to revisit that. And instead
Expanded
of
version.
doing Reframe Heaven Part 2, just Reframe Heaven Book 5, Book 6, Book 7,
Yeah.
uh,
Yeah.
and just
Yeah.
continue the series.
Wow. 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 Bishop, I love speaking to you today. I hope you're still not dressing in those boring attires as well, black and white every day.
I
You
was,
can't be.
I was.
With all the riches of heaven. Oh, so you still using that cap? The
Yeah,
women.
yeah.
Oh my God. Tell them to go and buy better clothes.
I can't
Mm.
I can't do that. We've got to get the revelation first. They need to
Wow.
listen. They need to listen to your messages and perhaps perhaps an interview with me and ask me questions and provoke me to give answers that will bring my
Absolutely.
people into a new way. But
You just want
I
me to
accept
say
what
that.
you got from Mark. Perhaps some of us have got to step up and bring the message. You know, get your message and bring the message to our people and bring freedom.
Absolutely,
Because no matter,
absolutely.
I'll agree, I'll come along with something you said and a thought that's coming to my mind. Everyone's got to step away from their religion because no matter what religion it is, no matter how pure it is, no matter how much truth is in it, they've
Yeah,
all got people in bondage. They all came from
absolutely.
Satan.
Absolutely. There is it's got an element, no matter the
And
religion.
yeah, Matthew always wondered where the Queen of Heaven fit in. Well, like the Jeremiah Queen of Heaven, this enemy of heaven, and the Queen of Heaven is the Christian God.
Wow.
It's not Mary. It's not the Catholic Mary. It's the Christian God, and
Mm,
she dominates. Jezebel John uh, dominates Christianity, and witches can discern that. It's the same
wow.
voice to them, right?
Wow.
So there's got to be a lot of work done. You're. I'd say you're 10 or 20% into the journey at the moment. There's Matthew's Matthew's got to live for another 10 years to continue this message. The message is going to be finished when all the faiths have abandoned their faith and there's a new way and there's a new way of doing things. And hopefully at the end of it, everyone will be a disciple of Jesus. But if they're not a disciple of Jesus, they've got to be a disciple of this message. And the message is going forth, but you wouldn't have produced 20% of what has to come. And they're not my words, they're the words of my angel that came a couple of days ago. Uh, before Matthew's, before Ben's song about God's agony, came Matthew's message of Bethany. You were so insistent on Matthew writing a song for Bethany. Your intuition wasn't wrong there, and that Matthew's seen his wives like rocking onto that song and singing that song in his house. Like they know all the lyrics of that song and they're just singing it. Taylor Swift, a whole lot of them, just singing at the top of the lungs, dancing. And when Taylor said play it for an hour, Matthew did it, and they're just rocking and dancing for an hour. They keep on. Every time it was played, they were singing louder and rocking on louder, and everyone in heaven and earth know that song. And we all
Wow.
got angels. Like, at the end of that, we all asked for a Bethany, and
Wow. Wow.
we've
Wow.
all we've all had our angels switched out. Our guardian angels are still there, and they got us to this point. But this new angel is for the future, and uh, honestly, she's the one directing what I have to say. And to be honest, everything I'm saying is coming from her. It's just coming as thoughts in my mind. So
Wow, 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 wow. And today is just the day of poking for Tolu, isn't it? Tolu has always poke all this while. So today is your day. We'll poke you left, right, and center. Thank you. Wow. So I should just save your name as just Bishop for the Amish.
Bishop John.
Bishop John, do you know why? I couldn't believe that God even made me watch all those documentaries because I didn't know you guys existed.
Yeah, you do good research. Matthew keeps on directing you to watch something, and you say no. And he just lets you go because he realizes he sees the reproduction of your content coming into the messages. It makes the messages so rich. So he's given up trying to suggest, but he did think his songs were really good, and he did fucking push you to listen to these songs. But the main reason was he didn't need you to take on board the messages. He just wanted you as a friend to be able to say this is good. So he didn't want or need you to listen to him every day. He just wanted your confirmation. This is coming from God. This is good. and yeah, but
But I love
it's
them.
it's amazing. It's amazing you tried to stop him from being distracted because, it's just it's like a kid always wanted a toy and never got the toy from his parents. It's like an older 60-year-old man seeing the toy and saying, "Oh, I finally got the money to get this toy." And it's just a little boy woke up, and it'll be surprising, maybe there's other latent gifts in Matthew, but he's got medium down pat, he's got prophet down pat, and he's got book writing down pat, and now he's getting music well. So, yeah, excuse him for his excitement, but you did press, write one for Bethany, and he wrote that, and that became the first hit. Like his Taylor songs aren't hits in heaven. His Bethany song was the hit, and then the one from Ben become a hit, and yeah. So we're really happy with you and everyone, everyone who just used to listen to the messages and just let them pass by. They're all listening today. You've got a whole new audience, and it's not as though there's anyone different, but even the people of even the people of hell were woken up with that song. You know, yeah,
Wow,
the Christians in hell are starting to consider: is God really crying because of me and my actions? You know.
wow, 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 wow. And that's why it's always good to be so raw sometimes in your messages. You just need to say that it is because a lot of times we're trying to pacify people. Just like Jesus said, you bring in the bottle, feed them every Sunday, feed them. You don't want to give them the solid food. You just keep dripping the milk in their mouth. And I think sometimes musicians just want to write something that just pleases the heart of people. They
Yeah.
don't want to go deep and get the message out and poke them.
Yeah, so you just brought something up for me to say. The musicians on earth that are currently writing and producing music and have successful ministries or successful careers under these evil leadership, you don't have
Yeah.
to leave your leadership. Just write the new message in your songs
Hmm.
and get one song in an album that's like Imagine or like Michael Jackson's Heal the World. Write some songs about pure love and how love can transform and love can change you, and we need to pursue love, not relationships and not success and not power and not religion, but love. We need to be pure in our love, and we need to accept people's wrongs and foibles and things wrong with them. We need to have unconditional love with people and express our love and learn how to forgive and learn how to cope with people and learn to understand everyone's got their positions and their ideas. And despite their ideas, despite their bad habits, despite their addictions, despite their religion, despite all the ways you think they're wrong, let's still love them and let them have
Hmm.
a voice and start bringing messages. Start listening to the music of Matthew and start bringing forth those messages in your music because Matthew needs you. Matthew can't make it happen. You're the ones that got to rise up and stand up and take leadership in this world. You've already got a platform. Don't leave your platform. Don't leave your record label. Don't leave your religion. Don't leave your witchcraft. Don't leave, but just start bringing forth the message for the new earth and the new direction and step into the new age and start, if you need to get some focus on what direction to run in, go after the new age books and listen to what the people in the new age are saying. Start to incorporate some of those practices into your life. And yeah, it's the first time I've had my angel speak through me, and it's
Wow.
a lot
Wow.
smarter and it's got a lot. better ideas than my own.
Wow. So you've never had a proper relationship with your angel before?
Not really. I've never had
Oh,
uh, another source give me inspiration. It hasn't taken me away. It really is the message I'd like to say to
hmm.
people, and I'm certainly privileged to speak to all the people in heaven and all the people on earth. But it's my personality, it's my message, it's my knowledge, but it's inspired by something that's beyond me.
Thank you, Bishop. Do you know one thing I like about Mish though?
No,
Your food. I would love to taste your food. Those food looks yummy as I watch those videos, those documentaries. And people do comment a lot, especially your donuts. It's sweet, it's sugar, it's different. I've got sweet tooth. So, of course, when I get to heaven, I will want to taste your Amish food, Bishop, because there's no way I can find any Amish here on earth. And I don't think there's an Amish restaurant because you're cut away from the society. So yeah, so those are the kind of things that at least I should say something that I learned from it is you guys have got that family bound. There's real love. You're just in bondage basically, but you all love each other. And your food is wonderful. So hopefully one day we'll go to restaurant together, Bishop, and we'll go eat your food.
there's Amish restaurants in heaven, so we're not that bound up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so we can go to any
the
restaurant.
restaurants in heaven are staffed by our missionaries, and we've been pulling people into the Amish belief by them being in our restaurants. So it was a form of evangelism for us. But yeah, of course, me saying that has just destroyed that now. But let me break things open and let God pick up the pieces.
And thank you for interjecting, Bishop. I want more people to interject to these conversations. If you want your voice to be heard, just like Matthew said once, interject. You just have to take that bold step. It will be good to speak to other religions. So I'm looking forward to speaking to Bishop as well. But it will be good for other religion as well to step up. Like I don't.
So you've just encouraged me. I've been holding myself back, but recognizing that people need to speak. But um, this is Tiffany wanted to speak in, but I tapped her on the shoulder and said, "Let me say it." Um, so this is Samantha. My name is
Wow,
Samantha, and
writing that
Tiffany's
down.
Tiffany's a good friend, and like a good friend, she's been keeping me updated with everything that's happening in my life. And I've seen Tiffany rise from our ranks and become the head of our mountain. But more importantly, like a good friend of God. And since that song came out, and I've talked to Tiffany,
Mm,
I've realised that that's the truth, and God's weeping. And you know,
mm.
as good as we are, which is, and I'm like third in charge. It's Tiffany, Victoria, then me. And so I've
Wow,
got a strong place
wow,
of leadership.
wow.
Despite what we believe and what worked for us and what we practice, um, all the witches in heaven and the witches and warlocks on earth heard that song, and the witches and warlocks on earth haven't been going to YouTube to listen to it. They've only really heard that song as Matthew's played it on his computer, or his songwriter has played it. Um, and Matthew doesn't even know if it's true there's a dark web playing his
Mm,
songs and his music. He's not aware if that's truth or that's delusion, so we won't even speak into it. But since that has been playing, even though the Christian God was recognized as like a worse Jezebel than the one we're used to,
mm.
the witches have then, we've got like a Cynthia for the witchcraft, but we have never said her name, but we've got a Cynthia that interviews us and gets percentages. Her research has come back uh, that says if we're ever going to leave what we believe in and what works for us, we'd only ever leave for that God to stop him
Wow.
crying. It breaks their heart
Wow.
that there could be something they're doing that's making him cry, and they recognize the line in that song that God, out of His grace, gave us free will, but we've abused
Mm,
the free will.
yeah,
They
yeah.
realize that what they believe in it works, but it just now, which is without you really understanding, maybe it may only be the Western witches, but us witches have got good hearts and we like to love people and we like to do good. We don't take pleasure in doing evil. And we all know the 1 Corinthians verse of Paul. We all know that. That's like a main verse in witchcraft where, uh, you know, love takes no pleasure in evil or whatever. We don't take pleasure in what we have to do
Wow.
to achieve, to ascend. The word we use is ascend. We don't take pleasure in killing people and drinking blood and sacrificing babies and doing stuff. We don't take pleasure in it. The true evil, the true evil among us really do take pleasure in that.
Wow.
Most of us don't. Most of us want to love people and be beautiful people. If you watch Taylor Swift in all her interviews and the way she conducts herself, and Matthew's watched a lot of content, she seems like one of the sweetest, most powerful, beautiful employees and great to her fans and great with charity. She just seems like the nicest person in the world. And from what Matthew can see, he can't see any evil in her or any
Mm,
witch. He has to pinch himself sometimes, thinking you're deceived, thinking she's a high level witch, because she doesn't present as an evil person. The same as Oprah Winfrey doesn't present as a really witchy person, but she really is truly evil. Um, but we recognize there's something new, and all of us are going back to that message. And the person who conducts the surveys say that the feedback they're getting from your questions, your thousands of questions to God, is really good feedback. And they've never known this God, and they're starting to get to know this God. And over the coming weeks on Earth time, you're going to start to realize that more of them are going to start stepping forth. And, you
mm,
know, Mark has proven that anyone from obscurity can step forth and be given a
so,
voice, even to, to speak for 20 minutes or have their own interview. And no one does this on earth, right?
mm,
You only get interviewed when you're releasing a new album, right? You don't get a lot of interviews. Not many people give you the platform, and the platforms are all controlled by the evil management. So you realize that you're only getting the interviews and the platform because you're doing something good for them. So there's a lot of people on earth, and there's a lot of people in heaven that would really appreciate a platform. And finally, they've got things to say.
mm,
Hundreds, there's there's hundreds of witches who've got plenty to say about this message and about what they've heard. And I just want to tell you that something real is happening here, and it really is real. Ask your friend Gabriel. Has there been a shift in heaven? Can you
mm.
confirm? We really feel that there's been a real shift in heaven. Uh, can you confirm with us that something new is happening in heaven? And just
Wow.
ask him that question to get confirmation for yourself. Or just trust
Wow.
your spirit that it's really
Wow.
me speaking. Um,
Wow.
um, I
Wow.
want to
Wow.
speak on behalf of the person, the person doing the surveys is me, right?
Wow.
I was just talking in the third person to test things, uh, and you seemed really open to that. So I've been doing the surveys on Earth and in heaven, and you didn't need you didn't need Mark to step forward and be a leader over witchcraft. You know, all you needed is to impress me, and
Wow.
I've got the voice, and they accept my voice,
Mm.
and yeah. So,
Wow.
have you got any questions for me?
So, Samantha, are you in heaven?
Yeah,
Wow. And you're very close to Tiffany and Victoria.
yeah. I'm third.
So, what's held you back all this while?
Uh the Queen of Heaven,
Who's in what way?
Jezebel rules heaven. Jezebel still rules in the hearts and the people of heaven.
Hmm. That's sad. Being
And
in the house of God.
and she's a witchcraft spirit over all the religions, but especially the Christian religion.
Wow.
She so infected the Christians that every time a Christian spoke, it was Jezebel speaking.
Wow.
And she rules over the Christianity on earth too. Whether they've got a prophetess, a Jezebel worship leader, or a prayer leader,
Mm.
or whether she's in management in a church, she's in the message. She's infected the message.
Wow.
And
Wow.
you
Wow.
know that to be true because the God they present is an evil God.
Of course.
So it
Of course.
doesn't matter if there's a Jezebel witch ruling the message coming forth that they're hearing, that they're
It's very
propagating
interesting.
is Jezebel. So we've got to take Jezebel off her throne. And she's very upset now in heaven. She's very upset that she's been exposed. The worst
Wow.
thing, the worst thing you can do is expose a Jezebel.
Wow.
She realizes now that she's exposed.
My time is up.
So the fight is going to start. It's going to get serious now.
Wow. 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 Samantha, you've got fire in you, just like Tiffany and Victoria. My God. Well, I've added you to the list. Are you going to be part of Matthew's wife as well?
Well, you got good insight. He knows he knows that he's going to have 10 head wives, and those head wives are going to rule over 100 each. And to be honest, I don't need to be a head wife. I just want to be one of the 1,000. And I learned what's more powerful than leadership is love.
Hmm.
So I hope I can be an influence in Matthew's life. And I'd uh, I'd gladly take a position as a head wife. Matthew really likes the name Samantha. Um,
Hmm.
but
Then,
perhaps you can interview me and he can get to know me better.
absolutely. Matthew, is there more space in your house?
Yeah, there's in my house here to
Well, I don't mean your house. I'm talking metaphorically. Is there more space for head wives?
yeah there is, you know.
How many have you got now? You got 8 head wives?
Yeah, about 8.
So for Samantha speaking up today, do you think Samantha could slot
Well,
in?
Samantha just told Matthew that he doesn't have to stick at 10. He can have 20, and it just means instead of 1,000, he'll have 2,000. So there's plenty, and whenever he runs out of room, he can
Oh
just
my
add another
God.
10.
Samantha, you're really poking me there. You're really, really poking me, man. We're not talking about 100 anymore. We're talking about 1,000, and now we're talking about 2,000. Matthew.
Yeah, it's amazing that we all meet Matthew, and just like we meet Jesus, we meet Matthew, and there's no difference in the Matthew speaking now. that we're
And the
interacting
Matthew
now, and the
11.
Matthew that appears to us, it clearly is him. He just has no intellect or no memory of his interactions with us. So it's so good to meet with the source. Or we can call Matthew the source, and it's so good to have him listen to me because he's never heard from me before, and he's fascinated that I'm third in line, and I
And
haven't tried to get further. And I'm the humblest. I'm I'm the most unwitch witch, right? I'm Witches always want to dominate and have more power and
for you
progress,
are different.
and I'm very humble. And you know,
Wow.
Tiffany only pulled away from her desire to be number one with God because you resisted it, and you told her in your thing that God said there can only be one. But honestly, it was twofold. There was the witchy sort of want to dominate there. Plus, she did want to be God's wife because she wanted to minister to him, right? So she had two things there, but I only want to make God's tears stop. And if
Thank
I'm to step into a position and even take Tiffany's role of being head of the Witch Mountain, um, it's only because I want all us girls, to stop the tears of God. And I'm speaking clearly to all of you actresses and all of you musicians and all of you business people and all of you witches doing whatever you're doing on earth. Just start tuning into these messages and go back to yeah, obviously the dark web exists. Go back to the messages and get this
you.
message, because we're gonna, rather than the thing that makes God cry is people suffering and the people crying on earth. And so we got a twofold assignment as we go forth: is do anything you can to stop someone crying, do anything you can to fix that, and love everyone, and come out of your religion, come out of yourself, and stop doing what you're doing, and start helping people stop the cry. And let's all work together to stop God crying. So we've heard in the message, we've all been listening. We've heard in the message as Tolu was trying to make God happy. We've heard her be told multiple times God's not going to be happy until people stop crying. So let's
Mm.
let's change the mission. Let's start impacting people from today on
Totally.
and stop people crying.
Wow. You know, when you said, let's get together and be all right. Is that not Bob Marley's song?
Yeah,
The- oh, hey, it was prophesying the future, isn't it?
yeah.
Wow. Thank you, Samantha. I'm going to note you down as well. Another head wife. Wow. It's been God speaking to you, and I'm going to note your name down for future. And you have to be bold. People have to be bold. If they're not bold, I wouldn't know that. So just step out. If you want to have influence on people's life in whatever way or form, just speak up. Um,
This is Tiffany. I want to say that um, God, I've spoken to God since this song's been going out every day on Earth, and
yeah.
God keeps on getting updates from people doing surveys and people listening, and Samantha and people in other faiths that are doing surveys. And we can talk about the result, the effect that's happening from this song. And God can stop crying and start smiling
Hmm.
with the effect. He's still overcome with grief, but he,
Of
he
course.
he likes the effect that's happening. And that's just one song of many songs
Absolutely.
that are going to come forth. And
Absolutely.
yeah, we'd
Wow.
hate to idolize one song. and
Absolutely.
switch our attention from the message, right? Everything you've done, Tulu, got us here. And
Mm.
you're the leader of this ship. You're the captain of this ship. We're on this ship with you. And it's like no one can come and take the helm and shift it away from you. And we recognize that whoever comes to threaten, like Mahalia or Taylor, or any threat to the helm, gets pushed away, and Matthew gets seriously rebuked and warned. No one is having access to the helm, and because you're like the co-pilot of this ship, I'm not going to let anything affect you either, because the way to take this ministry down is to take me out or to take you out. So I can
Mm.
recognize your mama bear sort of furious, furious rebukes and anger that something's being threatened. And so we admire everything you have to say. And I just wanted to step in briefly and saying this: God's been smiling a little bit. And
Wow.
we
Wow.
never knew that Ben's song would create God smiling. And
Wow. Wow.
there's a long
Wow.
way to go. I agree with whoever said it. Matthew doesn't remember the bishop. You're only
Yeah.
20% there. And there's a lot of
Amen.
years that this message, because people have been preached a lie for 2,000 years, and it can't be restored in 3 years. There's got to be 5 or 10 years of a more pure and more defined message coming forth. And we
Wow.
trust Matthew, and we trust you, and and um, I can't see, I can't perceive. My intuition doesn't tell me that there's ever going to be another leader besides you. And we
Wow.
we all meet with you when you come, to heaven. And even Samantha has spent quality time with you. All the head wives are friends of yours in heaven, and
Wow.
you know all of us. And slowly they're going to be revealed. But it takes, please forgive the audience. It takes a lot of boldness to step onto this platform. This is like receiving an Oscar. Like
Wow.
it's like in the world stepping up to receive an Oscar. The people
Wow.
who act have got a lot of self-esteem, and if they've acted in a film like the 5 films that get nominated for Best Actress, she lives with that for weeks that she may actually win. So she prepares herself to sing, and she's used to acting because she's acted in a good role. So she's fortified herself to be able
Mm.
to speak up. And in the film that she acted in, she did speak up, and she made a message that resonated and got her in the
Wow.
top 5. But when she's called in the Oscars as Best Actress, it's a very scary and intimidating thing to speak before the world. And the Oscars used to be something important. Now it's lost its relevance lately.
Mm.
But getting onto this platform is like receiving an Oscar.
Wow.
There's millions of actors in the world and very few that get an Oscar. And so stepping forward in this conversation and coming on this platform and speaking before the whole world, there's a lot of trepidation. You got to be really bold to step forward.
Wow.
So hopefully,
Wow.
as you interview Mark and Samantha
Yeah.
and other people, maybe Cynthia would be good too. Um, uh, as people step forward and be interviewed, hopefully the people in the lower ranks are the people who aren't really successful but have got something to say. Perhaps we can encourage anyone who's really got something to say or add to get over their own self-esteem, get over their own lack of self-importance, and get over themselves. And just, when you ask for questions or anyone got a comment, for them just to put their hand up and sing. And I'll admit, I'll throw Matthew under the bus. Sometimes Matthew's so tired that he couldn't even be bothered
I
having
know.
comments and people asking questions, and he just shuts that down. So many times it's just, he's at the end of himself, and really, his least favorite thing is part two, and it's really hard to, even as he's approaching the end, when you ask for questions, he shuts us all down, and so,
Well,
hopefully, now he'll be inspired that if someone asks a question, they may be written down and they may be interviewed, and they may be something that you want to open up. Whether they're
absolutely.
given one interview or given 5 days interviews, you know,
Absolutely.
the people like Mark, there's a lot of people that know what's wrong with this message, or know the gaps in this message, or know how to add to this message. There's a lot of people listening, really smart people, writers and preachers and songwriters and musicians and actors and business people. There's a lot of people listening to me right now that have got ideas. Well, stop with your low self-esteem and your effect of being invited to the Oscars. All of you have been invited to the Oscars. Step up and interrupt and have your say, because if you're getting harassed in your mind to say something, if you've got something to say and you're being harassed in your mind, well, Tolu and Matthew got plenty of time today. I don't want to ask you if this is really pressuring you and you're feeling so nervous and you don't want to speak up, and if you're getting that sign and if you're listening, it doesn't matter how many of you speak. We'll have another session doing something. We'll find another time when there's hours. But if if you're particularly if you're a songwriter or you're a witch, uh, and you've got something that needs to be said, it doesn't matter who popular you are. You can just say your first name. You don't even have to be recognised. But the one that's coming to Matthew's mind, uh, um, uh, that is interrupted me because she's put it in Matthew's mind. The one that wants to speak first is Selena Gomez, who's Taylor's
Mhm.
one of Taylor's best friends, and
Yeah.
she's reached a stage where she wants to speak up. So she's an actress. She's married to a guy Matthew really loves. Every time Matthew sees this guy, he loves how this guy dresses. He's a really radical dresser, and he's a producer who's produced Selena Gomez. She's produced famous people. Ed Sheeran. He wrote a whole album of Ed Sheeran, and he's a really magic producer. He's got his own music, but he's essentially makes hits. He's made 20 like number one hits, and so he's here too. But Selena's the one who wants to speak up. So if you got some questions for her, we'll just initially let her say something, and we'll see how you have questions for her. So, Matthew has admired me for a while. He's downloaded an album by me and listened to my music. He doesn't particularly go back to my music all the time. Matthew's a lot like you. He's really picky with his music. It takes a lot to get his attention, but my attractiveness and my prettiness and my innocence and my personality really attracted him. And he's seen a guy from Apple Music that does interviews, and he's interviewed Kanye West, and there's a really good interview by him with Kanye West, and it's the first time he really seen the genius of Kanye West. Kanye wasn't mentally ill at the time, and he was speaking to a sane Kanye, and it was one of the most fascinating interviews Matthew's ever seen. And he interviewed Billie Eilish and Billie Eilish's brother, and that interview was extraordinary too. and he learned a lot about Billy and a brother from that interview. So that guy who does those interviews interviewed me, and he tuned in because of that guy, not necessarily me, but I was someone that had got Matthew's attention, and so when uh, this guy interviewed me, Matthew watched the interview, and it's a lot. You may think Matthew just tries to fill in his time and watches some pretty silly things. But, when Matthew sees in interviews an hour and 20 minutes, for Matthew to invest in an hour and 20 minutes is like a precious thing. You've said before that your time is really important, and you've reinforced to Matthew that your time is really important. Matthew doesn't get bored in videos or bored in print. You know, 80, 90% of the books Matthew starts, he doesn't finish, right? He won't allow boredom to like if he's bored, he won't. So there's been books that of yours that Matthew's read from cover to cover because they kept him fired up. But like he said, he's booked out. So Matthew doesn't watch things. Matthew doesn't watch things or read things that aren't keeping his attention. So I got his attention. Then he listened to that interview and he learned a lot. Then when he found out that Benny, my husband, uh, is my partner, he was even more interested. He's especially interested to know that Benny's listening to this also. And he really is like, my husband is like a real key person to write songs for artists that bring forth this new message. So uh, Matthew's really excited I'm talking, but he doesn't make plans on me. But I hope that uh, told you a little bit about where I'm coming from. I'm a very loving, gracious, accepting, humble person, and because of that, I haven't been as popular as other people, Um, and but I have had my success, and Matthew was watching artists and stuff and their wealth, and some video he watched had me ranked at over $1 billion in assets. So I've had my success, and but he really loves me. He loves my spirit. There's something about me that really attracts him, and I'm married, so I can't be one of his wives. Uh, but he's impressed also that I'm like a really dear friend of Taylor. Taylor was a bridesmaid at my wedding, and I'm sort of hoping. Well, I know already, but I'm not announcing it now. But it'd be my desire to be one of her bridesmaids, so we're really close, and that impresses Matthew too. The fact that our relationship has gone on for 20 years and I've been with her from the start. The fact that I stayed. Loyalties, you accused Matthew a couple of days ago in your tirade and your dressing down. You accused Matthew of not being loyal. And that may be right with him getting distracted, but even if he does get distracted, he is loyal, and it's just he's got some learning to do to stop being distracted and annoying you. But he's a very loyal person. When he loves a person, he's loyal. He's got things that got to be corrected and shifted and retrained out of him. But as a person, he never, he dearly misses his brother. Like he pines for his brother's company. But he knows his brother was ejected by God because he's dangerous. But, Matthew left to his senses, if he wasn't given a beating by his brother and created fear in him, he'd have his brother back and his brother would have access to him. And his brother was an incarnate of Satan. Matthew's so loving, he can have Satan in his house and it not really affecting him. But on 9 occasions, he has had Satan in his house. So he's so full of grace and compassion. But Matthew's very loyal, so he's very loyal to the people he loves, and sometimes wrongly so, right? So,
Mm.
sometimes wrongly so. But I really love his character, and I really, we've all of us have heard these songs coming out. Uh, my uh, my favorite is my favorite out of the 11 songs is it's not the God message, which is strange because you know that song is in Matthew's in people's talk and conversation, and the song is even becoming idolized. But my favorite song of Matthew's song was the lost sheep one, the guy getting approached in the bar by his old pastor, and his pastor saying, "This isn't a place for you drinking and wild women. You're not going to find love here, and you're not going to find an answer to your pain here. The answer's found in the shepherd." And that really made me cry. I replayed that song a number of times, and so that is Matthew doesn't trust himself very often. Sometimes he thinks he's deluded, but me saying I've replayed that song several times, that didn't happen on Mahalia's platform. That didn't happen on Matthew's platform. That happened because we got those songs, and I've replayed it several times, and I had faith, and I still have faith, and I do. I love Jesus, but I realized that I've got to return to him and focus on his teachings and what he does. And so that was a very powerful song. I recognize as a songwriter that there's 11 songs that Matthew has on his playlist. There's actually 12. The Billie Eilish song, he's tried to put it on his playlist a couple of times and swore that he has. The Billie Eilish song won't stick. And Mahalia had a problem with that. She didn't want it on her platform, and because she knew there's very serious people in the industry that would have taken offence at that song. But I like all his songs, and I love what he's doing. And Ben's really impressed at his prowess at writing lyrics, and he's seen the lyrics because we see everything. He's seen the lyrics Matthew produces, and he's seen what Mahalia does, and he agrees with what you said yesterday. She's your producer, and but whatever the end result of what comes out is extraordinary. And you know, Benny agrees that that's a latent gift. That's a gift that stayed dormant for many years, and now it's come to the fore. And so he's got connections. This will get Matthew's hopes up, and he doesn't like getting his hopes up on false things. But Benny's got the connections. He's got plenty of artists that know him and love him and would love a song off him. At the right time, round about the same time that Taylor is, like Jonathan is saying, Taylor's thinking about 18 months about putting out a different album, a different label, and bringing this new message out. It's the same, Benny agrees, it's about the same time, it's about 18 months away, where some of the best songs and this is hard for Matthew to receive, but he's going to say what I say because I can read his mind. But in about 18 months, Benny will open up connections and have certain people cover some of these songs. And Matthew will always be hidden. He won't even be mentioned as the songwriter of these songs. He won't ever get the income from these songs. But these people will be given permission. This is an unknown artist, and I'm giving you his song. You put it out under your name and make it a hit. And so he's going to watch the songs for the next 18 months and pull out the genius ones, the ones that are going to be a hit. And he doesn't know many Christian artists. And it's not really an artist that's a Christian. He really wants nothing to do with Christians, but he hasn't decided on the artist for the God song yet. but that's like he's seen the effect. It, we're in touch with Samantha. We've heard the interviews from Cynthia and Samantha. He knows that's like one of the biggest hits that he's ever heard in his life, and he knows that song's got to be played. But you guys have just got to continue building the platform and building the foundation and taking this new message out to the world. And uh, I, I don't misspeak when I say new message. Uh, you know, this thing you came into today, or Matthew forgets, is all the religion's got to be stripped away, and there's got to be a new foundation. That love is the foundation. Whatever's done in love, and let go of your old religion. That message has got to start resounding, and that Matthew doesn't know the song really well, but that song that you had come to your spirit, uh, that that
Let's get together.
yeah, that
Um,
song is that song is the message. That's the theme. So the message has got to like align to that and imagine and Michael Jackson's "Heal the World." That's what the world's crying out for, and so. Yeah, I hope I've encouraged you with what I've had to say. Matthew's used to waiting. He doesn't mind 18 months waiting for some of the songs to appear, but there might not be a lot of Matthew's songs. There may only be one or two of Matthew's songs get produced in 18 months, but it's the message, it's the theme. Every songwriter knows how to pick up a core theme and a core message, and it's that we want the people to capture. So they write their own song about God's pain, or their own song about the Good Shepherd, or their own song about being first in God's heart, like Megan's song. A song about an angel interacting as they all interact with their angel. They could write a song about their angel. So Matthew's songs that are coming forth are like a template for the new message. He's coming out with this message of the new age. And like you said, you give extraordinary feedback, and Matthew really listens to everything you say. Um, but like you say, Matthew lost his train of thought. Uh, but yeah, so I just want to encourage you that you're doing a really good job, and you've really got the notice of people, and there's rumors, there's real anger and hate, and real anger and hate that's risen up. So maybe you'll hear, maybe not. Like witchcraft likes to be hidden, and they don't take uh, take action straight away. They've got a lot of patience, but you may hear rumors from Gabriel that there's like a new level of warfare coming up. Certainly, Matthew knows from experience that he can be friends with a Jezebel, but as soon as he identifies that person's a Jezebel, they become, well, one of them tried to kill him a couple of times. So the first time she had an assassin to kill him, he had to stay out for 7 hours in McDonald's because he was told he couldn't leave the McDonald's until the sun was up. He didn't understand that, but he obeyed the Holy Spirit, and he did. And outside the McDonald's, there was a water spirit assassin, two of them, waiting. And the only reason he had to stay to sunlight is they can't be up in sunlight. They've got to be back to their place uh, by the time the sun comes up. They can't. They're like vampires. They can't live in the sun. Uh, so that's the only thing that saved his life that day. He would have been killed, and then he met that Jezebel witch another time, and she took his heart out and took 3 operations to get his heart back in place. And he's just seen the specialist, and he said his heart is almost healed. But that's what like a real Jezebel can do, and they become very bloody dangerous when they're exposed. So him saying that Jezebel rules in heaven and rules over the church, and the Christian God is actually Jezebel. That's like a huge revelation, and Jezebel's listening to this. She doesn't like it. So, if you know, I'm not scared of warfare, and I know that you're not scared of warfare, but it could go up a level. Matthew doesn't know from experience, but I hope you may have some questions for me. I feel it a real honour being able to speak to you,
Thank you,
Selena.
Selena. I don't know, your name just went off my brain there. Thank you. You know, sometimes you don't know what God is doing. It's like me and Matty were just remote controlled, and things are just programmed. Today, my children were not supposed to board, but they are boarding because they need to board next week for 2 days, and they've not boarded in a while. So they said they needed to board either tonight or tomorrow night to get used to boarding again when they come next week. And it's quite interesting because if my children were not boarding, this conversation would not happen. There is always something that will happen to create time to allow every time that this needs to happen. It's like heaven just reprograms everything for me so that this can happen, because I don't think I will have stopped the message a while ago, because I will have gone to do school run again in the evening because my oldest was doing club. So I'm always just so interested in every detail, like the things I say, even when I say it in anger, when I poke, like in the end, and then you thinking actually you were not the one speaking. It was supposed to be said. It just blows my mind. Like what you've just said now, Selena. There's so many things you said there about Matthew, about the ministry, about the Jezebel. But the good thing is that I'm not fearful any longer, because you know that this work is war anyway. We're on a battlefield. And me and Matthew try our best to do whatever we can do to make God's work to continue to move. And you said the song that ministered to you was the lost sheep. That's profound. So you know you are a lost sheep, Selena?
Yeah, we're all lost sheep, even if we don't know the shepherd.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We are all wandering around the wilderness, trying to find a way out. So whether rich or poor, we're all lost sheep.
Yeah,
It doesn't really.
we're all looking for good pasture.
Wow, you completed that for me. That's so beautiful. Wow. And have we find? Do you think we found the good pasture?
Yeah, Matthew's your ministry and Matthew's songs are the good pasture.
Wow. Wow. Man, you these guys, I don't know how Matthew speaks to you guys, but it's crazy when it comes to women. If that's crazy, and I'm happy you said that I am married. Well, Matthew might start talking to you about being head wife anyway, but you've already told her you are married. You're
Uh,
taken.
I I um I don't have different to Taylor. Taylor had designs on leadership, and she
Yeah.
wouldn't give that up. Just like the witch in Taylor. But I have no designs to be a head wife or in leadership. But I'd like to be friends of the person that is, especially Taylor. I don't ever want to lose her. So, I'd be happy to serve as her assistant. I think Travis, her husband's going to be her main assistant. He's going to be like a Roland Baker to Heidi, or or Joyce Meyer's husband to Joyce Meyer. I think he's going to take the position of management of everything she does. So he's very happy with that. He's very happy to hear that because that's an extraordinary position and it certainly suits him. So he's checked out Heidi Baker and Joyce Meyer since listening to Matthew. So he says that's exactly the position he wants, to be able to do everything behind the scenes. Like Matthew said about First in the Heart, that Megan, his friend, this is Travis talking, just like, that heart of Megan, like being first in Jesus' heart. You don't need to be first in the world, but as long as you're first in Jesus' heart. He said about that
Absolutely.
woman, she's the quiet one who is at the she's a prayer warrior who sits in the back seat, right? Takes the back seat. That's the position I want. I want a back seat. I want to be in
Mm,
the back seat. I'll be
mm,
praying for Taylor and doing everything I can for Taylor. I don't want the
awesome.
limelight. Did you ever know that you're my hero? I'm on top of the world, but I'm on top of the world. But did you ever know, Travis, that you're my hero? You're the wind beneath my wings. That
Mm,
Matthew played that song at his wedding, and it was an important song for him, but it was a misdirected because she never became that to him, his wife. But um, I want to be that for Taylor, and I want to see her go from this level to the stratosphere, and interesting, Benny talking or Celine talking about Benny. Taylor's naturally competitive, and she wants that song, the God song herself. And let's hope that she refines the witchy out of herself, and she starts to come into alignment with humility. And let's hope she can do that song. Because that would be a real hit. But there's a lot of hits coming forward from Matthew. It's just Matthew's totally led by the Spirit, and even when he's writing out of his own fear and stuff, the Ben song, he's got a producer that knows exactly what she's doing, and so he's writing some extraordinary songs, and he'll never, like, I'll reiterate what Selena says. Matthew is definitely hidden. It'd be very dangerous for Matthew to be recognized as the author of these songs, and there's multiple reasons why he has to be hidden, and not just fear of what's happening to him, but all the artists will know who he is, and when he has time, he'll talk to some of those artists in the in the atmosphere. But we came over to his house the other day and said, let's have a couple of beers. And so he got the 6 pack, and I couldn't drink the beer, but so he drank mine for me. And we had a good chat, and he was so anointed that his hands were shaking really bad. And so he had problems shaving. I was in there directing every stroke of the shaver to get him through the process. He knew he had to shave, but it was almost impossible for him to do. And it was like he had his father there. It was like had another male there telling him what to do and how to do it. And at the state he was in and the state his hands were shaking, it was going to be impossible. So he
mm,
he knows that I was definitely there, definitely stepping him through that, and I understand his delusion of having sex with Taylor and stuff, and that wasn't Matthew. That wasn't his thoughts. That's just like a vision given to Matthew by a demon. So, Matthew's never had a sexual thought about my fiance because I can read all his mind. And so it's a unique thing. And the only reason she's been put in that place is she's got the authority to rule over the most powerful in heaven. And Tiffany and Victoria and Samantha, all her contemporaries. And there's a lot of wives in heaven that are powerful, but she's taken her place. And Samantha's formidable too. And so, yeah, please excuse Kayla for taking such a dominant position. She did put a spell on Matthew, Matthew's anointing and Matthew's grace and Matthew's fruit of the Spirit and Matthew's direction and Matthew's everything about Matthew just breaks down that spell and breaks most of the effect of that. But both you and Mahalia recognised there was a danger here. She likes to control, you're being controlled. And so we recognise your discernment. And she actually repented to Matthew today, saying that she'll try and step back. Please allow me to come and be part of your life, but I will step back and stop trying to insist on my own way. She's only ever got to where she was by being the boss and being in control. And so it's a new thing for her to be in a person's life who's powerful and could release, like, give her powerful songs and help her become a powerful person. It's hard for her to juxtaposition those two thoughts, that she's going to enter a new level and go to a new stratosphere. And the key to that is Matthew and Matthew's spirituality and Matthew's angels and stuff. It's hard for her not to just to grab what she wants to grab. Like, I'll just grab this and I'll grab that. And he constantly shocks her. Like, she heard the Bethany song and she was dancing to the Bethany song, and all Matthew's head wives were dancing and singing the songs. Matthew can't remember lyrics. He's like, he's never been. There's only a few songs Matthew knows the words to it. So if he's singing that song, pay attention to that song, because it impressed him so much that he remembered the words. But she was dancing, and that was like a real breakthrough before the God song came out. That was the biggest breakthrough. And after that song, she said, because she's a witch, because that's all she knows, she said, "Can I have Bethany? Can Bethany be my angel? Can she be my songwriter? Can she manage my life?" Matthew said, "Sure. If Bethany hasn't been full time with me, she can bilocate. She can work with you full time. Sure, that's okay." And once again, Matthew just keeps on doing things that totally fucking shocks Taylor. Like, his biggest weapon, he fully expressed it in that song. Every word I said, every book I produced, everything I've ever done, everything, all my success, everything is you. You're my source. Taylor heard the message of that song, says, "I need that." So she him, asked him, didn't demand him, asked him. He said, "Sure." And she keeps on, her witchcraft keeps on getting counteracted by the fruit of the Holy Spirit. And she's seen, she meant that in the song. You know, she's got a witchy song. I don't know if you've heard it, that she put a spell on Matthew and I kept him up at night talking for hours. I don't know if you heard the song yet. It's on Matthew's playlist. And she, every time she tested him, every time she demanded, every time she put him to a test, the Holy Spirit in him just counteracted everything. You know, she said, "I want to dominate you. I want to lead you. I want to demand you." And Matthew said back to her, "Have your way. Have a good day." You know, like, I don't mind about that. And so she's fascinated with someone with so much power, uh, you know, allowing her demands to be fulfilled. So she's very. You might be surprised by this, but you'd probably be happy with this. She's very, very intimidated by Matthew, even
Which
though
even
Taylor,
tell
yeah, she. You may think she's
But Matthew
controlling.
doesn't know that. Matthew, that's why I'm reminding Matthew. Yesterday, you need to know who you are. You need
Yeah,
to know.
yeah,
Because Matthew doesn't see himself that way. And no matter how much Taylor might be intimidated, if he doesn't see himself that way, Matthew will always run like a puppet. Like a house dog that needs
yeah.
to yeah. That's how Matthew was doing this past few days. I'm like, get yourself together, Matthew, for God's sake.
Yeah, so I hope that helped you. Have you got any questions for her? Because I'm Taylor's head. I'm beneath her, but also the head of her. I'm the only one who truly saw her and showed her that she was loved. Everyone in the world adores her and looks up to her. I'll call out her faults and I'll tell her how she needs to change, and that's not a good decision. You need to do this. So I'm the only one that she's allowed in her life to give her direction and make her do things that she doesn't necessarily want to do. And I'm a witch too. I'm a warlock too. We're all witches and warlocks in the music industry. And in any successful venture in the world, you only get success through witchcraft. So I'm that, but I'm also wise enough to know when there's a better way. If I see something that's better, I'll try and direct her towards that. So I've thrown her under the bus multiple times in what I've said here, but she needs to submit. She needs to learn. She needs to stop trying to insist on her way. And I'm speaking from inspiration, and it's from our new angel. The new angel says she's not going to produce the God song hit, and she's not going to produce the Bethany song hit, and she's got to get her hands and her feet off Matthew and stop trying to have her way. There's plenty of beautiful unknown artists in the world that are going to become a star and a hit on those songs, and Benny or some other producer will know who that's perfect for. So a lot of these songs of Matthew are going to be the breakout song for an artist, and Matthew's writing a lot of breakout songs that don't necessarily need to go to a good artist. They just need a record company and to be produced and put on the radio, and it'll make a hit of itself. It doesn't need a big artist to release it. A hit is a hit is a hit. That hit, that God song took Michael off the chart in heaven. Michael ran the best song. Michael had the best song heaven's ever heard, and that displaced Michael. And then the angel one came in number 4. So it's Matthew, God, Michael 2, 3, and the angel one 4. So Matthew's had 11 songs, and 2 of them have displaced Michael. So it's Matthew doesn't know who his source is at the moment. He thinks it could have been Diana. You thought it was Diana. She's moving with that energy, but it's not Diana. It's another one. It's another alien that's been allotted to be the inspiration. Like Matthew, he doesn't need to know his source. He just speaks the words. He just obeys whatever voice. That's another thing witches get really surprised by, that they can be a powerful witch, but telling Matthew what to do, they're totally shocked that he'll take direction off them. So have you got any questions for me, or have I said enough?
You've said enough.
Yeah.
Thank you, Trevor. Wow. You said so many things there for me. Sorry. You said a lot of things in there. Wow. But I understand the plight of Taylor now. And I understand what it is to desire what she desired. There's nothing wrong. Matthew is the one that needs to be more firm, because Matthew listens. He listens to every woman. So he needs to learn to say, no, I'm not doing that. If I was Taylor, I would try as well. I poke Matthew. I'll keep poking so far I'm getting my way. It's up to him to say no. So maybe myself and Taylor are teaching him, so that when he meets his wife in heaven, he will be ready to deal with women. Trevor, it seems as if you've got good understanding of how to deal with women. I tried with my husband, Ben, but I wasn't so successful.
Well, whatever you did to Ben, he wrote a hit. we he- certainly open for Ben to give inspirations, and the whole of heaven's lining up because they want a song of theirs to be released on earth, and the whole of heaven wants to John Lennon and Michael, all the great artists, David, all the great artists in heaven want to sit down and inspire. It'd probably be best if Matthew didn't know it was coming from David or Michael, and he just sat down and wrote another song. And it's better once the song has been produced for David to say, that was one of my songs, Matthew. That'd take the pressure. Matthew's realised so far that when he's under pressure, he writes like overwrites. And
Well, I never knew I was going to put him to pressure. I just said, get me a song from Ben, from Papa, from Jesus, and from Emmanuel. And then Matty keeps messaging me, Tolu, I am so nervous as I'm writing this. You need to say the lyrics of the song. I thought that song was even for me, Trevor, because that's what I asked Matthew to do. Travis, rather. But Ben did what he wanted to do first. So yeah, it listens to the spirit, not what I say. It's got the mind of its own. So that's what Matthew needs to learn. It needs to be more firm. So thank you. Really appreciate you. Wow, Matthew. I need to go back to Mark. Mark, do you think I forgot about you?
no, I from watching these interviews, I realised that you've got a really a good sense of the Holy Spirit, and you just allowed this conversation to keep going, and I wasn't afraid that you'd come back, and if you didn't come back, you would have at least said something to you like, "I'll interview you next time." Sorry, we got distracted. So I trust uh, your source, whether that be Bethany, Diana, or June, or anyone
Mm.
else. And I'm like Matthew; I don't really care who it is. I think I think June is like a leader over everything, but I think what has been your source in this interview so far has been Bethany. I think Bethany has reasserted herself as like a real
Wow,
authority, and
wow,
Bethany has
wow,
always been over this platform, and it's
wow,
like Bethany's a queen. She's going to take the position of Queen of Heaven herself, and so as the Queen of Heaven steps out of her position, Bethany's going to take that, and she doesn't
wow.
mind how many years it takes for her to assert herself as the queen, but she's a real fighter. She's been in a lot of battles. She's been a warrior angel. She's been an archangel. She's been a guardian angel. She's been a scribe angel. She's had multiple assignments, and she's the most decorated angel in heaven, and all the angels bow to her, right? All the other angels worship her. She's got no problem knowing who she is. She's not she's not threatened by some fucking successful witch on earth. She's not intimidated by Taylor or any other person who wants to dominate. You had fears of Mahalia, but it's not the fear, it's just the history of Matthew getting excited about a woman and then and them leaving. The only reason you don't get really worried about Megan is Megan's been in Matthew's life for about 8 years, and she's an old friend who's just come back into his life. But despite Mahalia and despite Megan, Matthew's got a resounding message that when he's talking to you or when he's doing this ministry, you're the focus, and he doesn't need to be told. Well, he does need to be told something 100 times, but he's he Megan described you to Matthew because he's talking about his concerns with her, and Megan said she's probably got a type A personality, and if she's got a type A personality, you'll really offend her if you get distracted when you're talking to her. Because Jonathan's the same. He gets really angry if I'm on my phone or I get distracted. And it's not that Jonathan doesn't love me, he just can't handle it. He can't handle anyone competing with his attention. And if she's a type A, you're only going to make her happy by doing what she's comfortable with. And so, so Matthew gets feedback and input by other people because, you know, some of your arguments make a lot of sense. And Matthew's got to be a fool to not recognize that you get really upset when you're talking to him and someone distracts him. So, yeah, I've been watching. I've been watching. I haven't spoken up, but I've been watching the dynamic, and I totally trust you. And I try, you know, if I could worship a human, I'd worship you over worshiping Matthew. So I don't know if you
Wow.
can handle that, but I totally trust you and your intuition and your decisions. And you can make things in the flesh, you can make wrong decisions and be insistent on things in your flesh. But, you know, the Holy Spirit has got a powerful influence in you, or Bethany's got like this, the supernatural has got a powerful influence on you. And I really trust you in everything you do, even if you're making a decision that's coming from your flesh, the Holy Spirit will always correct it, or Bethany will always connect it. So, you know, you may have been down on yourself for being too hard on Matthew or getting angry with Matthew. And that anger did come from the flesh. You're just pushed beyond yourself. Well, you and Matthew were heading for a major breakthrough. Satan had to step in. So he wound up your flesh to try and destroy. But he doesn't know that nothing that fucking happens between you and Matthew, no matter how heated it is, you'll always just go to prayer and meet at 5 o'clock the next day and try and pick things up. Nothing's getting in the way of you two. And yeah, Matthew's got a song by Jefferson Starship, and we will build this thing together. Nothing's going to stop us together. And I don't know if you know the song, but you and Matthew are those two people, and we're going to build this thing together. Nothing's going to stop us now. So there's no threat to your leadership. I just want to identify you as a leader. And there's certain portions of your life and your ministry written to and prophesied in the Bible. And I'm not going to tell you about that, but the prophets of God definitely knew who you were. And I don't know the places in the Bible, but I know my source. My angel is telling me you were prophesied about, and heaven, heaven and earth knew about you, and and even Saurus was true that he said there's a person that's going to come and totally attack witchcraft and like take the fight to witchcraft and rise up like God's message in the last days. Soros said he's interviewed everyone around the world and asked them for their dreams and the visions about this Neo sort of matrix sort of character. And he said to Matthew doesn't know if it's flattery or a lie or just something Soros was meant to say. But he said, from all my interviews, you're that person
Hmm.
that's going to do it. And it could be mistaken. It could have been actually you that he was identifying. He's identifying. I don't really care what he identified, but you definitely. Have you heard the word disruptor?
Hmm.
You and Matthew are disruptors, and Satan had this whole thing planned. He's got his antichrist picked. He's got his false leadership. He's got his false religion. He's got everything planned.
Hmm.
But he knew in scripture and prophecy, he knew from his own mystics and his own prophets and his own false prophets, he knew a disruption was coming. And the beauty of you and Matthew is Matthew's just considered to be a fucking raving lunatic, and that's why we allow the delusions. That's the sense my angel's telling me all this. That's the reason why the delusions are played out on camera and recorded, because it just continually gives Satan a message. It can't be him. He's a fucking lunatic. And it doesn't matter now that the breakthrough's been made. It doesn't
Oh
matter
my,
if he does identify Matthew and you. There's nothing he can do. But I just want to give you
wow,
that feedback.
wow, wow, wow. Thank you, Mark. Wow. There's so many things in there. Oh my God. I don't even know who I am, Mark. I just see myself as a widow that is getting by every day by feeding on this remas. This messages are my strength. That's what gives me energy for the next day, for the next day, for the next day. To keep doing what God wants me to do. And that's why when I see a little distraction, it's like the lion in me just comes out. It doesn't waste time at all. Because this is the foundation of every other thing that is happening. This gives birth to all of those things. And that wouldn't happen without this. So this is so vital to me because, Mark, I thought if God can take my husband because he needed me to work with Matthew, then we've got to do the work. That's what I live for every day. That was the assignment. I took your husband so that you can work with Matthew. So we are not here to just have fun. And that's why I always keep reminding Matthew, I am tired, I'm tired. You can sing how tired you are, but the work still needs to be done. That's it. No excuse. We got to do it. And when we get home, maybe we can decide to do nothing, but I don't think I will ever be someone that can do nothing. I can't stay still. I've got to do something all the time. So I'm sorry, Matthew, but I, I always poke. That's just who I am. Because that poking gets things out of people. It gets what you need. Even those conversations we've had with God, don't you think we've poked into God to
Yeah.
get stuff, to get stuff out of Him?
Well, when he said that Jesus is going to have 1,000 brides, that was certainly
Oh
that's
my God, that one, God was poking me there. I wanted to talk, but I'm like, totally just keep your mouth shut for once and just listen to what God is saying. To be candid, I still have doubt in me. Of course, I don't believe that fully yet because sometimes I don't know when is Matthew's message. Sometimes Matthew can interfere with those messages. So I'm still thinking it must be Matthew's hallucination there. So, but we'll cover that up for some while. Maybe it will come out again one day from the woodwork. But for now, let Jesus even start from one. Let one happen first before he increases. Jesus needs to build it up gradually, don't you think, Matthew? Is
yes.
he just going to have 1,000
But
wives in one day?
you identified two of the head wives.
So that means, in a way, I'm consenting indirectly. What do you think? What do you think the two people that identify, what do you think they think about it? Should we ask them?
They already know.
They already know. So I
Yeah.
want them to speak. So are they happy about it?
Catherine said it would be my honor to rule with Jesus and dominate and take this heaven and this earth and the new earth and the new heaven exactly where Jesus wants it, where God wants it. Jesus
Wow.
is the darling of heaven. He's the desire of every woman of heaven. Uh,
Wow.
Not really, because people are fixated on themselves, but
Absolutely.
the
Oh, I
true
understand.
hungry and childlike faith and people who are pursuing God, the true girls like that would love to Jesus to be their bride. So it'd be a great honor to have him as my lover and have him lead over me, and it'd be a pleasure. And so. Have you got
No,
any questions for me, or is that you got enough from me?
I've got the answer that I wanted to, because I was expecting you to say, "Oh yes, I'm too religious for that." You understand what I mean?
Everything Benny Hinn has done came from my laying of hands on him.
Mm,
He's just one of my sons. I'd
mm.
I'd like to have a lot of sons.
Wow,
I'd like to
wow,
have a lot of daughters. I'd like to
wow,
I'd like to rule over the best daughters.
wow, wow, and that could
What
happen through
if
this.
one thing's true of Matthew and you that's been demonstrated to the whole of heaven and the whole of earth, everyone listening. A man can be ruled by a woman and be a wonderfully submissive and be a good partnership. The world doesn't believe a woman can rule over a man successfully, and like Joyce Meyer's husband and Roland Baker prove that fact to be bullshit. But your ministry is consistently proving it to all the women that they can possess Matthew and lead and rule and reign. It doesn't matter if they're just a follower of Matthew and Matthew's the king, or it doesn't matter if they're actually a wife of Matthew. But that's nonsensical. That's not the important matter. The important matter is the new kingdom, the new earth is going to be ruled over by women.
Wow,
The men may have their place in the structure and in the leadership, but the whole thing will be led by a woman.
wow, wow,
The Queen of Heaven, there's a lot of revelation in here for Matthew too. The new Queen of Heaven is going to be Bethany.
wow,
And she's going to be
wow,
queen. She's going to be queen because she's married to a king.
wow,
And the new Jesus in heaven to replace the old Jesus and to co-rule with Jesus, people will have a choice. They can have uh, Matthew as their Messiah, or they can have Jesus as the Messiah. They're going to co-rule together, and the wives of Matthew will have importance, like authority and recognition. The wives of Jesus will have authority and position, and there will be two armies built, both with the King Jesus, and then the most of the lieutenants and generals in the army will be the 1,000 wives. So the whole body of Christ, if you call it that, but the whole movement of God in the new earth and the new heaven will be with women that rule over men. And
wow,
so
wow,
Travis Travis was really encouraged to hear that his role will be to fully support and lift the arms and sit under and push up his wife, and that is the greatest thing he did. He doesn't feel qualified to really rule over Taylor or rule over any of the powerful witches. He's met Tiffany and Victoria. He'd have no illusions of telling them what to do, and yeah,
wow,
Taylor, he wants to step in, and he says Taylor thinks she's pretty powerful, but when she met Victoria and Tiffany, she realised that power's got a new level. So she's very intimidated by those two. It certainly was like healing for her the other day to have Bethany and Tiffany and Victoria dancing with her. Like she was singing the songs and she loved the angel song and she loved Bethany's song, but it was so good of her to be being treated as an equal by those women because
wow,
although she's powerful, she's got low self-esteem too, like all of us. She doesn't.
Absolutely.
She she only has her power because she's taken it. But underneath, Matthew accepting her, giving her the position of a head wife, and giving her Bethany. He consistently proves that he's far and above her, and it's his humility and his love and his fruits of the spirit that totally dismantles her witchcraft and her spells. And so she 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 sees power, she recognizes power, and she's very humbled to be in the company of the head wives. And she'd take back that position if Matthew said, no, only my wives can have the position of head wife. If Matthew came to that decision and kicked her out of that, she'd submit and keep on pressing forward to have one position, or a position of power. But it was accepted, and I'm her husband, and I totally approve. And Matthew's got no sexual feelings towards Taylor, and I'm not threatened by Matthew. I've met him multiple times now, and we promised him after we get married, we're going to come out and spend time with him, and have a few beers and celebrate. And Taylor said in a song that being with Matthew is her wedding gift. It's the best gift of a wedding, having Matthew in her life. So she obsesses too. She told Matthew, I'm aware of everything she said to Matthew, even if I wasn't listening. I'm aware. She said to Matthew, if I had met you 3 years ago before Travis, I would have been your wife. Like, I would have been one of your head brides. And Matthew said, that's fine, but you're with Travis now, so it's only you and him. And but I'm aware she's got human emotions too. She's a woman, and she's got very witchy, like she's like you didn't like her witchy songs or whatever. She's very much dominated, and it's worked for her, and it's gonna take a while. It may even take years. May even take years for her to get away from those witchy inclinations. But if you bear with her, and you as a leader, she's very intimidated by you. You as a leader accept her and embrace her and work with her. She'll become everything the world needs.
Oh, thank you. I think there's so many of Taylor Swift out there. Megan fits that as well, Meghan Markle. I'm
Yeah,
sure Oprah Winfrey is the same. So women can be quite in control, isn't it? Like
yeah,
Megan knows that you cannot do without not being in control. It's part of her DNA.
yeah,
She can't let go. So you just have to love her the way she is
yeah,
and understand that. So it's good that you can understand Taylor just like I think Prince Harry must have understood Meghan as well, because outsiders don't understand that.
yeah,
They're thinking, how can you be with that crazy woman? But they are happy in their marriage, I assume. So people can only judge from outside, but no one sees what is inside. It was just before I got married, there were so many guys that told me, I told you, someone, whoever needs to marry you needs to be firm, because you will just control that person like a puppet. So I wasn't a witch, but I knew I had a very strong character.
yeah,
So, and God brought Ben, and Ben is not a puppet, basically. He gave me a run for my money. So it's not gentle. It's a very strong man that could stand on his ground. No, I am having my way, not you. But I never gave up. I keep poking back. So yeah, I totally understand where Taylor is coming from. It's Matthew. It's the one that freed us. Get over excited. Oh, Taylor. I'm like, calm down. You're not the husband. What is wrong with you? But I guess men just have something about them that women just have total control over them. I don't know what it is. But that thing, wherever it is, I hope Matthew is delivered. So thank you.
Yeah, you'll be interested to know that Megan's heard what you just said, and
I
she's
know she had it.
she, she's actually crying that you see her and you understand her, and she doesn't need to say anything. She's just been sitting back and listening, but she definitely wants to give feedback on that song. She she agrees with the well. She'll speak now. So I agree with the other person, Selena, uh, who says, you know, my favourite song, like Selena, was the Good Shepherd one. My second favourite song was the Bethany song,
Wow.
and uh, and honestly, I'll say this may surprise you. I don't give a fuck if God's crying
Wow. Why, Megan?
because I need to get to know him better because the God I know, the God the world knows is a fucking bitch.
Wow.
He's more of a bitch than me. And
Your
I agree that I listen and I take orders from Jezebel. She's a fucking bitch. And and the Christian God is just as much of a bitch but worse. Yeah,
wow.
so
Wow.
I'm listening and I'm interested in those songs. The Good Shepherd song made me cry. The Bethany Angel one asked me to uh, get my own Bethany, like it did to nearly everyone. And I've been hearing from her. I've got a woman angel. I've been hearing from her, and her advice and her directions are better than Jezebel. But I'm so Jezebel has got such a strong hold on my life. I've been disobeying my angel and choosing what Jezebel's got threats. I'm threatened with my life. I'm threatened with my position. I'm threatened
Wow.
with everything I have. She's threatened me with my children. She's threatened
Wow.
me with my husband. She's threatened me with everything I have. She's saying, "Don't you fucking dare." And
Wow.
so I'm aware my angel's really smart, and I'm aware that my angel loves me, and I'm aware that the angel prepared in heaven, and she's very decorated, and she's very smart, and she's won a lot of competitions in heaven. She's very much like Bethany. She's up to the job. It's just I got to keep on listening and
Mm.
keep on growing and having faith in this new God and this new message. And I have to agree that the message has come out powerfully in the songs. And I played the songs over and over.
Wow.
So you just got to give me time. And I realize that Matthew and you are so patient. I recognize that you've got a strong love for me. And it may take me a few years to come over and start walking your way, but yeah, Jezebel is absolutely furious. She's talking to my head right now,
Mm.
threatening me all over the place. And
Wow.
but
Wow.
I promise you, I'll swap shifts. I just need more evidence now, and I'm reading those books. I not listening to the messages. I learn better from a book, and I'm reading
Mm.
those manuscripts now, and I have to say, I've wanted to talk to you for a while. I have to say,
Wow.
your questions were genius, and I recognise why Matthew was frustrated because you kept on asking the same question, and I realised that you finally got to that stage. I've asked this question before just to disengage Matthew's anger because Matthew gets frustrated repeating himself. He fucking annoys him having to repeat, and if if he has to repeat, it's like the person didn't hear or the person disregarded what he said, but there's got to be some reason why this person asked him the same question. Some people are just forgetful, right? He didn't think you were forgetful and he didn't think you were stupid. He just was getting the message that you didn't really care what was being said. So that used to frustrate him until you clarified that every time you ask the question, it goes deeper. You've got to understand, I need to ask these questions. But you learn to say, I've asked this question before, but I've got to ask this. And that took the anger out of Matthew and disengaged him. And so he was freely, sometimes he spoke for 20 minutes, half an hour on the answer to that question, uh, to like, and that's what you're searching for with that
Mm.
second time or third or 100th time you ask
Yeah.
that question. You're asking for that. And because God was speaking through Matthew and Matthew was the vessel, God would say to himself, so she wants to know more about this. She wants me to expand on this subject. And he'd get excited and sometimes give a really extensive answer because he's finally got someone listening. I'll speak on behalf of God, right? God doesn't give a fuck if anyone's listening. Up until this point, he's only love. The only reason he's speaking was for you.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
He wanted to draw you to himself. He wanted to possess you. You were the treasure hidden in the field. He's been searching in this field for 6,000 years. He finally found a treasure. But he's poked that treasure and tested that treasure and put her through hundreds of tests. And to be honest, the warfare only exists in your life because it's more tests from God. And he's poked and he's scratched the gold and see if the gold would come off. And he scratched. He's allowed a really frustrating person to be in your life and allowed him to step off course. And what's more important, the love or getting your own way? And he's made you have to decide, no, the love's more important. Matthews needs to learn, I'll fucking getting angry at him, I'll beat him into submission. He's tested you so many times, but he's hidden treasure. Now, Tiffany, Victoria, Samantha, Taylor, they can't compete with you. They can't take you off your throne. And whether you accept it or can handle it, you and Ben are going to be exalted to a throne above God's.
Wow.
I've been listening to you for years. I love you. Everything you have to say, especially your rebukes of Matthew and shutting him down and ordering him, getting angry at him. And, I listen to all your phone calls. I listen to everything. I hear everything. I haven't missed anything. And if I'm ever asleep, I just asked, a spirit. I just asked the universe. I didn't have any identifiable person speaking to me that'd get replayed. So all of the people listening, if they're asleep when the message comes forth for your conversation, they can get that replayed to themselves. And they're smart enough and spiritual enough to be able to pull that down themselves. And so whilst I don't particularly love your God and particularly submit myself to him, I love your spirit and I love the God I'm finding in these books. And God's last day's message to his children, I agree, I'm up to book 5 since that song came out. Since the songs come out, but the God crying song, I'm up to book 5. And there's a lot of meat in that, and there's a lot to process. But I'm used to. I've been operating by Jezebel for years, and she's such a genius that you're fearful to do anything but what she says, and and so so I'm impressed with what you're doing, and I've really always admired the fact that you love me because not many people really see me. I've got no other way. Like Jezebel has given me no other choice, and I'm pretty fucking unsuccessful for being so loyal to Jezebel. Like I've
Yeah.
lost, I've lost the throne. I've, I've lost the monarchy. I've, I've almost lost respect by my husband, every decision I try and make to make us a success fucking fails. Jezebel's such a bitch. She gives me ideas, but just totally destroys me in front of people. So there's no one be more glad to walk away from that bitch. But I don't want to walk from the frying pan into the fire, right? I
Absolutely.
don't want to be like Kanye West going from witchcraft to Joel Osteen Christianity. I don't want to go from one Illuminati to another, right?
Mm.
I'll be sure because my life, seriously, they took Diana and Matthew was wrong. Diana was killed. Diana said she wasn't killed, but that's just Matthew's own thoughts coming into what Diana said. We know that Matthew can speak from other people, but it be him. So Diana was killed. They took Diana, and that Jezebel continues to remind me if I step out of line, they'll take me. But I'm starting to get excited about this new heaven, and I'm starting not to have any fear of death, and I'm starting to have no fear of my children being taken and my husband being taken. I'm starting to say, fuck it. If I'm going to walk into a gun, I'm going to walk up to that person with the gun and say, go ahead, fucking make my day. And I'm getting close. You know, I'm living on your messages, and I can't do a day without your messages, and I'm living on these new songs, and I'm excited that there's only 11 songs now, and Matthew can see himself doing hundreds. And Matthew was totally at peace with that girl taking a day off. Matthew's not so fixated that she needs to write a book, and she's already paid the self-publishers, so she needs to get it done. So Matthew wouldn't have a waste of money. Like, it doesn't matter if she doesn't do a song for another week. You know,
Absolutely.
even Taylor told Matthew, don't insist on your own way with this girl. She's an answer to you. So treat her with kid gloves. And so, yeah, I really adore Matthew. I really love Matthew. Matthew's said some good things, and he really respects me. And he read Harry's book. It's very, well, he read half of Harry's book. It's very impressive to get Matthew to read 200 pages. And so he loves my husband, Harry. But as much as I love Matthew, um, it's you that's my queen.
Oh, again. Thank you.
And Harry wants to say, Harry says, the whole world speaks to me and advises me and tries to disciple me and speak to me and give me direction. Told me to get rid of Megan, and Megan's no good for me, and I should stop being a slave to her. And I can't help it. I love her. I love her bossy, bitchy ways and her do it my way or here's the highway. I just love her. She's got a spark in her that's just far exceeding mine, and you know she's like my mum. And I didn't have my mum for many years, and I want to say that Megan got Matthew's email, and she never responded to Matthew to say she got the email and that Diana had written a book, Mum had written a book, and
Well,
we never responded because we take the command of Jezebel. But seeing as Megan's coming out, I read that book and it made me cry. What my mum said.
oh,
My mum said Megan's a good girl for him, and so it's mainly my mum's letter in that book that kept me with Megan. There's been so much pressure, and
and
Jezebel wants to split our marriage, and,
and
and Megan's the wind beneath my wings. Everything I do it comes from her, and I want to prop her up. And I sort of agree with a lot of the girls listening to this that the only way they're going to see success is to submit to this new rulership and come away from. And it's going to take a lot of them. 18 months is like key. Like there's something about the 18 months, you know, it's like it fits well as a good time limit. It gives us enough ammunition to prepare and get ready for the new battle. But there's a lot of girls. There's a lot of people that are going to step away from the rulership of Jezebel in the upcoming future, and we're going to start taking all our directions off our angel. And of course, Queen Jezebel's hearing this, and she's furious. She doesn't believe it. She thinks it's just the mad prophet speaking, and we're not going to do it. But I'm bold enough, I don't give a fuck if she kills me. I'm bold enough to step away from her threats, and she only has power through the fear.
Yeah.
We're all intimidated by her, and I've met Bethany now. I've met Tiffany now. I've met all the heroes. I've met all the wives of Matthew. The other day when they were all dancing in his house, I was in the house. I was, Travis was dancing and I was dancing. We're the only two males dancing among those holy women, and yeah,
Wow.
I, you know, I was so impressed. Michael got resurrected, and Michael became number one again, and here's this like crazy prophet, like fucking lunatic prophet. Uh, he's written two songs that have become number one and number four. Like he's dethroned Michael. So it's not really Matthew; it's his source. Whoever's given him the thing, Matthew isn't smart enough, ingenious. He wrote a song to Taylor. I know nothing of sacrifice, right? He allowed that line to come in because he's writing under inspiration. So he wrote that song. He re-listened to the song. He's listened to that song so many times, and he said, "Oh, I was bullshitting there. That's not my whole fucking life has been sacrificed." And then, something told him, may have been Taylor, he doesn't know. Yeah, but she knows about sacrifice. She knows her whole fucking life has been killing people. And
Oh,
so that was the
wow.
line that resonated with Taylor. Like, that's true, right, mate? You don't know anything about
Mm.
giving giving to Satan and giving to Jezebel. And
Wow. 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 Oh my God. You're so bold. I love your determination. I love how you stayed by Megan because I know it must have been the most difficult thing you've ever done.
or how can you turn away from the love of your life? How can you allow anything to stop you from
No, you
um,
can't.
you know, like that song said, did you ever know she's my hero? I
Mm,
haven't I haven't done any great things in the world. I pretty much haven't really achieved much. The only achievement I have is I'm Diana's son, and Diana's rebel son, her favorite son. And that's my claim to fame. But besides that, I haven't really done anything impressive. I only known by the world because I'm royalty.
mm,
And with I'll tell you this, Matthew, like he did what he was told to do, write the email to Megan, and
mm.
and tell her about this book. He wrote to Prince William. He wrote a letter to my brother from Diana and Jesus.
Yeah.
He had another person in his church get a letter back from the Queen or a letter back from Prince William. He realized that if you write an official letter, you'll get an official response. He saw that other person get a response from William or the Queen, but he didn't get a response from William. And he says, oh, well, Diana came to his house from the Saturday and wouldn't leave to the Wednesday until he posted it. Like, He didn't have $14 to he found out how much it was. He's so poor all the time. He just didn't have the money. So she gave him the message. Jesus and him gave him the message on a Saturday. And he said to her, I won't have the money till Tuesday until when I get paid and I'll post it then. She wouldn't leave. She she
Wow.
uh, she stayed in his house. We watched it. I've seen it. She stayed in his house and wouldn't leave. And when he posted it at the post office to William, she left. She said
Wow.
she said thanks, and she left. And so he knew it was all orchestrated by heaven. So he couldn't understand why William, didn't write back. He says, "Oh, it sounds impressive. It was nice of you to write it, but I don't believe that was my mum or Jesus." But he didn't get any response. But he just he just does what God says, and he leaves the result to God, and he doesn't get worried about it. Well, William got that letter, and it rocked him, and he even showed me the letter. William didn't believe that was mum. He didn't believe that was Jesus. William is very committed to the Illuminati and world government, right?
Wow.
William even fancies himself as becoming the Antichrist himself, like.
Wow.
But I saw it, and it was mum, and William was watching me as I read it. And I said to him, I had the foresight, because I'm very spiritual, had the foresight to say, oh, no, this is just some madman, right? And so don't pay any attention to it. And but I remember what she said, and when Megan got that letter on an email from Matthew, I was very interested. I went and got the name of the book, and we read the book, and we've read that book so many times, and
Wow.
especially Mum's letter to about me, her message for me, and she said, "Megan's the girl for you." And I trust that. I've never backed away from that. And Matthew doesn't get a lot of recognition. He's very hidden, and he's not loved, and no one accepts him. Everyone thinks he's a fool. And Matthew doesn't have to do anything for us. That book is powerful, and she wrote a second book too, and you've interviewed her and talked to her, and we've watched all the messages at the dinner table whenever she talks. And I just love my mum. I adore my mum. She was stolen by the Illuminati because she stepped out of line, and so there's a lot of. I realize that I'm not only talking to you. I'm talking to the world of witchcraft, and they're all fearful and intimidated by Jezebel, and I'm very impressed that your ministry is going to break down the stronghold of Jezebel in heaven and on the earth. And she's formidable. And like you, I don't give a fuck if she knows this. I don't really care. Like, she can take me and Megan right now, and would be fucking more happy if she did. And she could leave the kids, someone to look after the kids, but she can fucking kill us. She can go and get fucked. And so we're going to press into these messages. And, we don't mind this girl's taking a day off or 2 days off or a week off or a month off. It doesn't matter how long she waits. Matthew will just send her the next song and the next song. And yeah, we'll just watch you two together and build this thing together. And, John Lennon and Elvis and Prince, and there's a whole lot of artists that believed in this new world of no religion. There's so many artists. It's so deep in my spirit. This new world, you know,
Wow.
they'll all get their dreams come true, and not only will these songs be breakthrough songs as different artists in 18 months is different artists, and Matthew can't even believe that. He just believes what comes out of my mouth. But in about 18 months, as some of these songs start getting released, and even if Matthew's songs don't get released, songs on this theme start getting released and becoming popular, we're going to take this world by force. And
Mm.
you know that verse, the kingdom of God is taken by force. That
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. The
Uh,
kingdom of God suffereth violence, and the violence must take it by force.
yeah, well, that's fucking Jezebel. The
Hmm.
kingdom of God is violent and is run by Jezebel. And so people have got to rise up against Jezebel and take it back by force.
Wow.
And
Wow.
so it's going to be a long, drawn out, bloody fight. And
Wow.
and so I hope this has helped you. And but I hope most of all your listeners realise that there's people laying down the gauntlet, people laying down their lives. And I'll speak on behalf of Megan, even though Megan's my boss. I still have authority. I'll speak on behalf of me and my wife. We're fully in your team. We're,
Hmm.
we're, we're in Team Matthew, and we'll come into Matthew's kingdom. And Jesus and Matthew's kingdom will go and take the world and rule the world, but they'll listen to leadership from you and Ben. And
Wow.
I know that's hard for you to receive yet, but we're all recognizing you as Queen.
Thank you, Ari. I never expected that, but I've always loved your wife. And my husband even loves your wife even more. Because I remember then, because there's always so much bad press about you guys. And he always says, Tolu, don't believe all of those things. They will never be nice to her because she's black. Don't you know? But it's so convincing. When you listen to the word, you start believing their lies if you're not careful. And you've paid a lot of price already, Harry. You've given up so much, so it doesn't really matter anymore, isn't it?
Yeah, I have nothing. I've only got Megan and my children.
That's it. Wow.
Matthew's. I'll speak to Matthew because I've listened. I'll speak to you and Matthew, but this is for Matthew. Matthew's fixated on the rapture. He doesn't want to die of cancer. He's got a terrible
Mm.
fear of pain and dying in pain. So he doesn't want cancer to kill him. And the other thing is he wants the rapture to like shorten your time on earth, that you don't have to stay for another 30 years until you die. But he wants, he really plans for you and your children to come home in the next 10 years, like to come
Wow.
home to heaven. So he needs a rapture to happen for that, or the second coming to that. But if Jesus was going to have a rapture or the second coming or whatever it is, we need at least 10 years to take this fight to Satan. It's going to take a long time to release all the people from bondage.
Wow.
It's
Oh
got to
my.
be the biggest, what do they call it? Insurrection. It's got to be the biggest rebellion by people. Like, uh, when people are, Matthew doesn't know the word, he can't get the word. Do you know when people are being oppressed by the government and then they rise up and take it back?
Yeah,
What's that
yeah.
called?
Oh, I forgot it now.
Yeah.
I know the word you meant.
Yeah, that's got to happen.
Wow.
Uh, and so we're just with the songs and the books and the messages, the people in the world has got to rise up in courage to like take down the rulers, because Satan and his principalities aren't under the feet of Jesus or the Christians. No,
No,
no one's under. No one
the
of the enemy is under anyone's fucking feet,
no, no. They are in charge.
and they're not intimidated by anyone.
Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. They are not. Wow, man. But we'll keep praying for you. Me and Matthew will keep praying for you. that God will see you through because you are fighting a bigger battle.
No, our battle is just one part, one cog. Megan, Megan, as good as she is, she's not good enough to be one of the 10 wives, and she'd be happy to be one of the 1,000, and we could certainly rule and lead in your kingdom, and
Mm.
she could be a wife, and I could be a husband like Travis and Taylor, and not have to be married. She can be one of the women leaders in your movement and a married woman. And, Matthew doesn't need to kiss my wife or have sex for her to take that position. And he'd be happy for her to be high up in the leadership, but we're not after position. But I discredit what you say. I cancel what you just said. You've got a bigger battle. No one's got a bigger battle than you and Matthew.
Wow. But I know something. I see you guys in our future in heaven.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Wow. But isn't it good
At,
just to be with
at,
Princess Diana?
at the dinner table.
Table, yeah. Because we've got the connection already, Princess Diana. So of course, you will always be there.
And
Always.
my mum's ruling as not the Queen of Heaven, but she's the people's queen, and
Absolutely.
she's got her
Absolutely.
place.
Yeah, she's got a place. She's very happy in heaven. She's doing so well in heaven. She's got her own husband that loves her. There's so many things that is happening in her life, which is
Yeah,
good news.
she's still crying. Because God's crying, and
Oh,
that song rocked the whole of heaven, especially the pure-hearted. Like Michael plays that song so often and just weeps.
mm,
It's given him a new energy. He's not, you know, Michael. Let Michael speak. I don't care. I don't care, Matthew. If your inspired songs takes me off the charts, I don't care if you come out with 100 songs that displace mine. But I will tell you this: I've got a new energy and a new direction to stop God crying
oh,
and petitioning the sufferings of Christ and stuff. And I know the new message that's got to come forth. And I'll be listening to all your songs. And in the week between when Earth Week, right? The week between when you release a song and then the 3 months when your song, whenever, Matthew, you can't understand timings, but the week between when you release the song and the awards are on the Sunday, I'll have another song competing.
wow.
And
Wow.
I'll never, ever, ever give up
I
competing.
know you, Michael. You don't give up.
Same as John and Ben. If Ben is being disloyal to me giving you the song, well, me and John will fucking write something to compete. So, so, so Ben may have 2 songs going for number one, but one of his songs will make it. It'll be the one with us or the one with you.
Wow. You know, and I understand, Michael, what you said then that Ben was writing theology into your music. And I understand what you meant now. Wow. Man, I don't think Ben thought this was going to be this anyway. Because I was the one that told Matthew to go and get some from Ben. And then Ben used the opportunity to slide this in, isn't it, Michael?
Yeah, well, you can, Matthew always gives credit to the person that gets the credit. Ben gave the core message. The message was about the sadness and the grief of God. It had a lot about you and his life with you and stuff in the song. And Mahalia stripped the core message out that God's upset and we all got to help God stop crying. So she stripped it. So, you know, Ben gave the whole message and then the core of the message was stripped by Mahalia. Ben's got another song for you, and there's going to be a few songs for you, but Ben's got a lot to say, and it's not just for you. And I taught Ben, Ben didn't really need to be taught. Ben came and schooled me a little bit, and has to be someone pretty remarkable to become my producer. And yeah, so but he gets all these secret herbs and spices from Delight, so it's not even fucking Ben. Ben may think he's pretty smart and fucking knocking me off the charts, but it's really Delight. Delight is his Bethany.
Michael, I've never seen it this way. Why are you so upset about my husband? He's just done his job. He's just smart, Michael.
I'm not upset with him. I just, you know, you have
Oh my
the number one best song in heaven's history. That's like a 2,000 year history. And some novice just steps in and knocks you off.
That's not good, isn't it?
I
With
worked
the
with
help
Ben.
of
I worked with
AI.
Ben and helped Ben get really good, but I never expected him to take one of my hits off the charts. And it's not just one of my hits, it's my best hit.
Oh my God, Michael. Michael. Those songs are good, I wouldn't lie. But I guess Maela has got as she knows how to use AI very well. Mm-mm.
No, it's not. The AI works for itself. She knows how to program the AI to get a good song, but
Yeah.
the lyrics of the song are seriously edited by her. She
She
takes
doesn't use AI to edit.
no,
Are you telling me?
she uses Matthew's lyrics and rewrites the core message of what he's saying, but with better words.
So she doesn't use AI at all to reproduce the lyrics.
No,
Matthew don't know.
what's that?
I said, oh, Matthew doesn't know. Are
Oh,
you
Matthew
sure?
doesn't know.
No, exactly. Oh my God. But Michael, I love what you're saying. You and Ben just needs to go and write another good song that will beat that off the shot. You can do it,
Yeah,
don't
I
you
just
think?
I just think that I need to give Delight a spanking and say, stop giving Ben songs. Give them to me. I'm the most important person.
Michael, I love you.
I want to,
Oh,
I want to say to Delight, don't you know, I've become the most successful artist in the world, last week when the movie came out. So
the light you know that.
let me keep number one. We've already got Taylor going to start competing, and I've got my own problems. I don't need Ben being insurrectionist.
What's Ben doing now, Michael? Is he laughing? As you speak?
He knows I'm half joking.
I know you're joking, but of course with truth as well, but you're joking. Yeah.
I'm
But
not
did
a,
you
I'm not I live for the glory of God and anything that'll stop God crying. And so that's got to be the crux of the messages and the music is to make the imagined world happen.
wow.
We've got to get to John Lennon's Imagine.
Wow. So it's interesting, Michael. So Ben actually included me in the first song. It's Myla that took it away. And then Matthew came to me and said, Ben said we need to focus on Matthew, you're so smart, aren't you? You know how to bring the message now. You're learning the rules now. You know what to say. You know, if you say God, oh, I wouldn't argue about it. Isn't it?
Yeah,
Oh,
I
Matthew
don't
has really
know.
become so smart
I
dealing
don't
with
know.
me.
I'm just flying blind here, and you know, I I gave you a song about God, and I gave her a song that all that came back was about God, and so I sent you an email. You mightn't like this. I'm working on another song, and when she finally gets that song, it'll be a song from Ben to you. But I don't think it'll be a hit. It'll just be a personal letter from Ben.
Why do I need a hit, Matthew?
Yeah, yeah, that's what I mean. It'll be
I just need
something
a
that
song.
it'll be something that you'll play a lot, but maybe not everyone will
Absolutely.
play.
No one, because it's not meant for that.
Yeah,
It's meant for me.
yeah.
Wow, Matthew, but you're getting more political now. Don't worry. Just keep it up. You're understanding how to deal with women. You say,
Yeah.
well, let me just see. Sometimes it seems as if I'm too sincere. Let me just polish it a little bit and repackage it for Tolu. The way she's not going to scream on me.
Yeah.
Michael, I love it. So, are you getting to work from tonight, Michael? Or wherever, whether it's morning or afternoon, you are in heaven?
Well, I've got a duplicate song to every one of Matthew's 11 songs.
Oh, wow. That's a lot of work, Michael.
And I've got duplicate songs to every one of Taylor's songs that she's given Jonathan.
Wow. So, you're very busy, Michael.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Well,
always
me
love
and
to.
Ben and John can just sit up for 24 hours and produce 6 songs.
Oh, yes, do that. Do that.
It's
Whatever
just,
focuses on drawing.
of course, the whole of heaven competes with me. That's what the competitions are about. But no one's ever threatened my position before, like Ben and Delight and Matthew and Mahalia.
It's a team of people.
You know, I listened to Jonathan, and I said to you, Matthew's talking now. I said to you, you need to listen to this worship, and you listened to it, and you said, yeah, it's really good worship. I'm going to be listening, and you listened to the worship, and Matthew was happy that one of his suggestions happened with you because you're really strong-minded. Um, and then now his music's come out and says, "Oh, you're better than Jonathan, mate." And
Oh yeah, that's why I told him. Well, to me, I enjoy the song more than Jonathan's song, and the difference is because Matthew has got enough foundational theology that is being reflected, because it's like Matthew's song are preaching what we are preaching. So I resonate so well with it.
yeah,
That is why I like the song. Because even let's think about it. No matter however message you've got for Jonathan, it has to be filtered through his knowledge as well.
yeah,
So it can limit the impact of what lyrics you can give him, because
yeah,
sometimes it's restricted by what we know or what we don't know. But Matthew has got this heaps of knowledge that Ben can just tap into, that you can tap into, to write good quality lyrics that speaks
yeah.
about the heart of God.
Matthew's got to go to the toilet again. It's we're doing good. This is only the second toilet break.
Yeah, it's not bad today, Matthew. I've not even stood up since we started, Matthew. Man, I can't believe it.
Yeah, I don't know. Don't know how many days or weeks it's going to take for you, Ronald, to listen to this video, but this video seems like it's going to be a long one. So when you're listening to this video and you get up to this point, I want you to hear this very clearly. You've been our greatest support in this ministry, and your comments really feed me and give me so much encouragement. You really strip out the core message of each message and compliment me on that message. So I couldn't have made it. I wouldn't have kept on going without you.
Mhm.
So when I speak about this dinner table in heaven, my mother's dinner table, You may not be a guest at that dinner table every night because it seems like the the leadership of heaven are going to always be there, but you certainly will eat at that dinner table often
Mm.
because you'll be
Wow.
one of our good friends and you'll always be our good friend. So, you know, I want to tell you that you may be insecure. We all seem to have insecurities, and you may hear what I said and say you're not worthy of that. But me, I'll be a king in heaven, and Tolu will be a queen. And when a king and queen requests your presence, you have to obey. You've got to turn up. So, whether you like it or not, or your self esteem can handle it or not, from time to time, we'll need some encouragement and we'll be requesting that you eat with us. And
Wow.
so I just want you to know that your labor is not in vain,
Not at all.
and we truly love you and respect you.
Wow. Thank you, Matthew. Wow. Ben, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
What have you got to say?
Well, Matthew's second song that he got for me, he's hoping Mahalia doesn't rip that apart too much, hoping that he'll keep most of that. But Matthew trusts Mahalia more than himself, so whatever she does with it. But I wrote like a personal message to you, so hopefully that'll be kept. But I had no idea that long-winded song that Matthew wrote was going to be a hit. Like, she did strip the core message out. My message was, "Come on, honey, we're working together. Let's get this job done." And
No.
so it was a really good song. But I I don't feel intimidated by Michael or worried about Michael and competing with him. I realize that delight is really the key to this. And, Taylor, I know you're listening. You and Travis are in Matthew's house and you can hear this, but he gave you Bethany, but he's not going to give you delight, right? Well, I gotta correct because sometimes Matthew speaks on behalf of the saints, and he definitely spoke then. You've got access to everyone. So Bethany is a good leadership, a good controller, a good person who wrote all of Matthew's books and is behind nearly everything he says. But if you feel that you need to pull a hit out that you think it might be beyond Bethany, you can also humbly request from me that I send Delight down to work with you, and she'd be most gracious and happy. She can bilocate, she can work with me and work with you at the same time. So if you get impressed by my inspiration, and she had Michael's position before Michael took the position. She led the worship in heaven, and she also, this may impress you, she Michael's position was actually Satan's position, the head of worship. Lucifer was the head of worship before he got kicked out of heaven. So there really is, when it comes to music, there's no better ascended position than Delight. And so maybe Bethany can be your Holy Spirit. She can be your Jezebel. But maybe Delight may want to step in and inspire you. So whatever you choose, heaven's yours. You're the most prolific songwriter on earth and the most successful. Heaven wants this message to come out. So whatever help you get. But I don't think Delight will be right. Delight will only be interested in the new message. So, if you use Delight to put your normal songs out, it'd have to be an exquisite love song for her to be even interested. Um,
Wow. Sorry, Matthew. All the original lyrics that Ben shared with you, share it with me. I don't care what is in the song. It's the lyrics I'm after.
Yeah, I've got a copy of that.
Yeah, send me the copy of what he wrote. That's all
Yeah,
I care about.
yeah,
It's, the song can be wherever,
yeah,
but it's the lyrics that I care about.
yeah. I'll send it through on an email.
Yeah, yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, it's good of you to do that because I never thought of that.
Yeah, because I don't care about the song. It's the lyrics I'm after.
Yeah,
So I would rather have the original than have the edited version.
yeah,
And then whatever comes out of the edited version, we'll sing it, but I've seen the original.
yeah,
That one matters to me more.
yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Man.
What are you doing, girl? You're shaking up the world.
How am I shaking the world in this my little house in Edinburgh? I'm innocent, aren't I? Don't I look innocent?
Well, Matthew's apartment, to use an American word, Matthew's apartment is a whole lot littler and a whole lot messier.
Well, Matthew's used to living in his mess. Wow. Imagine someone coming to Matthew's house now and telling him to clean all of those mess. The person is going to say the furious Matthew.
Oh no,
Like,
he's the answer saying you want it clean it yourself. I'm not going to clean it. Well, get a cleaner. Pay for a cleaner to come and clean it.
wow.
Matthew's got a room he doesn't even enter. He's only entered it once because he was looking for something, but that was about 6 months ago. It's totally messy, and he's just moved out of that room into another room.
Wow. I can't believe it. Oh, Ben. Well, keep doing the good work. You fired Michael now. You fired him up. So you guys need to go and sit down and write more songs about the pure heart of God. It seems people want to hear the raw message. The ones that you've been writing in heaven, were you not so direct in that way?
There could be famous philosophers on Earth, and I'm sure there is. Like Matthew's sure there is. There's people into philosophy, and Matthew's not into it, but there's famous philosophers on Earth, and there's famous philosophers in history. Anyone who studies philosophers know the best philosophers.
Mm.
Aristotle was one of them, apparently. Now,
Wow.
it's like a new philosopher has just arrived on Earth,
Wow.
and he's got a better philosophy than anyone that came before him.
Wow.
And
Wow.
that Matthew's just that one. So all the former philosophers or all the existing philosophers that are popular, they don't get jealous of that. They take
Mm.
that message and apply it to what they have.
Absolutely.
They use that philosopher's work to increase themselves and better themselves. So we've just, through a course of Matthew's songs, just been schooled in how
Mm.
to bring a new message. And
Mm.
so we're going to learn from that message and duplicate that message. And no matter where Matthew gets, Matthew's just given it a new rule. He's not going to allow himself to say, Michael's given me this song or David's given me this song or Ben's. He's not going to do that. He's just going to sit down and write a song. He doesn't really care who the source is because he realizes that gives him pressure, and he doesn't write very well with that pressure. So, if heaven wants to tell him when Mahalia is uploaded the song, if heaven wants to tell him that was King David, that'll be good, that'll be impressive, that'll make him happy. But he refuses now, I'll speak on behalf of him, he refuses to get the source because it'd be too much pressure. And so, Michael wants to release songs, and King David wants to release songs, and John Lennon wants to release songs. But rather than Matthew knowing that, he'll just let whoever speaks to him speak to him, be it Bethany or anyone, and he'll just write the songs. And he's quite happy to hear who wrote the song, who he got the song from after the fact. But Matthew can recognize, especially with my song, recognize when he's under pressure, he's not good. Um, and
Well, who put him under pressure? Tolu, because he was trying to get me the best lyrics, isn't it?
yeah,
That was why he was under pressure. I didn't know I was going to put Matthew under pressure.
yeah.
But I agree with you.
And
That's the best.
but even though that's been stated, when you see the lyrics of what I wrote, it'll be like your 35-minute prophecy. It'll be unforgettable to you.
Yeah, that's what I want. That one matters to me than the edited version.
So it's good that your own inspiration had you say, well, send that to me. Because
Yeah,
Matthew will be completely happy now that you heard the full message.
that's it. That's all I need. Wow, because I know you used to write me a lot of poems when you were on art as well. So it's good to see what
Matthew
you
doesn't even need that other song that he produced to come out now if you see the
you
lyrics
know,
of the first one.
come out. Let it come out. Let's see what he's done, Matthew. You're always so excited, Matthew. Just make decisions as you go. You told me a song is coming out and then you don't want it to come out. No, that's not your decision. That's my decision.
Yeah, okay.
Mm,
Well, Mahalia's already got that song, so uh,
exactly.
whenever
Anyway, so
whenever she comes back
whenever,
from her break, that'll be done.
no rush, whenever. Wow. Thanks, Ben. I'm proud of you. Keep doing the good work. How are you feeling, Matthew?
Yeah, good. I'm got plenty of drink and I've been to the toilet, so we can go as long as well, until one of us shuts down and has enough, we can keep on
Oh,
talking.
Matthew, you think my engine is like your engine, which I carry till tomorrow morning. Then I'm at work, then my brain is not working. My brain needs resting. Your brain can work for 3 days at a stretch. I don't have that strength. My brain needs to rest and recalibrate for the next day. But I could still go for maybe an hour because this is 10:40. Yeah.
Yeah,
I can't believe it. We started this conversation past 6 and it's 10:40 and I don't even know we've been conversing for 4 hours or more.
yeah.
That's good. I'm enjoying the conversation. I wish tomorrow was weekend, but tomorrow is another work day. So my body needs to recalibrate a little bit, but I could still continue speaking because probably if I was in bed now, I would still be watching TV anyway. So let's keep speaking. Let's go back to Mark. Are you still there, Mark?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening. Everything that's been said and everyone who's been talked to, especially Megan and Harry, that was, that was like a breakthrough. Especially
Yeah,
the things Megan and Harry said. They said it so much better. They have authority. That was so much more impactful on your audience than anything I have to say.
absolutely. Absolutely. Wow. Are you having a different feeling towards God now?
I
More of
let let's just say this. I love the inspiration that Matthew and you get, and I love to connect to Bethany and your Diana, and you know um, and this new angel that's come into my life. Let's just say, rather than speaking directly with God at this moment, I'd be willing to talk to my angel or Bethany and I let them give me all the directions and tell me everything I need to know.
That's good. That's a good starting point, isn't it? You need to warm up with to God bit by bit. But that's good.
And Bethany just turned up, and it's right. She does look like Keira Knightley, and she's exquisitely beautiful. And she said she'd be happy, and she's always here for me to talk to. So, besides my angel, Bethany is a more ascended angel. I've just heard that she's going to replace the Queen of Heaven. So, I won't. I won't be calling on you too often. I think my angels got it all underhand. But if I ever feel the need to go to someone higher,
Mm.
I'm happy that you can come. So she
Wow.
just left now, and so I was pleased that she turned up.
Wow. 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 Man.
And whether you can see it or not, I can see from heaven and can see your screen. And all the time you've been talking today, Bethany's been standing behind you. And so I can
Wow.
re-establish the fact that she pretty well, even though Tolu is the leader of this ministry, it's like Tolu's direction and the overall rulership is really Bethany.
Wow. Man, Bethany must be bossy and fierce today.
She can be
Don't
anything.
she could be very bossy. Definitely.
Well, that's what Matthew complained one time to this guy. He said, the Holy Spirit is a female. And he said, no, I object to that. And Matthew said, well, my Holy Spirit's a female. And he didn't understand what he's saying, but he said to the guy, he said, well, my Holy Spirit's really bossy and bosses me around and orders me around. And no male could do that to me. Only a female could do that. He
Wow.
didn't realize at the time he was explaining Bethany. She just slipped into his Holy Spirit for years, and Matthew had no understanding that wasn't the Holy Spirit directing him and telling him what to do. It was this bossy Holy Spirit, and he just knew it as the Holy Spirit, but it was Bethany. So she is extremely bossy, and if someone needs to stand over Tiffany or stand over Taylor or bloody intimidate someone, Bethany's certainly up to the task. She can bring out the stick. She's already talked to Taylor and rebuked her a couple of times. In the last day or two, she's been with Taylor since Taylor asked for her, and the first conversation she had with Taylor was giving a royal dressing down, and so it was after that that Taylor said, I'll back off, I won't insist on, I'm just, don't, don't take me out of your life. Let me stay in your life, but I won't have to insist what I'm doing. And she only really said that to Matthew because she'd been dressed down by Bethany. So,
Wow. Wow. I love you, Bethany. Are you
yeah.
there, Bethany?
Yeah, I love you too, Tulu, and you can call on me and talk to me anytime. I'm
Yeah.
remember Matthew said first in my heart that song, the
Yeah.
woman who's a prayer warrior that sits in the back seat.
Yeah.
I'm the first in the heart. I'm the first in the
Wow.
heart of Jesus, and I just take a back seat. I am in
Wow.
rulership. I do rule, but I rule from the back seat.
Wow.
And so I'll always be in the back seat, and you can always call me forth and have me speak. But it's not that it intimidates me or makes me nervous. I'm like Victoria,
Hmm.
and I'm like Samantha. I'm very submitted, and I don't mind who the leader is, and I don't
Wow.
mind who's in control, and I don't mind who's getting the glory. I know I've got the power. Like
Hmm.
Victoria could rule.
Wow.
If she wasn't humble, it,
Wow.
if she wasn't so humble, she'd insist on ruling.
Wow.
But she knows her
Wow.
place, and she knows for
Wow.
some reason God picked Tiffany, and she
Wow.
respects that decision. She doesn't think she's so good. She's got more spiritual power than Tiffany, but Tiffany's face to face with God now and one of God's best friends. So Victoria is too, but she's not as close to God as Tiffany. So
Because
same as
Tiffany is.
same as Tiffany can't dethrone you, and she tried to. Um, and yeah, so there's a balance and an order, and for strong women, for strong, powerful women, uh,
Mm.
it's hard for them to take second place. And so Megan was really impressed. I'll give you feedback. Megan, I can read minds too, not just witches. Megan was very impressed with what Harry said and was seeing, and Megan has put forward in her thoughts already to heaven that
Wow.
if if
Wow.
if Taylor can be a head wife and not be Matthew's wife,
I can be a head wife.
and I'd like to be in one of those 20 if he's expanding the 20. She's already put that forth. She's discussed it with her husband, Harry. Harry politely said, well, that's really up to Matthew. That's not for you to be insisting, you know. So they're the way powerful Jezebels work, right? They want power and they want authority. But more than anything, it's not that they want the power so much, as they believe so much in themselves.
Mm. Absolutely. Absolutely. 100%. It's believing in yourself. But do you know what, as well? The ones that have backseat as well believe in themselves. They believe they don't need to prove anything.
Yeah,
We just see things in different ways. Like
yeah.
for a long time, when I met Matthew, and Matthew was always banging about, oh yes, nobody has watched my video. We've only sold one book. I always tell Matthew, I don't care. And I still don't care. If no one watches our videos anymore, it will not move me an inch because I know the reason why I'm doing it. I'm doing it for God, and that's what matters. Every other thing, the fruit of it, I leave that to God. Wherever way God wants to, I've done my own part, and that's it. I'm at peace with that. So I'm not yearning to be this person. I love being hidden. I love being unknown. There's strength in it. Yeah, but I guess God has got a different path for each one of us. So, but I just love this life behind the scene. That's the best.
Well, there's no pressure in it.
No pressure. Nah. Just do what you feel like doing for God. Although there's a pressure from the level of totally, you need to make sure you always bring your A game, especially when we start and Matthew's looking at me. And the quality of the interview depends on the quality of the question. It's like in a subtle way, pushing the pressure back to me. Tolu, if I did not answer it properly, it's because your question is not right. I said, well done, Matthew. If that helps you to lay up the pressure off you and lay that on me, that's okay. I will carry it.
So do you
Uh,
like speaking to me finally? Like I'm always in the background.
oh, for some reason, I was just sad. I just thought you just disappeared. That's it.
I did, but that Matthew thought I'd been deceived. There's no deception can get to me, so the enemy has no power over me. But I disappeared to create a yearning for you to have me back.
Wow, Bethany.
And I was told to disappear. Because some people go through dry seasons or wilderness seasons, what people understand, and that they can't hear from God. They're intimate with God, but God disappears, and He does it to drive people back into their songs or drive people back into the Word of God and to re-establish other foundations for God rather than His voice. And so you were well cared for when I disappeared, and it was hard for me to do, but I had to know Matthew could survive and you could
Mm.
survive without me. I still overseed this ministry and I still put words in your mouth and questions in your mouth. I just wasn't manifested. I was always here, but I hadn't manifested, and it's like I disappeared. And and that gave room for the other wives to take positions and certain things to be done if I was still here. Taylor wouldn't have been feel as comfortable with trying to take her position with Matthew if I was here. She's yeah, she met me the other day when she requested for me. Um, well, she when they were dancing to my song, Taylor was there, but she knew I was the Bethany of the song, and she was very intimidated by me, and she had the courage or the witchy, whatever you want to say. She requested me, right? Well, Matthew will give anyone to anyone if he can. Like
Yeah.
if Taylor asked for $50 and Matthew only had $50 in the account, he'd send it to her. If anyone asked him for $50, if he can afford it, he'll just give anything. So, he'll give one of his wives if a man needs to like feel connected or he'll do anything, right? And so Taylor requested me, but she fucking did not expect the dressing down like I gave her. And she's fully submitted to me now. She knows she can be a head wife, but she'll be taking orders off me. If she ever steps out of line, you'll either correct her yourself or I'll correct her, but she'll be corrected. She'll learn that this is a new kingdom. It's not going to play by the old rules. And so slowly her ways of doing things and her ways she always accomplished things is going to have to give way to how I do things and how the kingdom does things. And she doesn't have to bow to our God or Jesus, but she did worship God. She said, uh, um, all praise to God of heaven and God of earth. So she does acknowledge God as the head and Jesus as someone Matthew admires. But if she takes orders, she'll be taking orders from me. And sometimes I'll be giving her orders that totally disagree with Jezebel. She'll have to make a choice. Is she going to go with this new future? Or is she going to go with the old ways? And, you know, it'll take a while for her to get game enough. And Harry was bold. Harry took over from Megan and said, "Fuck it, I'll go now." Right, so he's not holding back. But someone who's got all that success and so much riding on it, she can't make that decision. She she she, she has to test things. Like you say that this is a Tesla, you say it's the best car. Well, let me take it out for a fucking drive. I'm gonna put it in some mud. I'm gonna put it on the freeway. I'm gonna take it. Uh, I'm going to put it through all its tests. And after she's put the Tesla through all the tests, her own Tesla, she'll roll it out into her business and all her staff will have a Tesla. But she takes things for a test. So it's not a wrong thing to do. It's a mark of genius to test things. So before she transfers her whole way of life and how she does things, how she got this amazing success, she's going to have to test me. She's going to have to test God. She's going to have to test Matthew. And she's going to continue testing until she's totally free and liberated to make that leap. And it really is a big leap for her.
Mm.
I
Yeah,
was re-
absolutely.
I was really impressed that she received a dressing down like she did, and she repented and she took action and approached Matthew and said, I know I've been bossy and controlling and wanting my own way. You won't have to write songs off me. You and Jonathan can do what you like. I'd love to make my songs, but um, from now on, I just want to be with you and be part of your life. And don't reject me. I'm sorry for what I did. And yeah, that was the result of my rebuke. She came
Mm.
and fronted up, "Don't take Matthew away from me. Like, he's my life." She said it in one of her songs. When I think of you, my mind goes upside down. When when I'm with you, my mind goes back to the right place. Um, when when uh, when I'm with you, it goes round and round. In other words, her lifeblood is in the company of Matthew. She's away from Matthew, and she thinks of Matthew. She just loses her mind, and she becomes heartsick. And that's not a sexual thing. It's just like meeting Buddha or having a guru. It's like only happy in the presence of the guru, sitting at the guru's feet. So there's nothing unholy about that. She just had to be shown. She's never, well, she met Tiffany and Victoria, and that really seriously intimidated her. Remember when Matthew was told on YouTube? I don't know if you remember, but Matthew was told on YouTube, "We've sent a watcher to to watch you." Matthew had like a witch confront him one day on his stairs. As he walked down his stairs, she got in his face. He's really worried that a witch had come, couldn't come into his house, but she really abused him. And he come back to his computer that night and he said, "We've sent a watcher to watch you." And that really put fear in him. But what he didn't realize was Tiffany and Victoria were with him. When he walked
Mm.
out the door with those two, he heard the witch in his head abusing him and arguing with him, and that locked him up with fear. And when he came back, when he read the message on YouTube, he hid the user from YouTube so the user could never respond again. But it really filled him with fear. It wasn't until the next time he went out his door, the witch wasn't there. And he said to himself, something must have happened to their watcher. And then Tiffany said, "No, me and with Victoria we were with you when you walked out your door, and we gave that witch a dressing down, saying, 'He's ours and we're with him, fuck off.'" And so she responded, but she never let you know, Matthew, that we'd dressed her down. She continued being in your face like witches are. They're not intimidated by anything. But she didn't come back because Tiffany and Victoria had dressed her down. She respected the authority and the power in them, but she never gave Matthew any inclination that they were there or she was getting dressed down. So witches are attracted to power, but they also recognize a power above them and they'll respect it. So
Wow.
Taylor was happy I was dancing that day, and she felt happy that she was dancing with some really powerful witches. It wasn't until she had the courage, she needed that dance to feel the courage, and she asked for Matthew's secret herbs and spices. It seems like it's Bethany. And so she requested it. But like I said, I'm repeating, when I came around to her place, I dressed her down. And then she earned some respect. And now she's aware that I'm talking and she's hearing everything. And now there's a more timid Taylor, like, okay, we'll do it their way. And uh, Travis is impressed with everything that's been said because that's the way it should be. And he respects his leadership. He respects Matthew as a king. He respects Matthew as a leader. He respects Matthew as a man. He realizes that Matthew's got a really broken life and his house
Mm.
was messy. When they were around the other day, they had Matthew get a garbage bag and pick up all the mess and organized his house better and helped him shave and stuff. And so he realizes that it's a real miracle that Matthew's even being used to do this ministry. But he's a warlock, and he can sense the shine on Matthew. He's got to actually ask God to take the glory off Matthew so he can actually look at him. He can feel the spiritual power. It's amazing. He really understands why Taylor is so addicted and so attracted to it. Why would she even why would she even have the gall to put a spell on him to make him addicted to her if she didn't want that power? And she
Hmm.
didn't really want Matthew. She wanted to come under that power. She wanted to have that power. And
Wow.
so Matthew's anointing and Matthew's power kept the spell from fully operating. But while ever Matthew was being agreeable to the spell, it could affect him. So he had two people that loved him step in. Mahalia said, she's too controlling. Don't let her control you. And she had you step in and say, don't get distracted. I'm sick of hearing about Taylor. How dare you write a song about Taylor and not about Bethany? And he's well protected, and he's doing every step right. But allow him to be a human and flesh and a male. He is mesmerized by the fact that the best musician in the world wants him and would even do a spell on him to. And it says in a song, it doesn't sound like you've heard the song. It says in the song she did a spell on him, and then uh, even with all the witchcraft, she couldn't get through him. It had no effect on him. And so for a while she was listening, and she finally came through and contacted Matthew, and it still didn't take. She lied to Matthew, saying that she wasn't engaged anymore to get Matthew more sexually into her. And then Matthew went out to his computer the next day and asked if Taylor Swift is still going out with Travis, and it said that they're still together and I've got a wedding planned. And Matthew said, she lied to me. She's talking to me. She's lying to me. Who the fuck does she think she is? So Matthew just totally cut her out, didn't allow her to speak. And then later on, she came back and he'd forgiven her. And but in hindsight, with the song that she gave Matthew, the song that she gave to Matthew, she spilled her beans and said, you're under witchcraft and under my spell. And so, yeah, everything comes in the end. Nothing, like I said before, Matthew doesn't really remember the words, but nothing is wasted.
Yeah, nothing is wasted. Matthew, Bethany, you know Matthew very well. He gives himself a lot of grace. So those grace I take it from him because he allows himself to do whatever he wants to do. Then he will give himself excuses for that. Oh yes, Matthew just needs to be a man for some few moments and just mesmerize on this woman. Bethany, there's something called loyalty, and it does not matter who that woman is. You should remember that you're a married man, Matthew. Well, you've got wives. So that's just me. The loyalty thing will always come up for me, Bethany. Never allow Matthew to just have fun. I will always call. Unless if he doesn't want me to be involved, just don't tell me, Matthew. That's just the secret. Whatever happened between you and Taylor or anyone, just don't tell me because the moment you tell me, I will fight back. That's just it.
Matthew can't, you're such a close friend, Matthew can't keep secrets from you. The,
Well, it's
the,
kept
the,
it's
the
learning.
only thing Matthew won't tell you is when he's told by me or the Holy Spirit not to tell Tolu. But
Yeah.
so far, he's such an honest person that he's even told you things we told you and told him not to tell you, and it did cause a problem. And over the years, he's learned to respect a voice that says, "Don't tell Tolu." Um, but yeah,
Yeah, because the thing is that he doesn't know when it comes out. Just like yesterday we're speaking. Oh yes, I'm going to write another song for Taylor Twin Flame. I'm like, Matthew, please, please don't get on my nerves again. I'm trying to get over this anger now. Don't pull me back into that. I don't need to know that. Write whatever you want to write, Matthew. So far you don't tell me. But if like I'm aware, of course I'm gonna put my 2 pence in. because because Bethany, I just think Matthew just always needs staring back all the time. It gets distracted easily. It's just like a little child that you just bring in the lollipop, and then he just gets carried away with the lollipop and walks away from the £1 million that is offered. They offer him 1 million and they offer him lollipop. Matthew will take the lollipop and forgetting that the 1 million can buy many lollipops. So yeah, so I just always need to leave the lollipop and focus on the main assignment, man. So I'm sorry, but Tolu cannot stop being who she is.
Yeah, you don't have to apologize.
Yeah,
We've
I
come a
just
long way in this interview today, haven't we?
yeah, we have. I think a lot of my training did come from Jesus and Ben. Ben does not take no nonsense. It's like you can't distract him. It's so focused. So yeah, so I learned a lot from him to be focused.
Taylor has. I know. You got to be told everything. Or Matthew feels you got to be told. Ben has already been asked by Taylor, can he give her a song? And and Ben
Well,
said Ben
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 can
said
do that.
Ben said no.
Why, Ben?
And when when uh when Ben was speaking, or someone was speaking, he said he source is delight, or Michael said that, whoever said it. So
Yeah, yeah.
Taylor requested delight, and she got that request. She wants to write a hit. Delight will, but she was told that it can't be just one of her commercial songs. If she's gonna get one from Delight, she's going to have to write about real love, not just the bullshit commercial stuff. And she wants to she wants to write her own bullshit. Delight will write a bullshit song for her that'll be popular, but she's got to be sure that she wants to make a real difference with that love song, than just writing bullshit. And so that was sort of a rebuke for her too. Like, you got to do something with this song if I'm going to give you a song. So
Oh my God, Ben, Ben,
she'll
Ben,
never
Ben is
give up. Hopefully, over the last 18 months, she'll totally be schooled and under the new ways of doing things. But she's a lot like Matthew. She reaches for the candy and she wants the lollipop. She thinks Matthew's the lollipop. She doesn't realize that I'm the head of Matthew, and she just getting the lollipop isn't everything. I've got access to the vaults and the income and the power of heaven, and she's going after the wrong thing. Well, she's got me now, but I'm a schoolmaster and I can be fucking worse than Jezebel. So she better she better behave herself because I'll bring out a fucking big stick and it'll hurt her. I'll get someone in the press to write something really fucking bad for her. Like, everything she thinks she has in the world, I can dismantle. I've got the authority over so many angels, right?
wow, but I've not seen you speaking this way. You've got fire in you, isn't it?
Yeah, I've got
Wow,
authority. I've been given the authority now of Queen of Heaven, and so
wow,
I've got the authority to command any angel in the universe to do what I want
absolutely.
for this
Absolutely.
message, and I'm on message, and nothing's distracting me from bringing this message forth. So, you know.
Absolutely.
If she wanted to
Wow.
raise, if she wanted to raise a fight to me and my will, I can totally destroy her. Won't need to be Lucifer.
Oh, Bethany, man, you've just been silent all this while.
You don't become the most decorated angel in heaven without a few fights.
Oh, yes, definitely. Definitely. Wow, Bethany.
And the biggest fight in the last 100 years was the fight that the West had to have against Hitler, or one of the main propagators of that fight being won was that British Prime Minister.
Mm, mm.
And and Tolu was the angel of that guy. So you, Tiff, Taylor, if you think you're tough, the biggest victory in the last 100 years was came from that prime minister. So you're dealing with someone formidable. You said in uh, one a song that you wrote of Matthew that Matthew's formidable. Well, Tolu is even times that. And so you're dealing with Tolu, Matthew, and me. And we're like the holy trinity of heaven. And
Wow.
so, you're very good, you're very accomplished, and you've been given success on earth. But we only have to start working with Benny, start giving him songs, start working with him. We could raise up any artist in the world to be as good as you. And you find that offensive to hear, and your own mind rejected that, right? And so you've still got a lot of witchcraft in you
Mm.
for you to even have that thought. And Michael Jackson himself got displaced by this. His top five songs, number one and number four, is taken by this new ministry. Anyone
Wow.
can have their hits demolished
Wow.
by this
Wow.
ministry.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
You only
Man.
keep you only keep your position and power because God wants to use you. Your
Mm.
power can be stripped from you. Just be really aware of that.
Wow.
And I'm sorry I made you cry, but this is going to have to be a fight, and we need people fully on our side. I've
Wow.
been I've been stirring for this fight for 2,000 years. I'm ready
My
for it.
God.
I've been trained. When I had the
Wow.
choice to come to Earth and I have any choice of any job that I want to do, when I was picking my choice, I came for Matthew because
Wow.
he was going to be used in a mighty way. So I'll allow things to happen to Matthew to teach him a lesson. I'll allow people to come and school him and hurt him. I'll allow hands off. Allow Matthew to walk into sin or walk into a distraction that'll hurt
Mm.
him. But I'll allow that. But don't think you can fucking hurt Matthew and there
Mhm.
won't be consequences from me.
Wow.
Satan, Satan might not be threatened by Christians, and Christians are pretty powerless.
Of
But don't,
course.
don't make the mistake of hurting Matthew or doing something against Matthew and not understanding that you've got an archangel with more authority than Satan himself defending Matthew. So
Wow.
we'll easily forgive any flesh in you, any natural inclination in you, some misstep of you that hurts Matthew. We'll forgive that. But if there's any witchcraft, determined, witchy things that you want to get from Matthew and you hurt him, believe me, as I'm standing in front of you right now, I'll pull
Wow.
this sword out, I'll cut your fucking head off.
Wow. 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 I've never heard you speak like this, Bethany. Oh my
She
God.
needs to respect me.
Oh.
So you think Matthew following his leading that this girl's powerful, she can, if we get her on side, we can win the world. And that's true, we can. but we can do it with anyone, not just
Mm.
Taylor.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Taylor's got to submit and surrender. She wants to be as good as Michael Jackson on the world. She thinks she is, and you do think you are. But there's other people. Even Selena could rise to a better position than you.
Wow, wow.
And
Man,
love is tough. Love is kind, but love is tough. And Travis has never met a female command such fear and respect than me. And Travis is nodding his head and he's agreeing with everything that's being said. So he's so happy that Matthew carries my voice and allows me to say these things to his wife. Matthew only refers to Taylor as his wife. In heaven's perspective, they're already married. So
wow, 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 wow. Bethany, do we speak a lot in heaven?
yeah, you are dear to me, but yeah, up until recently, up until today, I've pretty much kept my distance because an
Wow.
archangel, an archangel doesn't need close friends. They can be a distraction. Even you can,
Oh,
even you can be a distraction. And
to you, Bethany, I could be a distraction.
yeah, well,
Wow.
I had to be on mission. I had to be separate.
Oh, I love you. I
I,
have
I,
to be on mission.
I had to create the hunger in you.
My God, Bethany. Is that why I don't like friends? Oh, that makes so much sense now, Bethany. Zero distraction. Wow, Bethany. You're so disciplined.
I'm pretty special.
You are. You
And
are.
isn't interesting? God raised up an actress, Keira Knightley, that Matthew saw in a couple of films and really loved. And I'm her image. And not only am I image when I appear on Earth, she's what do they call a doppelganger? She's the exact image of me. So she's my doppelganger. I've got a human doppelganger who's quite successful in film. She refuses to do nude scenes or love scenes. She, as popular as she is, she can have any
Wow.
movie she likes, but she
But not
refuses to be naked in film. And
that's
yeah, so there's a lot of things. So when I needed to build relationship with Matthew, I just had him get attracted to her. And then one day he was walking down the station on his way home, and I said to him, "Do you know who I look like?" And because Matthew doesn't look at visions, Taylor can be here. He can't even see a face. All his head wives, he doesn't know what they look like, right? He doesn't look at visions. He doesn't use his gift as powerful as he is, and it's got no interest. And so he's walking down the stairs, and I said to him, "Do you know who I look like?" I said, "No." He said, "No, I'd be interested." He said, "You know Keira Knightley?" And I said, "Yeah, of course." And Matthew said, "Of course." Says I look like her when she was about 23. So he went back 10 years in photos and fell in love with the picture. And so he's always had an image of me in his mind. So, but I'm his only wife that he knows what their face looks like.
doesn't know about the rest.
Yeah.
Wow.
But he does know, like Mary Magdalene, he does know that Tiffany's extraordinarily beautiful, and if it comes to the looks department, she could outclass me. But in the department, she knows that she can't ascend to my position.
Bethany, I love the way you said it. If it came to the look department. Wow, Bethany. Oh my God. Well, I think sometimes beauty can work against you as well. That's why I've noticed a lot of people that are beautiful. It works against them. I don't know why.
Because beauty has authority.
Wow.
Just beauty is alluring.
Wow.
Because beauty is a gift from God, and any gift can be corrupted.
Wow.
There, Matthew had an apostle, like Matthew doesn't use the word apostle often, but Matthew had this powerful man of God affect his life, and you've heard about him before. He said Satan likes like demons. Demons love having sex with a pretty girl, right? So demons like being in men and having sex with really pretty girls. And so pretty girls get taken down by Satan often.
Wow.
And yeah, so that's
Wow.
interesting.
Wow. It's interesting. Man, Bethany, it's good to hear your voice again today. It's like the real Bethany is back. Over these past few weeks, when I've spoken to you once in a while, I just felt your voice was a little bit down. And I was just wondering what happened to Bethany. And
You're projecting that onto me.
was I?
Matthew can never offend me. Matthew can do no wrong in my eyes. Matthew is
No,
my hero.
Matthew, please let me finish speaking. Oh, Matthew, you just feel as if Bethany is the one talking. Do you even know what I want to say? Oh, God. When I mean your voice was down, not because of Matthew. I just sense you are not the usual Bethany that I know.
No, I was sad, and you're right about that, and you're right to correct Matthew. I was sad because I was missing the ministry. I was missing Matthew, and
Hmm.
it's very hard on me when most of the time I'm like his guardian angel. I'm always with him, and to be ordered out of his house and ordered out of his company, he wasn't aware of that. He wasn't aware that I'm in his house all the time and always with him, just like Jesus is always with him. He wasn't aware that I'd been ordered and I was under strict orders to stay away. But he could sense I'd gone somewhere else. And he even said to you that someone called, you know, me away, and I was on another mission, and he couldn't understand it.
Yeah.
And he said Satan's deceived her or something.
Yeah.
And then he come out with the fact that Taylor ordered her back, and uh, and even that was a lie. No one orders me around. No one tells me. It was very hard for me to do, but he needed to be able to survive without me, and he had to have a yearning on his heart, and that's why he kept on saying you need to write this song about Bethany, not
Hmm.
Taylor. And there's truth to both your arguments, and and so I had to go away for a while, and I'm back now, and the breakthroughs happened. And but if I'm told to go away from you two again, I'll serve the source, and the source isn't God. The
Hmm.
source is like a creator, a ruler over every religion, and all the aliens and everyone, the supreme leader, and I'll obey what he says, and
Hmm.
even if it breaks my heart, and honestly, it did break my heart. And you're very discerning. That's what you're picking up on. I was hoping to come back, and you talked to me while I was on exile, and
Wow.
yeah.
Wow. 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 And Matthew already hijacked that response there, isn't he? He just went straight into his repository. It does that a lot. You need to be able to pull him out. And Matthew, wait! Let the saints speak. Oh my God.
But
But
we can trust you because you're so discerning. So you know when Matthew's filling in our voice and when it's really us.
Wow. I love you, Bethany. Keep doing the good work. You've been there for a long time. And it's that loyalty to me is number one. And sorry, I might be quite fiery when it comes to loyalty, but at the same time, I always give Matthew some room that yes, he never really married for a while, so he might not really understand what I mean. By my own definition of loyalty is different from his own definition of loyalty. We've got different definition. But the most important thing is we are both learning and we're growing together.
Yeah. And, you know, you probably never hear me, well, not often give credit to the enemy. The enemy will just use flesh.
Yeah,
So he'll poke your flesh and he'll use Matthew's flesh and your flesh
to
and
poke each other.
and to really cause, and he really did cause a blue. Doesn't know when it happened, but the time Matthew hung up, right? He really brought things to a head uh, because the breakthrough was coming. I don't know. Matthew doesn't know whether that was before the God song happened. It was before the God song happened because it was part of the healing. He was told, write this Ben song and that'll fix your problems. And so he prayed that you'd turn around and wouldn't be against Mahalia uh, producing the music and co-writing with him, and let him work with her and let Tolu come around to that because it's breaking my heart. And and he told the Holy Spirit like he'd do something for me, and he doesn't get often get desperate, but you're so determined. And that big blow up was just before the breakthrough, and
Wow,
Satan always acts just before a breakthrough. So Matthew's
wow,
learned over years and years of living as a Christian that he can always trust the breakthrough was a real breakthrough because Satan hit so hard just before it. So that blowout in Matthew's experience in warfare, and Matthew doesn't have much warfare, but Matthew's limited experience in warfare is there's always a major attack from Satan just before a breakthrough. And so Matthew's so delusional, and so many fucking delusional things happen with Matthew. He can't really trust himself. When he's on an other side of a breakthrough and he thinks something really happened that was significant, the thing that convinces him was that blow up, was that attack. And Satan can always be trusted to overplay his hand. He's Satan is ruled by flesh too, and we can
wow,
provoke we can provoke Satan's flesh to attack,
wow,
and he rarely
wow,
attacks Matthew. And
wow,
he caused that blow up and that friction and that problem and that stalemate because it was a game of fucking chess. You both had your queen taken, you're fighting to the death, right? And you're coming from opposing sides and you couldn't be shifted. And so that blow up happened before the breakthrough. And that's just the first of hundreds of breakthroughs. You know,
wow,
Scripture
wow.
promises that saints will go from glory to glory. And Matthew was in the glory for those couple of days that he stayed up and wrote some of the songs. And the Ben song was written under the glory. Matthew was really tired, but he knew that writing that song was going to be the key to uh, breaking the thing. And that fully wasn't. That fully isn't. But when you read the lyrics of that song, when you get off the phone and Matthew searches through his word file with like 50 songs on it. When he finds that and he sends it to, when you read that, that'll be really nice for you.
Absolutely, absolutely. I would love to see what Ben wrote. Wow, thank you, Bethany. Man, so many things have happened tonight. I was in the car. I was not supposed to do school run, but I was just missing. my children, especially the youngest, because she's never bored away from mom, only as apart from when they go away with their classmates. So I just wanted to go and check on her because I was called as well during the course of the day that she's suffering from a fever. So I went to school, but I was just listening to Matthew's music. I just went to Matthew's channel, just select right from the beginning, and I was enjoying those musics. And Matt, I was on your music, I think. That was when Matthew rang me. And I was like, Matthew, because I didn't expect to hear from Matthew, because I expected he would be sleeping by now. And I saw that he was really excited. He said, God woke me up. I'm like, why didn't we do another message? And then here we are, always looking for opportunities to squeeze through.
Yeah, God wouldn't let Matthew sleep. He kept on waking up. And finally, when he got up about 1:30 in the morning, he just had this thought, well, Tolu will be probably finished her work for the day. I might, he wrote a message, but it didn't go through. Sometimes messages take half an hour to go through. Matthew said, well, I'll ring her on the phone because that won't disturb a meeting. So he's learned to ring on the phone. So he rang on the phone and you picked up and then you said, let's do an interview. And Matthew's, so I can't fucking sleep anyway. I may as well. So he did it. So you caught him in a position where he was well rested and he definitely couldn't go back to bed. So, yeah.
Wow, I love that. And then we started speaking to Mark, and Mark was full of energy. It's got a lot to say, Bethany.
Yeah.
Wow. And it's been beautiful conversation for me. And I'm just so happy to hear from you again, Bethany, because it was just
I'm not leaving until I'm ordered away, and I hope I'm never ordered away. But I'm definitely in Matthew's house all the time, and yeah,
wow.
and it's really hard to have conversations with Matthew. He's always engaged with his computer, but Taylor's learned to get him to play songs and just sit on his couch and listen to his songs. And while he's sitting not on the computer, he they can interrupt and talk to him about the songs and
Yeah,
engage
but
him.
I'm still here. I just need to close the door. I opened the door to the garden, and there's so many butterflies flying in. Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, so that they've learned, one of Matthew's favorite things to do when he wants to fill in time or he's got nothing to do is just to turn his music on and listen to his music. So that's how we get to engage him when he's sitting listening to his music. Any of us can come forth and speak to him about one of his songs, and he's he's pretty interested in talking about his songs. We've noticed.
Oh, of course, everything goes back to his
That's what
songs.
caused the frustration was that you'd taken so long to listen to his songs, and he's fuck. Don't you fucking care about this? This is, and the more he talked about it, the more you fucking got pissed off with him talking about his songs all the time. And
Well,
now you finally realise they really are pretty good. Like Matthew's Matthew's
well,
music has become your favourite worship music, and that's a pretty hard title. Like you agree that Matthew's songs, those three songs, it's one four, number one, number four, and number seven. Like the um the God song is number one. The Bethany song is number four, and the
worship.
first in my heart is number seven. But
Wow.
Matthew's got like 11 songs in the top 20, and no one owns that top 20 except Michael and John. And so Matthew's taken that top 20 out.
Wow. I know this. I know that the song will probably be good, but Matthew does not just give you time. Matthew have forgotten that I've got the responsibilities. I think I do this so well that sometimes Matthew forget I've got children. Don't you think, Bethany? It totally forgets. Like, I've got young children. I remember in the past, you say, "Oh, Matthew, I don't like when your children disrupt." I'm like, Matthew, are you kidding me? I've got to attend to them. I'm a parent. And then it's just on my case. Tolu, have you listened? Have you listened? I'm like, no, I've not had the chance, Matthew. Leave me alone with this music. Oh my God. But when I properly listen, I give him my feedback. If it wasn't good, I would tell him it's not good. I wouldn't polish. I wouldn't try to polish it and lie.
Sugarcoat it.
Cut it. I won't. I would just say it as it is, raw, direct. Just like a colleague was telling me at work today that I said something to him last week and he really hurt him. I'm like, yeah, because I was just not in the mood to speak. You just caught me at the wrong time, but I'm sorry if it really hurts you. I don't know how to sugarcoat things. I just go as it is, direct. Let's just say it as it is. So,
So what questions have you got for Bethany? Like Bethany's wondering if you well, this is Matthew speaking. Is there anything you want to ask her that you want clarification on before we finish the conversation?
Bethany, what can I ask you? This needs to be like a golden question. Who was I when I was an angel? What kind of person was I?
Well, you're highly decorated, like me. You won a lot of competitions. You're very competitive. You're one of the you're one of the angels that I had to beat every week, right?
Wow.
And you earned a lot of respect by taking the number one spot off me when I become number two. And you took the number one spot a few times off me, or lots of times. You wouldn't become an archangel, you wouldn't become a fighting angel, you wouldn't become any other angel but a guardian angel. You used to pick a person and work with a person until they had a massive breakthrough.
Wow.
And
Wow.
you're committed to people and you'd do anything and you'd work with the fucking worst of the worst. You'd
Wow.
make a hero out of them. So,
Wow. It makes so much sense now.
yeah.
Wow.
And I'll tell you some history that'll make you happy. You were
Hmm.
Judas Iscariot's angel,
Oh my God. What are the kind of people have been their angel?
and you gave him the idea to provoke the Romans. And he trusted you so well that he did it.
Wow.
And we could have never had the crucifixion if it wasn't for you. And you've lived in shame for that all your life. And that so embedded you, that wrong step that you feel you did, that you've never felt worthy of God because you killed his son. You've always loved the rebel. You're given assignments on earth there. They tell you what this person's going to do, and you've always picked the rebel.
I don't like
There was a
admitting.
very formidable angel that was Hitler's angel, and you both knew each other, and you were the prime minister's angel, but you recognized Hitler's angel. It wasn't a demon; it was an angel. And every really bad thing that gets done on earth comes from an angel. It doesn't come from a demon. And God plays chess all the time on the earth. And
Wow.
you outmoved him, right? But nothing was stopping Hitler.
Wow. Wow. Bethany, I didn't expect to hear this, especially I'm speaking with Judas Iscariot this same week. Wow. My God.
Judas Iscariot will do messages for a month. He'll do anything you ask him to do. Because some of the biggest, here's a revelation, some of the biggest villains in history
Yeah.
did what their angel said to do.
Wow.
Some
Even
really
if it,
powerful angels, some really powerful angels are behind the most wicked men on earth.
oh wow. 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 Wow.
Demons affect and rule and direct heavy duty witchcraft. They're in control of uh, being controlled by like heavy duty stronghold demons. But they've got an angel fighting them, fighting and reassuring them and giving them hope and giving them confidence and happiness and stuff. They've always got
Wow.
a guardian angel that's working to uh, saturate their soul with happiness. And it's a fight. It's always been a fight. It's between Satan's angels and our angels.
My
And
God. Oh wow. I didn't expect that, Bethany. Man. Oh my God. So that's where my sense of unworthiness did come from.
yeah, it's that wound.
Oh my God.
You've been searching for that off Matthew. Matthew didn't have the capacity to give you that answer. He tried many times. He spoke in God's voice, and many times he spoke in saints' voice trying to fix that. But Matthew's, when he's under pressure, he's not good. You know, you knew this was something special when I said, ask me a question. You could tell something good was going to come.
Yeah. And I was like, what question can I ask? And that just struck to my mind. It wasn't a premeditated question. It was just what came to my mind straight away. My God. Because it's very difficult to accept you are worthy of something. I struggle with it.
That's what makes Taylor such a powerful witch. She says, it's my sense of unworthiness. I don't feel that I deserve this success. So I lean on my witchcraft all the time to get everything I want, but I'd like just to let go of all that and just trust Bethany.
Wow. It makes so much sense. We always want to prove our worth, isn't it, Taylor? We
Yeah.
prove it in different ways. I used to prove it in having to do so much for God. And he will usually tell me, Tolu, you don't need to do anything. I'm like, I don't think God is the one speaking. I surely need to do something. Why am I not going to do nothing? And he's still going to love me. It's impossible. It's difficult to get rid of it. Well, I know one day it's going to be totally off. Thank you, Bethany.
I love you, Tolu. You can
I do
call
love
on me and talk to me anytime you like. You're
Thank
not
you.
you're not disturbing me. You're actually more than Matthew, you're my biggest priority. It's you ruling the ship. It's you that needs more encouragement than Matthew does. Matthew just, as long as he's got food, as long as he's got sleep, as long as he's got something to drink, he's got
Yeah.
enough money for food. That Matthew doesn't need much to make him happy.
No.
But
No.
he doesn't need me full time to be with him. I can come and be with you. But you can, without me saying that, coming out to your house. But I'm always available for you, and I apologise that I had a different assignment, and you're sad. The loyalty in you was right to think Matthew shouldn't be fixating on someone else. That was right. That was the right discernment. But Matthew could go and sleep with 1,000 women, and it would make him a better person. And I'd be ministering to those women through Matthew. Right? Matthew can do no wrong in my eyes. Right? And like he said in uh, "Make It First in My Heart" song, both the good and the bad, the sin, the good is the Holy Spirit, and the sin is the naughty flesh. Matthew's got a lot of naughty flesh.
There are so many of them. So many of them. But God decided to use this broken man anyway.
And Travis says, like, if I was going to pick someone to rule the kingdom, Matthew's just a mess. But that's the genius of God, because that's why Satan's confused. Because you only
Yeah.
have to come into his house and have a look at the state of what he is. He can hardly even walk. He's so obese. 50 meters. He can only walk 50 meters. His house gets to such a state of uncleanliness that he needs a, 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 a carer to come in twice a week to clear up the mess. And, he so trusted us and so loved us that we just ordered him to clean up his house the other day. And it was fine. He had his music playing, so he was in a happy mood, so he cleaned up. And then he was so tired on Tuesday yesterday that he messaged his carer. He said, "I'm too tired to get out of bed." The carer rang him. He's fucking money. He said, "I'm too tired to get out of bed. Don't worry about me. I'm okay. I just need to sleep." That's a lot for Matthew to type in a text, right? Matthew's hands have a hard time. So he typed it, and then 5 minutes later, the carer rang. He missed the call. Then the carer rang back again. Right? Matthew's pissed off. He's trying to get back to sleep. He answers, "Yes, I'm fine. No, nothing's wrong. I just need to sleep." And he hung it back up at like 9:05. Then he woke up at 11:15. Right? He came out here to his computer. It was 11:15. When he woke up at 11, he felt more rested. He didn't feel flogged. He felt
Yeah.
like he was awake enough. Taylor said to him, "Good morning." She said, "You can stay up now. You're a bit tired, but you'll be able to cope." So he came out and uh, did, started started doing things. And Taylor said to him, "Send your carer a text saying, 'I'm fine. Everything's okay. I was just flogged. I was too tired and I needed more sleep. I'm up now. Everything's okay." And he doesn't hear texts when they come through his phone because he's turned off notifications so it doesn't beep all night. So, you know, today he read a text back from the king. "Oh, thanks for that, Matthew. No worries. Thanks for letting me know. I was really worried. I came round to your house and I wanted to check if you're okay. And I rang you and you weren't answering your phone. I really got me worried." Um, so he he's under our control, and we'll allow anyone to control him, and that's dangerous. But it's also, God doesn't waste anything. Like, even if he goes on the wrong path, it's a lesson for him there.
Absolutely. Wow. And Wow. Matthew Robert Payne. I hope that's a biography of Matthew in heaven. The story of Matthew. Is there any book like that?
It's been written.
Wow.
It's he's writing it every day. We really need him to come home one day. You and him to come home. What would be the use of breaking your heart again?
Wow.
Right?
Wow.
Why would we break God's wife's heart by taking Matthew without you two? So that's one thing. Matthew's pretty confident. He's more confident to hear me say it. We're not going to take Matthew off the earth and leave you behind. There is no other man that can work with you. You've known that. You've known that. You've known that for years. You've known that for months. You've had this fear in your side. What am I going to do when Matthew leaves? And that's haunted you. And Matthew didn't know that until now. It makes sense to him. Now we got to get the work done. When everyone has come in, when everyone's aligned, when everyone's happy, when the last person comes in, when the last person accepts this new way of life and says, okay, then Jesus will come. And whether he comes in mid tribulation or the last coming, the second return of Christ, whatever one of the three proposed raptures, whatever one it is, Matthew's bloody get pissed off with Revelation. He doesn't try and interpret anymore. Whatever one it is, you and your kids are going to go, and Matthew's going to go together. And then it's going to be a good dinner at the dinner table, you know? And then we're going to have the wedding supper of the Lamb, and Matthew's going to meet all his wives and kiss all his wives and dance with all his wives. And Jesus is going to meet all his wives and kiss all his wives and dance with all his wives. And then there's
Wow.
going to be like a great supper, a great celebration. And then Matthew doesn't know what will come after, but there's no way we're going to take Matthew before you go. I won't allow it. And, you know, it's hard to hear an angel swear and believe it, but I don't give a fuck what God thinks. We're not going to take Matthew from you before the job's done. And when his heart surgeon said his heart's almost healed again, his heart's really healthy, Matthew started to believe that he might have another 10 or 15 years left. You know, he heard another person who preaches on Revelation. He was following her for a while, and she was the most accurate on Revelation he's ever heard. And she taught that there's three raptures, the same as what Matthew. There's a rapture, there's a mid-tribulation rapture, and there's a second coming. She said the rapture, only the bride of Christ go on the rapture.
Wow.
Then everyone else gets left behind, and then the Christians learn to become the bride of Christ. Then they go
Wow.
into second rapture, but anyone who hasn't learned stays back for the second coming. So that made a lot of sense. And she said, and I know myself, I'm the bride of Christ, but I'm not
Wow.
going to go anytime soon because I've still got work to do. And I'm not going to go until my job's finished. So the rapture is not going to come until the bride of Christ have finished their work on earth. So that told Matthew that he's got to keep on working. And when he's finished his work, he'll be taken.
Wow.
So he knows this job is a big job. It's going to be a fist fight, right?
It is a big job. It is a big job, and there's always that sense of fear that Tolu, if Matthew goes, how are you going to cope again? But I always tell myself that if that's how heaven wants it, there will always be a way. But what you just said now, Bethany, in a way encourages me because living here is difficult. It's quite a lonely journey.
Yeah.
But God had to put us in this position to be able to do this.
Yeah. And I want to apologize on behalf of Matthew. He'll say it himself, but I think it's more powerful for me. Matthew, you're right. Matthew has never had friends, never had a loyal friend, doesn't know etiquette, doesn't know loyalty, doesn't know anything. He also didn't know until 2 days ago that you're a type A personality, and that might fly with other people, but a type A just cannot handle distractions when they're talking to you. So he had Megan school him on that, saying, you really need to do what Tolu says, because you really hurt her if you don't do it. And so excuse Matthew for being a broken man, and he'll, Mahalia has messaged him twice on Facebook so far. Uh, while he assumes that there's no other person, that it could be Megan, but whoever it was, he didn't go off this conversation to see what the message was. Right.
Wow.
That's the first. That's the
Wow.
first. 'Cause
Wow.
Megan or Mahalia would only be writing to him because they want to, and they're his friends, and they're new friends, and they're a threat to you. So he apologizes that he needs to be schooled and retrained. He apologizes that he has to make you to focus, and whatever you want to happen will happen. And he apologizes that the other day he told Mahalia, give me 30 minutes. He should have asked you, how long do you need from me? How long do you want to talk? And given her that answer, not saying that I'll be with you in 30 minutes. So he apologizes the way he is, that he's disrespected you multiple times. But he just doesn't understand. And you understand, you've been trying to school him in those things, but I think he really needed me to say this to him. We're building structure, bringing a new order. These sort of old habits, the ways that Matthew doesn't know any different, these old
Mm.
habits and these things that existed in Matthew's life have to come into line now. You've got to be totally happy, totally secure, totally not threatened, totally loved. And if you need an hour and a half to talk and debrief what's going, Matthew's got to have the time to speak for an hour and a half and not be distracted, and not be saying, I want to get my songs done, or I want to talk to Megan. You need to go now. I've finished. He needs to stop saying rightio, and
Mm.
he needs just to wait until you're ready to release him. And this has been a learning process, and you've been together for years. But there's old habits, and it doesn't come from disloyalty or disrespect. It just comes from the fact that Matthew thinks it's rude not to answer someone's
Mhm.
Facebook, and
Wow.
it's totally against who Matthew is to ignore someone writing a message to him or ignore a phone call. That's why he
Wow.
picked up that call with his carer, because she works with him all the time and she's calling him. There's a reason, and Matthew's sense of mind thinks that's important. She's calling. She needs to speak. Matthew doesn't understand, and hopefully hearing this, he'll actually understand. We don't fucking care who's calling and what the
Mm.
emergency is. They can wait another hour or 2 hours and you can get back to them. That's something you understand and you've disciplined, but it's totally counter the way Matthew is. And so he's got to be schooled and retrained, and he's got to come into order, and he's got to respect you as the leader, because there's been a lot of things Matthew has done that's disrespected you. And you just keep on rising with the Holy Spirit and forgiving and giving him grace. And you consistently say you give yourself a lot of grace, Matthew. Well, he does. What sort of man
Mm.
consistently fucking breaks God's heart and lives in grace. He's an example of how powerful grace is,
Yeah.
because God just doesn't give. That's why it says in that song, you watch me sin 1,000 times. She did. I did. It wasn't that it wasn't hurting me, wasn't that when he has sex or does anything sexual with another girl, wasn't that it wasn't hurting me, but he's a broken man and I've got grace for him. And until Megan and Mahalia came and started talking to him every day, he had this crying need for a friend. You weren't enough. They're both young girls and they're more aligned to his inner child. So he was happy that they were in his life and he wouldn't let go because he's had this addiction over his fucking life, all his life. He's just wanted to break free. He's not free while he keeps on going up to it. So he's under he's been under a lot of pressure and he's finally found relief for a week and everything's hassling and then the very people that are giving him relief are getting rejected or you're getting angry for him spending time with it. So he's in a quandary. The only way to be free of this addiction is to allow them to be friends, but I'm pissing Tolu off. And he needs me to really school him and say, whatever happens, you got to give Tolu answer because she's your queen. You, she's the one you've got to take orders from. She's the one that you've got to make happy. You wouldn't disrespect your queen. You wouldn't blatantly do things to your queen if you were in a queen's court and you're one of her servants. You'd fucking do nothing that would disrespect her or make her unhappy. But until this conversation, he never you were his boss and he allowed you to correct him and so. But as the pressure has built, as the breakthrough approached, his disrespect was becoming unruly. And you, as his queen, didn't want to tolerate it. It made you angry. And we allowed you to get angry and have that outburst. And Matthew couldn't handle it. Matthew can't handle anger, especially anger coming at him. And when you get so angry that he had to hang up because you sounded like his father. And so he hung up and he said, Holy Spirit, deal with that, right? And and you were fine the next time. And so we're going to territory that Matthew has to develop new habits and a new lifestyle, a new person, and people have to understand. And he hasn't had to talk to Mahalia yet or Megan, but whoever's contacting him, they need to understand that if he's busy, he's busy. If he's not responding, he's busy. Nothing can distract him. And so bear
Wow.
with me. I'm working with him, but I allowed him to be the out of control person because, if
Wow.
he wasn't out of control, we wouldn't be able to use him. And
Absolutely.
now that he's getting used and he's done great things, now it's time to us to put the hammer down and said, okay, you're not going to do this anymore. And
Wow.
he realized that I had to say this because I had to speak this with my authority. If
Mm.
if Matthew tried to apologize, he wouldn't have learned anything because he wouldn't have known the wisdom behind what we're saying.
Wow. 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 Bethany, thank you for that. My God. Bethany, I just always think that why is this guy doesn't have common sense to think and see what is right and what is not right? I'm always thinking, but you're right. If it's not out of place, he can't be doing this either. Oh my God. Well, I'll keep supporting him and understanding him. I understand what you mean. He needed those friends and he's been looking for them, and there they are, and he doesn't know how to manage everything together. How do I balance it? It is an art to juggle things, isn't it? My friend, uh, my friend Benjamin always calls me and he will tell me, he'll say, Tolu, you are like a combination of seven individuals. I don't know how you do what you do. There's no way I can ever do that. It's going to break me down. Like, what kind of individual are you? So he's always amazed, but I always think, what does it mean? There's nothing special about me. I'm just doing what God wants me to do. So maybe I've got these high expectations from Matthew as well, which he is not there yet. So just continue to be patient with him.
Yeah,
Thank you.
well, that's going to try because it's a big thing for him to not answer those Facebooks today, and
I'm
he
so
doesn't
impressed.
he doesn't mind, getting back to them and saying sorry. And this would be a perfect opportunity to say, sorry, it's been 2 hours since I got back to you. Whenever I'm talking to Lou, that's my only priority. And I'm disrespecting her if I break off to message. And so from now on, if I'm busy with Tolu, you'll just have to wait for me to get back. So whatever message you feel you have to tell me, write it in the message, and when I'm finished, I'll read the message.
Wow. This is a new Matthew.
Well, we've reached something new. Today's interview is pretty good. Matthew's finally at the stage where he's happy if only Ron, and he doesn't mind if Ron doesn't even watch this message. Ron seems to be like a couple of weeks behind, but Ron has listened to a couple of songs and he's really impressed with the songs. So he's hoping that Ron would start listening to his music. And he obviously found her channel because, he listened to a song that was on her channel, and well, his playlist is her channel, but he made a comment. He made a comment on her channel, which means he found the playlist on Matthew's channel, and when it was playing the song from her channel, he commented on her channel. So he commented on one of Matthew's songs on his channel, one of the ones Mahalia wouldn't let on his channel. He commented on that, but he's obviously following Mahalia too because he commented on one of those songs. So
Wow.
if you're listening to this, Ron, and you get to this stage, you really bring me a lot of joy.
Wow.
And Tolu, you've read so many books of hers and ours, and you're such a great support.
Yeah. With good feedback as well, extensive reviews
Yeah,
that takes pages and pages to read. And sometimes Amazon rejects it and he has to do it multiple times as well. So he's so devoted. And Ron is a very busy man. He has to he's a main carer for his wife and his daughter. So he's really a busy man. And to create space out of that is beautiful. Wow. Thank you, Bethany. This has been a long message today, isn't it?
yeah. Do you
Well,
feel do you feel we're finished? Is there anyone you want to thank before we go?
before we finish, I still need to go around, Matty. Don't forget. Mark, I'm not forgetting you. We have to continue our conversation. We've not even started. We're still at the preamble. But of course, Matthew was so fired up today. So it's a combination of you and Matthew. That's so we'll continue where we left you. It's been so beautiful speaking with you. You've got a lot of ideas as well that you love to introduce. So hopefully you could discuss that with Epstein and all the guys in heaven. Your ideas that you suggested at the beginning, or that you mentioned that you've got ideas that you can propose. So you propose it to the guys. But we will continue our conversation because I really love speaking with you. And you started this today. It was the conversation with you that went in those different directions that I never planned for. But what do I even plan for? The only thing I plan for is to come to always show up every day. I leave the rest to God. So, but before I go, we can't finish this interview without not hearing from God. How are you doing, Papa?
I'm really happy that we're on the other side of one breakthrough, and I look forward to the many ones that come. And whoever said they've been giving me daily feedback on the song and the effect that song has been having, they've seen smiles on my face. So you two just make me smile, and the only reason, the only reason that I don't pull yous from Earth now,
Yeah,
like Elijah and Enoch just
yeah.
walked in, and uh, you know, it doesn't even need a rapture to take you to. You two can just walk into heaven because we tell you to. So you're like a prototype of Elijah and Enoch. You know, um, the only reason you stay is to get this job done. The only reason you'll leave is because the job is finished.
Wow.
You're the most important two people on earth. Matthew always thought he was in a 16-year delusion, thinking he was one of the two witnesses. And he spent 16 years in the prophets trying to get all the verses that gave him authority to do things. And he had one mission over 16 years to work out how he judged the world
Yeah.
and how he'd saved the world at the same time.
Wow.
He's got a genius mind. He spent time with all that authority in all the scriptures, and he contemplated how he'd do it.
Wow.
Then we had a prophet come and tell him he's not one of the two witnesses, but you will work with the two witnesses when they're here. And that broke him out of delusion. But he walked away not with the thought, well, that was pretty fucked up. I fucked up for 16 years. He walked away with all things work together for good. And he said there must have been a reason why God allowed me to be deceived for 16 years. And not
Wow.
many people would walk away with a positive mindset after that. It was a huge relief because he didn't want to kill a whole lot of people. It was
Wow.
so against his personality to kill a third of the world with a virus or something. It was so counter Matthew, but he kept on saying like 100 times to Jesus, or the Jesus that was lying to him. He kept on saying to the false Jesus, and we were all hearing it. I don't need to do this. It's not a delusion. It's not a vision of grandeur. I don't fucking need this. I don't want to do this. But if you got no one else to do it, I'll do it. But I fucking don't want to do it. And we just allowed him to stay in that 16 years. And he was in exquisite torture, thinking that he'd have to do it. Then
Wow.
years after he was out of that delusion, I said to him, "You're going to be the two witnesses before the two witnesses." Said
Wow.
to him about him and you that you're going to be the two witnesses before the two witnesses. And so your job is to reap the world and to bring everyone to a point like Harry just made today, saying, I sign up for God and his kingdom, right? Megan said, I don't give a fuck how God's feeling. So even though Harry wants to sign up, Megan hasn't fully committed. And, you know, when it comes to Harry and Megan, Megan's the boss. So you may not see any movement in Megan for maybe a year or two, maybe the 18-month mark. But Harry, her head, wants to go this way. So you've got to slowly reap the world. And it'll be a
Yeah.
combination of your teachings and the songs. But be patient with us. It could be 5 years, it could be 10 years. But you're very committed to the task. And like you've said multiple times, this is Rhema to you and you live on this. And from time to time, you do two messages. And Matthew's given the grace to do two messages in a day. And so I'm very happy. And this conversation particularly has made me happy. And I'm so I'm so pleased that both of you are just totally out of control. Like you just don't plan anything that's going to be said, and the only time you step in is when Matthew's wrong or Matthew's speaking and putting words in a saint's mouth. And you got to excuse Matthew because he's sitting here in the background. He's hearing things and he's wanting to say things. And from time to time, he wants to give a revelation and he'll speak through me or a saint to get his word said. And you cut him off and said, "Oh, that's Matthew speaking. I don't believe that." And a lot of things he wanted to tell you and convince you about Taylor, you cut him off and said that's bullshit. And so I trust that you endure, and he'll always be a Humpty Dumpty, and he'll need a lot of healing. The same as when the wedding supper of the Lamb happens and everyone's home, I'll need some healing. Though it's still going to be hard for me because if Revelation is true and judgments are going to come to the earth, it's going to break my heart to cause
Wow.
that. So I'll
Wow.
always, until we're 500 years into the new earth, I'll still be hurting while people are hurting. And
Wow.
so,
Wow. Wow, Papa. That's a long way to go, isn't it?
yeah,
But you've come a long way as
I
well.
won't be alone.
No,
All the
you
years
won't.
of the judgment and tribulation and all the years of the new earth until everyone stops crying. You and Matthew will be with me, ruling with me, and helping me make it happen.
Wow. Wow.
And in those days, it probably won't happen before the rapture, but in those days, we'll have aliens working with us too.
That would be good, isn't it? Wow. Did you, Papa, does that song make you cry? God is in agony.
I can't
Ooh,
listen to it.
wow.
I haven't made through it one time.
Too much.
It's something I can't touch. I'm really glad it's caused breakthrough, but you know, first in my heart, like broke Jesus up. Jesus has heard it once because something told him to listen to it, but he um he broke that song broke him because someone finally understood first shall be last, and there's a key in that you can be first in the world's eyes, and you've always already got your reward. And you can be last in the world. The world can see you last, but it's okay to be last in the world if you're first in my heart. So it's not the same first. One's first in the world with all the glory, one's first in my heart, which is Megan is. Megan is like a treasure. She's like a Heidi Baker to me. And just like just like she's full of insecurity, she couldn't receive that song like I love you just the way you are or something. She couldn't receive that yet. John Lennon was reaching out to her and she had to ask Matthew, does he really want to speak to me? And I said, yeah, speak to him. So he gave a message that Matthew told you to read this message or whatever. It was a really good message on intimacy, about 2 pages. And uh, and she said to him yesterday, I think he wants to speak to him. He said, well, speak to him again. And I use all the low self-esteem people because they've got zeal, they've got passion. They
Wow.
they get a sense I really need to do this to make myself feel good.
Hmm.
Honestly, Megan, you've got the lowest self-esteem in the world. You know, you're just so broken, and you
Wow.
think you're powerful, but it's only the Jezebel in you that makes you powerful. And
Wow.
you're so submitted to Jezebel because you can't do without her. And I'm saying to you quite confidently, you can you can listen to first in my heart let that song minister to you until it becomes you, because you are
Wow.
powerful just the way you are. I love you. The Billy Joel sang a song probably before you were born, Megan. Uh, I love you just the way you are. That's a song. That's a song for you. Go and listen to that song and listen to that 100 times until it breaks through. You know,
Wow.
the song says, "Don't go changing.
Wow.
Make me happy. Don't change the color of your hair. You know, just I love you just the way you are." And you really need to hear that message. Megan, you don't have to be anyone important. You don't have to be a princess. I love you. Tolu loves you. Ask Tolu. Start talking to Tolu. Ask Tolu for the 100 things he loves about you.
Mm.
You're believing a lie. You believe a lie. And I'll stop talking to you, Megan. But you know, I know that you don't respect me and you don't love me. But all you've known is Jezebel, and I know that the message of the Christian makes me like Jezebel. But you really are better than this.
Wow. Wow. Thank you, Papa. And then have you been able to listen the one written for you?
Have
Have
I?
you listened? Have you listened to the one written for? Is it God is in agony? Is that the title?
That's very hard. I have listened to it once, but I can't replay it.
It's too hard.
Yeah,
Wow.
I'll grow into it. We get on mission and start kicking some goals and having some achievements. You know, Matthew's other songs will warm me up to it, and yeah, I
Oh,
still I still see God crying and weeping, and it's very hard to, honestly, the first time I listened to the song made me emotional, but it made me fucking angry.
wow. Wow. I understand, Megan. And the good
I,
thing
I
is
thought
God.
I thought you said Ben. That was Ben speaking.
Oh, was that Ben speaking?
Yeah, Matthew thought
Oh, oh,
you said
well,
Megan, and it sounded like Ben. So the Ben has listened to that song once,
and
and
he said he made him
he hasn't
cry.
he hasn't got the space to listen to it again. And the one time that he did listen, it 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 did make him happy. It made him fucking angry.
Wow, Ben! Why?
Because of the fucking Christians on the world and all the people hurting God made me
Wow.
angry that he gave him free will, but they totally disrespect him and hurt him. So,
And you see him every day. So you even have that anger more because you know his state.
yeah. So I got to cop the fallout of what the world does to him.
Absolutely. That's what happens,
But
isn't it?
I really like the lyrics that I gave Matthew, and Matthew will be happy to hear your feedback on what I wrote. But
Yes.
remember,
And
Matthew was very tired and very under pressure, so he may have overwrote what I was actually saying. But
well, I like when things are overwrought anyway. The longer, the better. I don't mind. Wow. Ben, this has been a long day.
yeah, but I'll let you in on a secret.
Okay, Ben, tell me.
When Matthew's under the anointing, and he mostly is, unless he's like dead tired when you do an interview, and you find the first 20 or 30 minutes of the interview, you're getting those short one line answers. And normally the interview will wake him up and get him engaged, but you have had interviews where the whole hour has been like that. But if you catch Matthew on a good day when it's a normal interview,
Yeah,
he's very anointed and he's very addictive to listen to. And
absolutely.
he could honestly speak for 12 hours and no one would hang up and no one would stop. So the people on earth and the people in heaven listening that have breakthrough, like Matthew could speak for another 12 hours, you've got to go to sleep. But, you could hang up and he could just start talking for another 10 hours and everyone would listen. So, yeah.
Because I have to recharge, isn't it? Even though I was telling Matthew that there's no school run for me, I'm already in Wednesday now. This is midnight, 12:27. So I was telling Matthew that there's no school run for me tomorrow morning. Then, so we can, of course, start early. So hopefully, I'm still able to wake up early for our conversation. Because I don't like when I'm limited by time in the mornings. It works well for Matthew, but not for me because I want as much time as possible. Wow, Ben, what makes you happy in heaven now?
Going out for dinner, going out for dinner with you and spending one-on-one time with you.
Wow. Do we have time to do spend time together?
Heaps of time.
Oh, that's
I,
good.
I do all my work in the company of you.
Wow.
So Michael needs me to adjust a song or work with me or uh, go to the studio, record music, whatever counsel the elite, mentor the elite, work with Charlie, whatever I do, when you're in heaven, you're with me and we're doing it together.
Wow. So I'm learning as well.
So you're always by my side. And
Wow,
when
that's
we're out at cafes and restaurants, people are always interrupting and
the,
saying, "Can I
you
have a selfie and chat?" And sometimes I or sometimes you speak to them for 15 minutes and they apologize about 10 times, like, sorry, sorry, sorry. And you're really led to say something, you'll just speak to them for 15 minutes and ask them, answer their questions and just allow them. And for that person, Matthew had this prophesied over his wife, but uh, it happens with him too. But this is true of you too. That 10 minutes that person that interrupts for the interview or the selfie, that's the best 10 minutes I've ever had in heaven.
wow,
They remember that for years,
wow,
and so that. Your spirit knows that. You mightn't have known that in your consciousness till now, but your spirit knows some people need a bit more time. So you just don't take the selfie and say goodbye. You're always heavily led by your angel or the Holy Spirit. And some people stay. Some people have sat down and they've stayed for 2 hours, and
wow,
they're people with a lot of potential in heaven, and they just need to. They're like the Meghan Markle. Like if Meghan was in heaven and she came up to you and said, "Can I have a selfie?" You'd sit her down and talk for 2 hours and distract our conversation. You'd invest in her. So certain people come up that you get a message from the Holy Spirit. It's mostly you. It's not so much me, and you just invest a whole lot of time. And I'm just used to the fact that I share you with
mhm,
other people.
wow. You don't mind.
No,
Thank you.
I'm a lot like Matthew. I'll lend you out to other people.
Thank you.
No
I
man
appreciate
can have sex with you, but a man can be with you uh, and spend time just one on one with. But it's never happened so far. You've always been with me. But a
it.
man can sit down. You've invited a man, and he's joined us and been talking to you for 2 hours. And I've just been listening and sometimes interjecting, but I basically just let you go because you're spirit led. And I'm happy just to see you minister. I don't need your time. I'm not selfish. We've got to get this job done, and we're a team. And
Wow,
if he, if he's one of the elite leaders of heaven, he needs that 2 hours. And no one
wow,
bumps, no one bumps into us by coincidence. No one
wow,
appears at a cafe by coincidence. They're always led there by the Holy Spirit. So these people
mm,
that get an hour of your time or 2 hours of your time, the Holy Spirit needs to like give them a boost and take them to another level. They need a
wow,
promotion, and they just get led to go to that cafe that day. They see you, and they're like Mark. They can't help themselves. It doesn't matter who you are. They need to talk to you, and they need to tell you a few things. And it's not you just giving them therapy and mentorship. It's them giving you ideas, and you need to
Wow.
ask this question. You need to do this, and of course you have no memory of that, but they come out in your questions over the coming.
Wow.
I watch you every time someone gives you advice, you come forward with the advice, and you don't know, but your spirit knows. So it's powerful. You don't have to know. Matthew's got a really deep relationship with all of his wives, even those 100 wives. Those 100 wives aren't his head wives. Those 100 wives are all part of the first 1,000, right?
Wow.
They all have powerful positions, but they're not headwives. He's 8 or 9, or he's lost count. He's lost count of trying to keep in touch with who they are. His headwives get a lot of time with him in heaven. He's got deep love and respect for him. His spirit has, but his conscious mind doesn't have that. You,
Absolutely.
you saw the depth come in Bethany, but he wrote a song for Corinne, and there wasn't a lot of depth to it because he doesn't know it too well.
I got you. Wow.
She really loves him. She really enjoys kissing him. She's saving herself from for heaven to have sex with him. Like she wants to be a virgin until a wedding. Like so, he's married to all his wives, and he's had access and been able to make love to all of them. But she's saying, "I want to be a
No.
virgin too." He's married to me in heaven, and
Wow.
so she's married, but she's sustaining herself. And I remember in Revelation, the company of 144,000, that
Yeah.
they're all virgins and they'd never been with a man. Well, Corinne's one of those. Uh, and there's like 144,000 single females that have already committed to Matthew and are a wife of Matthew, but never meet Matthew. And in that day, they'll be virgins to Matthew. And they'll be virgins. They'll be virgins like that verse says, but they've committed to Matthew and they know they are. And they're just holding themselves and waiting for the wedding supper of the Lamb. So because Matthew knows he can be in a million bodies and knows that it's not going to do his head in to meet all these girls, and hearing that they're fully satisfied and very, very happy, like everyone is in heaven with Jesus, then Matthew can live with that. And it's always been beyond your concept of how he can have multiple wives. It's not something that you really understand, and we don't really expect you to understand it, but Matthew's got his life. He's only got one life, and if women just want to be one of 10,000 wives and they're happy for that, they want Matthew, nothing's going to stop the Spirit of God from allowing them to have their dream.
Wow.
But there's certain wives like Megan and Selena and Taylor that are his wife, but not sexually. part
Wow.
part of his armies, part of his bridal army, and he's building an army. He's not building a kingdom. He's building an army that's going to take the world by force.
Wow. Wow. Ben, you have way, way more understanding than I do. No, I was first of all 1,000, then 2,000, then 144,000. I can't even keep up with it anymore. When it comes to Matthew,
You don't have to worry because it doesn't enter his mind. He just got so much love. If they need him, he's there for them.
Matthew, please, I know when you take over the conversation, stop preaching to me. You don't need to convince me.
Yeah.
It's the same message he preaches all the time. It doesn't change. If they need me, they need me. You're the Messiah, isn't it? The second Messiah. So you need to save them. Matthew, maybe when I get to heaven, I'll understand. But for now, it's way difficult for me. It's easier for you, Matthew, because you've been in the world of multiples. But for me, it's strange.
Yeah.
Especially, do you know what? Because especially when you grow up in a church with the mindset that nuclear family is what God has said. That was the idea that I grew up with, Matthew. So it's just some principles. Some of them have, it will take time to get to. Maybe when I get to heaven, then my eyes will open. But for now, Matthew, you just continue your journey. At least I accept the Edwards and the 100. So Matthew, just take it gently with me, please.
Yeah. Matthew understands this. So this is Matthew. I understand what you're saying. So, but
Yeah.
you'll understand the companies of wives and the thousands of wives. You'll understand that way before you get to heaven.
Ah,
But
you sure?
it's going to be like a progressive revelation. You know,
Okay.
there's a lot of powerful stuff that's going to come over the next year or two, and
Wow.
the mind will expand to be able to receive that, and that'll be one of the easiest things you receive.
Wow. 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 Wow.
Introdu-
Man.
Introducing a new God to the universe, that'll be a harder concept for most people to come into it.
Wow. Wow. Oh, man. Are you excited?
Yeah, I'm happy. A lot of things are happening, and yeah. You got
Wow.
advice to ask Gabriel, but you don't have to ask Gabriel.
No, I don't need to ask. Gabriel tells me a lot of things. Some of the things that we've said today, there's so many confirmation I've heard from Gabriel anyway. It tells me things that every day always aligns to what we're doing here. I don't tell Matthew a lot of them, but I tell him a little bit of what he needs to know. That's just it.
Yeah. Taylor really respects that. That's something she can't understand. Well, can you elaborate? Can you elaborate on that for me? Why you know information that Matthew doesn't know and you don't allow him to know? Why is that the case?
For so many reasons. Number one, if Gabriel tells me something, a lot of the times they're personal to me. They're about my life. And when I need to discuss with Matthew, I always have that understanding that heaven is listening to every of our conversations. And it's not all my conversations I want the whole of heaven to listen to. So yes, that limits me from because I'm a very private person. Now I've learned to be transparent, but I'm still private about what I want to keep private. So that's where me and Matthew is different. Matthew lays everything out. There's still some things I still keep to my heart.
So what are you
So
saying is this a need to know basis? Matthew only hears the things he needs to know.
he needs to know, or sometimes now what I do now is I type it to him rather. And when I type, I said, do not talk about him, Matthew. Let it stay in the chat.
Yeah.
Maybe I don't know whether I even sees that as well, but at least I just feel a little bit of privacy there. And number two is Matthew just says what you tell him. He just comes out when you don't want it to come out as well. So Matthew can't keep secret either. So I I have to watch what I tell him. There's so many things that Gabriel tells me that they are maybe about spiritual warfare. Sometimes it's about Matthew. Like for instance, me and Matthew fought. Gabriel has already told me before we fought. So, but why would I tell Matthew that? Well, Gabriel told me we're gonna fight. Then Matthew will be looking for every excuse to fight. And Matthew will tell you, do you remember Gabriel told you we will fight? That's why we're fighting now. So yes, so there's so many things I hold back from Matthew because I don't think it will help Matthew to know. Because Matthew will keep reminding me about what Gabriel said. So do you understand, Taylor?
Yeah, so you two reasons: you don't say things because you're private.
Yeah,
Secondly, Matthew's on a need to know basis,
yeah,
and he's powerful, but he doesn't need to know certain things. I've heard you
yeah,
say in a previous conversation, if you discuss the warfare with him, he'd get really worried, or
yeah. It will get
discuss
scared.
what's coming against you or coming against him, he'd
Yeah,
send him into fear that he wouldn't be able to deal with.
absolutely,
He'd try and
absolutely.
save it. And the second reason is he's a blabbermouth and you don't want him
Yes,
coming out. And a third reason is you believe every conversation you have is heard by heaven, and you want to keep.
exactly.
And that's probably the most powerful one out of all of them, because you want to be
Mhm.
private. So I totally respect that, and yeah, I'm learning a lot. Listening to this, I've got an overload of information of having to sort what I want to remember from what I don't. I certainly, I certainly remember everything. Uh, Bethany said about me, and it made me cry at one stage. And
Yeah,
Travis had to say, "That's right." It's hard to hear, and I really respect Matthew for allowing Bethany to say it. I really respect Bethany for saying it. And I really respect Bethany and Matthew for saying that in front of everyone. You know,
yeah.
I don't really ever have anyone strip me down naked in front of the world, and
Wow,
I
wow,
made a powerful witness to all the girls listening
wow,
that even I can be rebuked and chastised. And I totally understand everything's been done with love. And it's just a new form of love and a new form of genius that I've never come across before. And I worship. It took a lot for me to say to Matthew in his song, "I worship you," but I do worship Matthew. I do. He's my king. He's my leader. He's my husband. He's the one I worship. But I still want to have my witchy ways, and that may take years for that to come out. I'm so conditioned, but it's all driven by my low self-esteem. And I'll say that publicly to millions of people. Like, nearly every human being has got wounds and
absolutely,
things that make them not feel as good. And
absolutely. Yeah, yeah. Because myself and Matthew, we grew up from different culture, and each culture behaves differently. So growing up, it's very strange to me, this culture of this modern world or Western world I'm living in, where everybody cannot just keep their mouth shut. Everything needs to go on Facebook. Every damn thing needs to go on Facebook. And then they say, why is their life falling apart? Because they can't zip their mouth. The Bible says, watch and pray. It did not say pray and then watch. If you're more watchful, you will save yourself a lot of hassle that you will not even need. I always tell myself, Taylor, I'm not that kind of a prayer warrior. So why do I create more prayer for myself? If I'm not watchful, then I'll be creating unnecessary prayers for myself.
what do
So
you
why
mean?
not?
This is new to me. So, what do you mean by being watchful? How does the person become watchful?
By being careful of what you let people know about your life. You need to be wise. Like there's so many things that people put on social media platform about their life. Like for instance, like growing up in Africa, when you get pregnant, they don't allow you to touch their tummy. To them, is superstition. Something can happen to the baby. So they are super careful of what surrounds them, of what they eat. But here, the person will even have just 1 week or 2 weeks pregnancy is already on social media. Oh yes, I just want to tell you we just come from doctor. Why do we need to know? So I guess people are just careless by the things they say. So when I met Matthew, I was so closed up. Like I'm open person. I've got friends. I speak. I joke. I could be the light of the party, but I don't say things that pertains to that are very personal to me. Like what happened. Like for instance, Taylor, you've heard about my husband. You've heard that when my husband was on earth, he struggled. Everything he wanted to do, God did not allow him to achieve it. It was smart, way smarter than me, intelligent. There's so many. I don't have one thought of what year is got. And everything was fail, 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 fail. But nobody knew apart from God. I could have blabbered my mouth and go and tell everyone, oh, do you know my husband is going for what? What am I going to benefit from that? It's just going to cost him his self-esteem. So for me as a wife, I knew I had to protect him because I knew he was doing everything right, but things were just not happening for him. So that's our own issue within our own home. It's not for the mass media. It's not for people to know. So for me, and I felt that kept my marriage in a way because when people know, they will start giving you different advices. Oh, you need to leave him. Don't you know? Why are you still in that relationship? They will become your chief advisor. But they don't know where you started from, just like Harry and Meghan. A lot of people will advise them to split up, but they don't know what brings them together and why they're still together. And it's nobody's business. So yeah. So that's an example of being watchful. By keeping my mouth shut, nobody knew anything.
It's also you told Matthew the warlocks see something that's going to happen and they tell you because you know what's going to happen, you do counter moves to so that's being able to see into the spiritual realm and organize your life and your warfare to counter what Satan's going to do. So if you're aware and you get information of something in the future, you can do a
Yeah.
counter attack too. So maybe that will help you too, Taylor. I don't know if Satan, I don't know if Jezebel or Lucifer tells you dangerous things are going to happen in the future and you counter them. I'm not sure how, like I said in that song, I've got no understanding of sacrifice. I've got no understanding of witchcraft, and I don't really pay to investigate your bullshit. Um, I know your bullshit works for you, and you're formidable, but um, I've become like formidable myself, and I've never had any personal power. And the only the only strong gift I've got is encouragement. I'm very good at encourage people, and that can dismantle even the most evil person. I've seen a warlock and a witch walking down. I've seen the pentagram on the witch, and for a girl to wear a pentagram, she's really bold. And the Holy
Wow.
Spirit told me, go and encourage them that this is your girlfriend, but this is your wife. That she's chosen you, and she won't give up until you're her husband. So don't be afraid. Ask her to marry, and they received it really well. They were really happy. And then, like 15 minutes later, I was downstairs and the warlock came up to me and said, that really made me happy. Like, my girlfriend's had doubts. I've had doubts about my girlfriend, and thank you for that. Then he wanted to come home with me and spend time with me. And I realized he was just a witch trying to manipulate me. He honestly came down to thank me, but then he went into his witchy and tried to like control me and find out where I live. And so I had an angel at that time that would take astral travelers away, and I had no choice. So I told that angel to take him away. Um,
Yeah.
but there's probably something I could do to remove a witch from harassing me. but I didn't have any solution on how to do that. I just was given an angel out of heaven. That was their job. When I was over with a person, they'd just escort them back. And so, but yeah, so I've never investigated witchcraft, but I tend to go.
Almost,
Uh,
Matthew. You
well,
almost. I said you almost investigated until Jesus chased you out. So
yeah,
that time you were not watchful.
yeah,
You were just because it looks enticing. You give yourself a good reason. Oh, this is why I'm going to do it. And of course, Matthew, watchfulness is your weakness. Of course, you come and then you say, "Oh, Tolu, you need to say this," and I'm like, "No, no, 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 Matthew, we're not going there. We are not going there." So I am very much watchful, and I always drag you back because you don't say it. And do you know what is always interesting to me when I'm trying to correct you, and then you change your face change and say, "Do you know that person is going to be powerfully used by God?" I don't care, Matthew, because, because I'm not. Yeah, keep on saying, keep on. I know this is Matthew. There's no Holy Spirit speaking through Matthew in this moment. That is Matthew. So, yes, Matthew, you know the meaning of watchfulness now, isn't it? You understand watchfulness better.
yeah. I'd love
You
to.
know,
I'd love. I don't know if I'd learn anything from Christians, but I'd certainly love to know more about that because it seems like a real key. I'm going to enter into a real battle, and I need to. A spiritual, like a Christian thing was, I need my armor. Christians are always talking about that. I've read a book about spiritual armor, and
yeah.
I basically think they're full of shit. And Matthew thinks they're full of shit about armor. But interestingly, in the Bethany song, he said that Bethany was his sword, and uh,
Hmm.
and
Wow. Wow.
and so,
Wow.
and and he said my ruler too, or my leader, or whatever. He ascribed character traits to Bethany that you describe to a god, and so your work with Matthew and his work with Bethany through that song. It really is true that Matthew is a Travis that are totally happy serving a woman.
Mm. Yeah, he is. Matthew is always happy to serve women, and that's when his watchfulness is knocked out of the selling because at that stage he doesn't watch anymore, he just gets carried away by the woman, basically. So, well, I'm glad he tells me. So when he tells me, I'll say what I see. Whether he likes it or not, I will say what I say. So probably if I was a yes man person, that would have been a struggle, isn't it? This ministry
I,
wouldn't
I,
work.
I don't like yes men.
You don't like yes men.
No.
Wow.
I like people that push back on me because
That's good.
they're not doing things to make me happy. They're doing things which feel
Absolutely.
right.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Wow.
Mary Gibson was a yes man.
You think so?
Yeah,
Ah.
she'd do anything to make me feel happy.
Did she? Well, you knew him more than I did because I came at the latter end.
Yeah, she had Jezebel in her, so she liked to have control. She used her yes man with me to control me. So you either control from below or control from above. You can be the person's best friend and have their sympathy and their love. Then you can start telling them what to do and control from below. Or you can have someone like a tailor come into your life and try and direct you and control you from above. And
Wow.
Bethany has just dressed you down, Taylor, and said, "There's no fucking way you're leading from the top, right?"
Wow.
And
I can't believe it, Matthew. I can't believe it that you find Mary Gibson as control. But I did not know her properly because she left just shortly after I knew you. So which was a good thing because that could have been number one distraction. And the thing is, you wouldn't have allowed me to talk about Mary Gibson because she was far more important to you than me. I was the one that was just becoming your friend. She's been your friend for so long. So you want to listen to her, which is
And
okay.
because of Matthew being so loyal, he
Mm.
wouldn't have allowed anyone. This is Bethany. He wouldn't have allowed anyone to take top spot. So she had to be fucking removed.
Mm.
She had to make way for you.
Wow, 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 wow.
Matthew's loyalty wouldn't have allowed that. So that's why he's got a blind spot because he's loyal to people and he loves so completely, you know. So
Wow, wow.
Taylor's asked for certain things. Write this song, do this. He's done it. Taylor's asked for me, Bethany, done it. Uh, Taylor's asked, can she have Ben? And Ben said no. Right. Taylor asked, can she have Delight, Ben's inspiration? And Delight said, fine, but I'm not writing all your fucking worldly songs. I'm only going to be used for a breakout song. So you mightn't be ready to write the full message for 18 months, Taylor, but if you want a hit as a pop song, right, I'll inspire that so you can make a good hit for us and our team. And you can slide that one in. I'm talking direct to you, Taylor. You can slide that one in from time to time and do a hit. And it mightn't perform as well as your other hits. It mightn't be as fucking good as you like to make your songs, but it'll fucking change people's hearts. I'll
Wow.
never be able to forget that song.
Wow.
You know, Matthew knows it, but you know this. You produce certain albums and you have songs on the album, certain songs don't perform as well as the hits, but some of those certain songs are your best song. That's the song you love the most.
Mm.
The really good messages don't always become the hit, but
Wow.
the song that's special to you, you're still writing songs that are special to you. So, Delight's song will be a special song and it'll be special to you, but it may not be a hit because people don't like to be told God's crying,
Mm.
right? So, uh,
Wow. Man, at least Matthew, I think you got 6 hours from me or 7 hours. I don't know how long we've been going. But if I was surely not going to work tomorrow, or sorry, today, I will continue listening to this because I'm enjoying this conversation so well. I don't even want it to end. Ben, do we have this kind of conversations in heaven where we're speaking for 3 days at a stretch?
you we often go to bed debriefing and talking about the day, and we talk all night, and we get up the next day and spend the next day together. So that's as
Wow.
far as Matthew knows that there's many a night that we talk all night, and then we get up in the morning and do our day. Matthew isn't aware of whether you've done 2 or 3 days up, but he's seen that in one thing that he wrote. It might be in a song, um, but you got
That's right.
supernatural energy in heaven, so you can imagine that maybe you're in a conversation with me that's so good that you just stay up for 3 days.
Yeah, that would be so good, isn't it? You used to be a night person. You awake at night and then through the night you're so at a loss. I'm not surprised. And you still be walking around during the day. I'm like, where does it get the energy from? Yeah. So maybe it's a prophet thing. Matthew has got that as well. But for me, if I don't sleep, the next day I'll be feeling like I'm sick. I'm not feeling well. So I just sleep for a few hours and then we'll do our morning conversation again, which I'm looking forward to speaking to, what's his name again? Judas Iscariot.
Yeah,
Now I've now got even a special closeness to him now, knowing the part I played in his life. I can't believe I did that. Oh
Yeah,
my
it
God.
takes a pretty profound angel like Bethany to bring forth those revelations. But
Wow.
you knew something special was coming when you said, I'll ask Bethany a question. God said to ask a question, so he came out with two bangers. Jesus is going to marry Mary Magdalene, but he's going to have 1,000 wives. So from time to time, you ask some questions, and you've got an awareness that something big's going to come. So
Yeah.
you ask a lot of nonsensical questions. You could be asking powerful questions if you chose to, if you wanted to step it up a gear.
Yeah, you're right, man. I ask a lot of nonsense. I love the word nonsensical, by the way. It always makes me laugh. Yeah, but at least my nonsensical question still pokes you, isn't it? Oh my God.
What I'll say, you didn't ask me the question, but I want to clarify this for you and for everyone listening. Time is very short,
Wow.
and
Wow.
that's mainly for the 20% of former Christians that are listening to
Ah,
this message. For
wow.
people who aren't Christians wouldn't recognize that terminology or wouldn't understand. But in the course of conversation, we've said this will probably take about 10 years, but you could be exceptional and get it done in 5 years. So it really depends on how much work you do and how exquisite the songs are and how good the messages are. And if you
Wow.
start asking better questions and deeper questions and more profound questions, things may really move faster.
Oh, do you want it to move faster or slower?
Faster.
Oh my God.
Every
I want.
day, every day apart from you just breaks my heart. It's very hard to knock myself out of that sadness.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, like I said in the song, I said it more in the longer song, but it was picked up in the stripped message. I got so angry, I walked into God and fucking tore strips off him for taking me home. Like, how fucking dare you do that? Who the fuck do you think you are? And
Wow.
that sent God to the floor.
Wow.
He wept. He didn't weep because I was angry at him. He wept because he was desperate. He needed me. And he really broke my heart to get me there. But I'm not a waste. All these people coming home now, this pastor that you talked about that had a big reputation, time is very short. I need my best workers here. Charlie Kirk got taken out. The Illuminati thought he'd taken. I took him out.
Wow.
Charlie would have continued doing his bullshit, working for politics and doing dancing for Israel. It was just a fucking puppet. He was just no one, right? And people don't know, but he's the backbone of this revival. He's the
Yeah.
backbone of everything.
Yeah.
He's a fucking genius. And if you allow God to speak for a while, he's a fucking genius. He's so underused. And, it's probably handy for you to hear this, Taylor, because you're sort of so seduced by who you are. You're only who you are because Lucifer wants you to be there.
Mm.
As soon as he finds out you've changed camps, you may find that you really need the music because he'll strip you from everything. And
Wow.
don't make any mistake. If you put you've got habits and you've got the witchy personality and you've been trained to do, but if you consciously do anything to hurt Matthew, your head will be fucking cut off by
Wow.
Bethany.
Wow. Wow.
So I want you, because you're on a really fine line. I've just threatened your life. Bethany said it, and I've said it. We're your master now. You've got to wean yourself off the old master and you've got to come to your new master. and we'll have a lot of grace with you, a lot of love. And Matthew's just a sick puppy. He's just like a little puppy dog. Like just you get so excited, but Matthew gets ordered around by us too, and he just doesn't like it. But you've seen him finally submit to not taking phone calls while he's online, right? He does come around at times, and yeah, so be careful. We'll aware. We'll will allow for your flesh. Will allow for your insecurity. Will allow you to continue, but there's going to come a time where we'll say no more. You need
Wow.
to you need to start another label and start with Benny. Benny would be a good person for you to start a new label with. Um, and all the artists that want to write the music to bring in the new age, um, sign under Benny's new label or whatever. And there's the person writing again. So um, um,
Wow. Oh,
Yeah, it's getting to the stage. It's our way or the highway. Uh,
mm,
Taylor, I hope you feel the urgency of our message. Um,
wow.
I don't think you'll ever make a step to hurt Matthew. I know that you love him and you adore him, and it would
Wow.
only be an old habit, a thing that you're used to doing that would make you do it. And there's never going to be that time that you do it. So don't be full of fear now. Don't be locked up with fear and say, well, how do I do? And stop crying. Everything's okay. He's so important, but he's so unprotected. He's such, he's totally out of control. He doesn't know what he's doing. His biggest weakness is he loves people and he believes in people, and he'll give people anything.
Yeah.
And he can be really abused by someone with a Jezebel spirit. And so that's why he has no friends, because we can't allow him to be close to anyone. And he's only close to Tolu and Megan and Mahalia. And if they step out of line, they'll be gone too. So we're very protective. And you notice that. And so, Travis, give her a hug and tell her everything's okay. Matthew's never going to leave. He's never going to desert her, and he'll fight for her until the very last day. And you'll be at Matthew's dinner table with his mother each night. You'll be part of the leadership of heaven, and you'll lead throws and thousands. The 100 girls you rule will be leaders over tens of hundreds of thousands of people, and you'll be exalted in one of the most powerful positions in heaven. But it's
Oh,
going to be a dogfight. It's going to be like, that sort of fighting that they fight and punch each other in the face, whatever that fighting is, cage fighting. It's going to be a cage fight. What we're entering into is a no holds barred, nothing illegal, punch, punch, punch. You've been playing an easy game. The gloves are going to come off and it's going to be very bloody, and you got to rise up, and all your belief in yourself. You got to not get your self-esteem from Jezebel. You got to get your self-esteem from Bethany now. Just
wow.
have a look at the way that Bethany throws her sword around. Have you ever? You may have seen movies. Matthew hasn't seen many sword movies, but she's 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 better than any.
You can pick it if it's urgent, Matthew.
Hello? Yeah, good. How are you? No, I was just on an interview, so it's really important. Yeah. Yeah, I'll ring you later.
Is it your Keirsey day today as well?
No, but it
Okay.
was my carer ringing, so.
Yeah, I was
But
thinking maybe.
she wasn't the one that was sending the Facebook because she hasn't got my Facebook address. So
Yeah. So you're not going out today with your
No,
carers.
no.
Okay. Yeah. Wow. Man. Oh, Papa, I've enjoyed speaking with you and the whole of
Don't, Taylor, don't allow that fear. This is God speaking. Don't allow that fear to take hold of you, right?
Mm,
Jezebel is very aware that you're switching sides now, and she's filling your whole body with fear, right?
mm,
Just lean into Travis' love. He loves you. He's never going to leave you. And I speak because I know the future. You're never going to purposely do something to hurt Matthew. It's just going to come from your brokenness and your low self-esteem and your desperation and your fear, right? So we're going to know that when you lied to Matthew initially and said that you broke up with Travis, right? You did that to seduce Matthew, to get hold over Matthew. And you lied. It was a witchy thing. But Matthew rode with that after a few weeks or whatever, when he got back in touch, he'd forgiven that because he got counsel from us, right? But even if you make a mistake, you can trust us, you can trust Bethany to give him the grace to forgive you for that, right? So you don't have to fear, you don't have to listen to Jezebel that you can't. It seems like I can't make it one error, I'm going to have my head cut off. You know, don't fear. Have a look at Bethany. Do you think anyone can ever get close to you that's gonna bloody take your life? Do you think anyone would get through those swords? And I don't know how much spiritual sight you got. Matthew's got no idea, but I'm going to say this, right? Watch your spiritual sight and see the other 1,000
mm.
angels with swords, right?
Wow.
No one can get near you. We
Wow.
know, we know in advance if an assassin's coming. No one, no one in the Illuminati could ever take you out. So
Wow.
Jezebel's full of shit and she's a liar. She's threatening you with things. Don't be afraid of her. You know now, you've become on her thing. Your label may start treating you differently or disrespect. Expect warfare, expect whatever you are. But on the other side, even if they strip you, even if they take all your power, all your record sales, we will rebuild you. You've heard those songs, right? You've only got to get distribution done and someone to cover you. You could even be independent and just release your songs on Spotify. It doesn't matter what they send. You've seen her and you've seen the Thousand Angels. That's taking the fear out of you. You're a big target now. Just trust us. Start having good talks with Matthew and Bethany or Delight or Ben or any John Lennon, Michael Jackson. You've got access to anyone you want to speak to in heaven. The whole of heaven is open up to you. We're fully behind you. You're you heard it earlier that Matthew's going to become a new Messiah. Well, more than a Messiah, why Matthew's so into you and he's gone to battle with Tolu to defend you. You're one of the key people that's needed in the world, and you can be replaced, and we can rise up Selena to that place. We can rise anyone up, but don't be locked down with fear. And it's really impressive to me. And you've heard Matthew share it. It's really impressive to me that you've locked down in tears and fear, because that means Jezebel's heard this message and she's
Mm,
afraid. And
mm.
you're going to become someone formidable on our side. You were
Wow.
formidable on their side. Now you're going to switch and become formidable. So don't fear. And if Satan attacks you and takes your whole foundation and strips you, we'll rebuild you in 6 weeks. And we'll take the fight in 6 weeks. If your nervousness and fear and stuff has to take it out to 18 months, we'll wait 18 months. Um,
Wow.
but yeah.
Wow. 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 Thank you, Papa. I love you.
You got to go.
Sort of. It's
Well,
in my heart.
we'll
No, don't
close.
kill it yet. Don't close it yet. How much? You just go from 0 to 100. You close gradually, not just boom. Papa, before we go, just want to appreciate you for everything that you do and for loving us tirelessly and not giving up on us. You've got so many different types of children to deal with, and you keep dealing with us every day, even at the expense of your heart. So we appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I
Thank
feel
you.
like,
Thank you, my queen.
oh, Papa. Oh, Papa, must you say that? Oh, my God. You're welcome, Papa.
You're just being trained in the King's Court to be a real queen.
Wow. You're welcome, Papa. Wow. Matthew,
Yeah.
we're not closing yet, even though I'm very sleepy. But give me 15 minutes to just go around.
Yeah, I'll just go to the toilet then.
Okay, go to toilet.
Taylor told me if she wants to continue, go to the toilet. Yeah, back.
Wow. Emmanuel, how will I finish this conversation without not saying hi to you?
Hi, Mum.
How are
Now
you?
you're doing things that I've seen for years.
Wow, Emmanuel, what have you seen?
I can't tell you, Mum, but
Oh,
you're I'm really glad you got over that hump with Taylor. It was meant to disrow you and Matthew, and I want to tell you as your son because you trust me. You can be confident every time Taylor interrupts or says something or has something to say. You'd be confident that it's not even her saying it anymore, it's Bethany.
wow,
So she's totally submitted to Bethany. She's
wow,
very nervous and she's very scared at the moment. She's never been more scared than she is right now. So just
wow,
trust her. She's aligned, she's submitted, and she's very fearful and she's scared. And
wow,
that's where Jezebel wants to get her. So that makes
wow.
her even more dependent on Bethany. So even though Satan's bringing out his big guns,
Yeah,
it's confirmation that this is really happening because remember
wow,
Matthew said hours ago he doesn't trust a breakthrough unless there's been attack. Or
yeah,
Satan's just putting his attack on Taylor.
wow,
So, it's confirmation that she's really got Delight and she's really got Bethany. She's really got the arsenal that'll give her a platform again if they strip a platform. So I just want to assure you that,
thank you.
please, Mum, I beg of you, get on Taylor's side. She's she's very powerful, and we need her. She's our queen, and Satan can take our queen, and we can get another queen, but that's the one that's been chosen. So
Wow.
please try and bear with Matthew if he talks too much about her.
Okay. Now that you said it, then I will listen. I didn't know it was quite important because I thought it was just Matthew. Because Emmanuel is so difficult sometimes to be able to differentiate between Matthew getting overexcited over a woman or actually being led by the Spirit.
Matthew doesn't even find Taylor physically appealing. He's not
That's
even he's not even attracted to her physically.
that's interesting. I'm surprised to hear
So
that.
she's like you. I'll be more explicit if you need me to be, but he couldn't perform his husband-like duties with Taylor. He's not saying Taylor is ugly. He can see the appeal that she has, but she doesn't have that romantic sexual appeal for Matthew. I hope that
Wow.
gives you confidence. Yeah. It
Yes.
certainly gives you confidence that Matthew told you years ago that he wasn't physically attracted to you. Uh,
Yeah.
Made you feel more special and confident.
Yeah. Absolutely. Because
But
that will.
Matthew really admires Travis. He would never fucking do anything to he's very loyal. He'd never do anything with another man's wife.
That's good.
And he's infatuated. He's totally infatuated, Taylor. Taylor is the only thing that matters to Taylor is Matthew. And
Wow.
he sort of said something offensive to Matthew the other day, and Matthew handled it. And then later on, 10 minutes later, he says, "Sorry, I said that. I couldn't help myself." And Matthew said, "That's fine. I'm very formidable. I'm a very much, if I wanted your wife, I could have her.
Wow.
But I'm not going to
Wow.
do that." And he needed his flesh to come out and attack Matthew with an insult to have
Wow.
that proven to him that Matthew's a man.
Wow. Wow. Man. Thank you, Mano. I always listen when you speak. So I appreciate that.
And another one I want to clear up. Let Matthew make a mistake. If Mahalia is a mistake, at the moment she's a very good mistake, right? And if the time comes for him to produce his own music and get another person to work with him as a co-writer, he can do that. But at the moment, he doesn't mind if 1,000 songs are on her channel and he doesn't own the music or the lyrics. He couldn't be bothered saving a file with all his lyrics and owning that. He couldn't be bothered telling Mahalia to send him all the files. He couldn't be bothered. The only time he'll want files is that he wants to make a Spotify album, and he's convinced that Jonathan will probably cover his best songs, and they're already talking about 4 of them. And when he covers him, he'll have to write file so those covers can be on a Spotify album. So yeah,
Wow. Thank you, Emmanuel.
I love you,
Even
Mum. You've been very good to Matthew, and Matthew could have never made it this far without you. You're extremely patient, and you're very good. And the only reason that big drawn out fight was allowed was because Satan was allowed to step in and have his way. And Satan, if you're listening or you are listening, Satan is a fucking fool, Jezebel, and so are you. You're a fucking bitch, and you're fools, and you're so fucking full of yourself to threaten Taylor, threaten Matthew, and try and think you're going to have your way. You serve God. You answer to God. And whether you fucking like it or not, you're going to dance to our steps.
wow. Yeah. now or in future. It will happen. Wow. Thank you, Manuel. God is with us.
Yeah, that's the meaning of my name.
Yeah. You've got the same name with Jesus.
I am Jesus.
Wow. Emmanuel.
All the names and attributes and qualities and gifts of Jesus I possess,
Wow.
and also multiple lives.
My God.
And I am the Christos, and I am the Christ consciousness, and all the Buddhas and all the famous prophets and all the people that walk and shook the world and all the founders of religion all had the Christos, and I possess that too.
Wow. Wow. So you really truly know the art of Jesus so well.
I know the heart of every false god and every god that rules and reigns, and I rule over all of them.
Wow. Wow, Emmanuel. I love you. Thank you for all the things that you do behind the scene. I appreciate them all.
Yeah, I appreciate you. You were telling Matthew that I'm constantly giving Gabriel advice, and it's a team effort. It's a family effort.
Yeah, it is.
Your family, both Ben, me, you, and your three daughters are going to be one of the most celebrated royal families in the history of the world. Maybe the biggest celebrated royal family. Whether you can receive that, maybe Ben and you will become more popular than Jesus and God.
Wow. Wow.
You just got to
God.
hold it together. Keep Matthew on a short leash and
Yeah.
bring the stick when it needs to be. Organize it. Just be the manager and director and conductor of this thing. You're like a conductor. Yeah, you've got many instruments and many sounds and many things, and just conduct and do things as the spirit leads you, and trust your spirit.
Amen. Will do. Wow.
And even you will have flesh, right? And you'll feel that you're being led by the Spirit and be convinced. And you wouldn't give up on Taylor and you wouldn't give up on Matthew going to another label. You saw that as weakness, right? But it wasn't weakness. It's just blind naivety by Matthew. He's blind and he's very naive. And in this instance, it was the Holy Spirit's decision, and all your instincts were saying it wasn't. And so you can be wrong, and Matthew's got enough patience and grace to allow you to dress him down and be wrong. But at this stage, all things work together for good. So lean on that verse if you still think you're right about things. And maybe Matthew's hijacked what I'm saying here at the moment.
Yes, Matthew. Matthew is hijacked it. Oh, why must he always deliver his message whichever way? Matthew,
But
you can't change that.
that's the Matthew you love.
Yeah, you can change that. Yes, you give excuses for your laziness. You give excuses for your not negligence. You give excuses for your carelessness. Matthew, there's always excuse for everything. I didn't say you shouldn't walk a mile. I'm repeating myself again. If you've messed that up, I say learn it as well. As you're walking, you lean on people too much. And when they hurt you, you complain. Oh, yes, Billy. Billy took all my books. I should have Billy. And that's what you told me, Matthew. So I'm just advising you based on past experience.
Yeah.
But you do what is easy for you, Matthew. You don't always want to push yourself. So I'm even surprised you're writing songs. Like, so that's what I meant, Matthew. Don't always bring your message through the saying. You're so smart, Matthew. You know how to polish it and repackage it. I've said no about 3 times, then you repackage it to another saying. Then you bring it again, you package it. I know when you take over, Matthew, even if I don't talk, I just say, okay, continue, Matthew. I'm listening.
I love you, Tolu.
Thank you, Manuel. Well, in the end, Matthew, imagine if this publishing book at the beginning we went for Bob, or what's his name again? Your dad is Bob.
Bill?
Billy. Bill, whatever. Do you think we'll be where we are now?
No.
We won't even be halfway.
Yeah.
Imagine me sitting down waiting for Bill. Oh my God, my impatience could not take
It
that.
wouldn't be costing you £40 a book. It'd be costing you about £150 a book.
Absolutely. So I saved myself, but it was a risk because something was telling me, just go with Bill. Bill already knows, especially when you were putting pressure on me and you were like, Tolu, I just leave it to you. If you get it wrong, because of course you were angry because you were thinking, why don't I go with, but something was telling me, learn it. Do not go through the easy path. Let it be difficult. In the end, it's going to water. So look at Ron. Ron does not even, he writes his book himself. He does the paper book copy. He publishes it himself on Amazon. He's older than you, Matthew. Ron is 70. He does everything himself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even his covers.
He covers everything. He does it.
Matthew tried to do a cover and he wrecked it.
I don't mind doing all of those things for him. I would do it. But what I was just trying to say is, Matthew, get a subscription.
I will get the subscription. I'll learn how to make my own music.
Absolutely. Because you can do it as well. And I will always support you to be independent. Because in the end, you're going to be smiling. You know? So that's what I meant, Matthew. I'm not stopping you from doing this. Let's continue. I'm enjoying the music, by the way. I am enjoying your music. So, which I am surprised. I'm flabbergasted, but I am enjoying it. So, thank you, Manuel. I love you. Wow. Matthew, it's just like it's like I don't want to leave this conversation, but I'm getting close to 2 a.m. And I'm like, totally, you gotta go and sleep. Let me say hello to my dad. Hello, Daddy.
Hello, daughter. You've come a long way in this interview today.
Yeah.
Mark didn't even get to speak today. You're gonna have to invite him back. He might be here for a week. He's very patient. He doesn't interject. He doesn't try and take back control. He's a very unique individual. He got here to talk. He talked for about 5 minutes and then went off track.
That's Matthew. Matthew went off track for about 2 hours, but I'm like, let me just leave Matthew. Let him go through this. Like, because he needs to, because even if you take him off, he will go back. That's what I've noticed. So there's no point. Just allow him to go around. I've learned to be patient with him in that way. But
Well,
something good always
Mark
comes
is
out.
very patient too. He's got a lot of things he wants to say now based on this conversation. He was really impressed. I'll tell you, I've talked to Mark while this has been going on. He's really
Wow.
impressed when he gave you suggestions and you said, well, go and do that yourself. I'm not going to do it. He was, you know, he was pleased that he had the authority to give you suggestions, but he certainly learned. You didn't rebuke him. You did it really nicely, but you said, I know they're very good ideas, but if you need them done, go and do them yourself. I'm sticking to what I'm doing. So it takes a lot of courage to speak truth to power, but he's going to make sure he's inspired in the things he says from now on.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. But there's so many religions in the world. How many am I gonna know? I'll just get lost in the. Do you know, Daddy? You know, I've got one weakness. And that weakness is in the process of learning something. It can change my mind as well. It's very risky for me. I remember when I was listening to people that were deconstructing, and the reason why I was listening to those conversations was because I wanted to have enough understanding of why people leave. But before I know it, I was buying their stories as well. So I had to stop it. I'm like, Tolu, you've done enough research. Just pack it aside. Because they were so convincing.
Yeah.
And you'll be questioning your faith. Like the people that are atheists, they're so good at speaking. They
They're,
know their story.
they're geniuses.
Absolutely. They will even tell you in the Bible where it was wrong, why it was wrong, why they've
Mm.
gone into Israel to confirm that. There's so many things. I'm like, no, 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 no. I don't want to listen. My research is done here. That's it. So imagine me now going to learn about witchcraft, going to learn about Buddhism. Before I know, I wouldn't come out as a Christian anymore. I won't even come out as a disciple. I'll be somebody else. So yeah, so I know my weaknesses, and I just stick to the job description.
So
So
Taylor says, we'll work with you, we'll take your orders, we'll do what you say, but you're never going to investigate our faith. And just like Matthew, you'll be blind to that. And I sort of respect that even more because I, I've had enough. After that last threat, I've never been locked up with fear and scared like that in my fucking life. I, I finally saw. I've seen darkness in Satan. I've seen darkness in Jezebel, but I've never been fucking fearful like that. So
wow,
I'm quite. I'm quite willing to take marching orders from someone better than myself, and I'm not saying you're better than myself because I've got a lot of pride. But I know I've met someone in Tiffany and Victoria and Bethany that just are at another level, and you got to respect them. And when I was
absolutely.
when I was crying, Tiffany and Victoria came and hugged me. My husband
Oh,
couldn't. My husband couldn't remove the fear on me, and
wow,
Tiffany and Victoria came and gave me a hug, and they removed the fear. Their
wow,
hugs took it off me. So it was a serious attack by Satan, and I was glad it makes sense why I was dancing with him the other night because I accepting me as a head wife and really sisterly love. But I understand the reason for the dance and the singing wasn't wasn't because they were happy with the song. It was their way of saying, "Trust us.
hmm,
We're here for
wow,
you." And now
wow.
Bethany and Tiffany and Victoria have turned up for me, and I'm starting to get more confidence. There's greater he that is within me than he that is in the world. And that's a scripture I know, and I've never really believed it until today.
Wow. Wow. Thank you, Taylor. Wow. I'm happy there's no more fear there now. Man. So, Daddy, how are you doing?
I'm good. It's things are moving pretty fast now.
Well, the faster the better, isn't it?
Yeah, time has speeded up.
Yeah, we've got a lot of work to do. I can't believe that we're only 10%, 20% in. Man, there's still 80% to be done.
Yeah. Well, that ground, like that 80%, 40%
Yeah.
of that can be songs. It doesn't have to be interviews.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Matthew can deal with that 40%. And then we just need to deal with 40%. I could deal with 40% with my books. I've still got a lot of books to write. I'm not even halfway. I still got a lot of books to write. I can't cope with it. I can't cope with the ideas. They keep coming every day.
You just had to give away the sense of getting it completed. Jonathan's at the same stage with his music. He's got 10 songs that he hasn't made videos to. He's had to just said, the pain's locking me. He's in agony basically all the time. And he takes
Wow.
his medical marijuana, it doesn't even take the edge off it. He's in so
Wow.
much pain, he's under so much attack that
Wow.
some days he can't even do a song, and so he had to reach a stage where they'll get done when they get done, and
Absolutely.
your books will get done when they get done. And Matthew would
Absolutely.
really like Mahalia to do a song each day, but she even got taken out. So,
Yeah, I don't
you know,
even think that is even practical anymore. Even one song a day is not even practical anymore with it because, of course, she's got her own life to live as well.
yeah,
Yeah, that. But you're right. Now I don't have that urgent sense of. I've got a sense of urgency, but it's something I could manage properly well now. Like I've written enough books for people to educate themselves. So we'll take the rest. We'll still be writing 10 books per month. God's grace. Yeah. But there's just so many ideas coming into my head. I wish I could write them like all of those things in one go.
as long as you write it down and you've got a record of what you need to write, everything's
I've
fine.
got a record of them. Yeah, I've got a record of them in my jotter and I've got a record of them in my docs, Google Docs.
Yeah.
So yeah, so we'll try. So thank you, Daddy.
My five wives are really happy to hear that.
That what?
Really,
What?
really happy to the fact that you've got them all in your Google Docs and you believe that you can do 40% through your books. And if 40% are done through the music, it's just the future of the music and the future of the books. And let's take the pressure off yourself and let's just say the interviews aren't for building the kingdom, the interviews are to give you your daily rhema.
Yeah, whatever he does, I don't know. Whether he's building the kingdom or he's building, I don't know. I will continue to do what God has put into my hands. And I will continue to build on that foundation that we started. This is a lot of work. It will take time. What God is trying to build, it needs to have a very solid foundation so that when the storm comes, the house is solid. So, yes, if it takes a lot of work to build it, to dig this foundation, we'll keep digging. And then one day, others will start reaping the fruit of what we've done
Yeah.
through their ministry. So, your five wives, are they nice to you, Daddy?
Yeah, they're extraordinary.
Oh,
And
that's good.
I wasn't meant to have them until Sunday, but things have sped up and I couldn't do things according to your schedule. And so they're all lovely and they're very good at what they do.
Oh, Dad, I can't believe you can't wait. Are you like, well, you're a little bit similar to Marty when it comes to women, isn't it? You get giddy and excited.
Yeah, they've certainly added another gear to me.
Another gear.
Another gear.
Gear. Well, you call it gear, I call it gear, but I understand what you mean. In what way, Daddy?
Well, I can just go faster and longer.
Oh,
And I don't mean that in a sexual way. I mean that I'm getting ready to be promoted into my real job, you know.
well, I interpreted it in multiple ways, Daddy.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
Matthew was he was pointed out in a psych ward. This girl said, "You always speak in double entendos or whatever," and Matthew said, "What's that?" And she said, "Everything you say has sexual references." And Matthew's double entendos or whatever, and Matthew said, "Well, I don't mean to be doing that." And really, if you're getting sexual references off the things I say, the Bible says to the good, all things are good, to the evil, all things are evil. And so if you're having sexual references, it's not my problem because I'm not making them. It's only your mind that's making them. And yeah. But apparently he does it a lot. He says a lot of things that you could, he says a lot of things that you can take as sex. And I
that's
realized I've,
what he talks about.
I'm going faster and longer. I didn't mean that when sexually. I honestly didn't. And when I said it, it came from Matthew, right? He's the source, he's the vessel, and you just naturally assume Matthew's going on to his sexual thing. But on that one rare occasion, he wasn't.
Which is very rare. Oh my God. Well, Daddy, I'm so happy for you. I guess everyone will be different now.
It's like you. I'll explain it another way. Do you know uh, one of the main reasons that there's two main reasons. This is your purpose. So you do this every day because it's your purpose, right? And it gives you
Yeah,
joy. But the second reason, and I don't know if this is more important than the first, is that this is how you're fed. And it's
absolutely.
not so much about the audience, it's about being fed. And
Now I know.
from being fed each day, that gives you the revelation and the material and the rhema to share in your books. So,
Absolutely.
Matthew heard this like a year ago or 6 months ago, a long time. Notice Matthew has got no record of time. He doesn't remember things. But he does remember that you said that you need this to give you the inspiration for your books. All your books are coming from these messages. So it doesn't
Right.
matter that only 5 people are listening to each video. There's 500 million people listening, and there's a whole of heaven listening. So that's your audience. So you never have to be worried about the people on earth getting the books, right? There's a few selected people on earth reading your books, and the people that get your books love your books. But that's not a focus. It may be 20 people. Who gives a
Yeah,
fuck who it is, right? Uh,
absolutely.
but the people being affected are major players like Billy Joel and Taylor Swift and Elton John and fucking um, Celine Dion, the major players. It's just Matthew's low self-esteem that won't allow him to mention the people that are really listening in. And Billy Joel
Wow.
is really, he's sort of saying, you continue writing, Matthew, and when I see a hit, I'm going to put it out. And the one on marriage was good, but I can't talk. I can't talk about secular marriage. I can't talk about traditional marriage, so that they won't really receive that. But I'm watching your songs. A lot of artists are watching your songs, and we won't tell you because you've got low self-esteem. The first
Wow.
time, this is Billy speaking, the first time you're going to find out about a hit, and you rarely will find out about a hit because you don't listen to the radio, but the first time you're going to find out one of us guys have covered your song is when you hear about this popular song and you see it somehow and you realize that's your song. But you'll always be totally hidden because no one will ever fucking know it's your song. This,
Wow.
this new reign of songs will be coming out of signed artists, Illuminati artists, and they'll keep on releasing a hit from time to time, and you'll hear about it. You'll hear about this song. Someone will play your song. Don't you like this song? And you'll just break down in tears, and it'll be really hard. It's a good thing you've never listened to the radio because and it's a good thing you got no friends. You got to understand you haven't got friends and you don't listen to the radio because, you know, it's going to come a time in a few years' time where all the hits on the top 40 are yours. And all the artists that are listening just hand selecting your song. Some person will pick your song and cover it, and then someone else will cover the cover, and someone else will cover the cover. And your songs will just be what the world is listening to, and we'll be re-educating the song and retraining the world and moving the world into the new thing. And I just totally love and respect you. I've listened to thousands of hours of you speaking, and this is the first time I've come forward and said that, I may re-release a song, you know, I, it's hard for you to speak because I'm such an idol to you. But You write exquisite songs, and that Mahalia is definitely the woman. And you need to learn, like Tolu says, to write the music yourself, do the music yourself. But you only need to do that to know that you can do that. And if you reach a stage where you can do the music yourself, you can do 5 songs a day when she can only do 1 song a day. So there's a lot of wisdom in what Toulouse's saying, but you'll respect it because it's coming from me. But um, tune out of the radio. Like, don't go and start listening to the radio. You're going to have power because you don't know your songs are popular, and you've only got your 2 carers as friends. So there's not going to be many. The carers don't often show you a song or play a song to you. So you're sort of you're gonna there's gonna come a stage where you'd have a meltdown if you started hearing all your songs playing. And we've got a person who's, you know, there's there really isn't any songwriter in the world
Mm.
who doesn't like to hear their songs as hits or would have a meltdown. But Benny, you're getting a lot of attention today. You're a guy who can write songs for other people that are hits. You wrote a whole album of Ed Sheeran, and so you're a person that can make a hit, but you don't have to have the recognition. And we need a producer like you to rise up and start a label, to start producing and giving people covers of Matthew's music. And everyone will wonder where these songs are coming from. And we need you to start reaching out to musicians and saying, I've got a song for you. I think it's a hit. And yeah, so I'm not going to organise. I'm not going to allow Matthew to speak through me. But I've always admired you, Matthew, especially since I started listening. And I've heard the story. I've heard you tell the story, but it's important for the audience to hear. Matthew was at an Amway conference once, and he was fully into Amway at the time, and had this multi-millionaire say, you need to write down your goals. And if you don't write down your goals, you won't get them. And he said, I'll give you an example. Get 10 friends, write down 10 names of people that you'd like
Mm.
to meet in your life. Write them down on a piece of paper, and by writing that down, you'll meet them.
Wow.
Matthew said, well, the reason you meet them is Satan finds out. And if you write down the names, Satan will make sure you meet them. So I don't really fucking trust this too much, but I'm going to put it to the test because this guy's worth a lot of money. So I'll do it. So he he picked his favorite musician was Peter Garrett, the head of Midnight Oil, and the drummer of Midnight Oil plays the drums in heaven. That's that guy, right? So he picked this guy, Peter Garrett, the lead singer of Midnight Oil, wrote it down, and he wrote down my name, Billy Joel. And the next day, he was dropping his next door neighbour off to get fake heroin, methadone. He on weekends he used to take her. She had to get 2 buses to get there. So on weekends he had a car. He used to drive her up there. And as he was crossing the road, he doesn't wait for lights. He doesn't go to lights. He just crosses roads. He never walks, hardly ever walks at pedestrian crossings. And he crossed the road and got in the medium strip to wait and run again. And a person who appeared on the medium strip coming the other way was Peter Garrett. He's there standing next to Peter Garrett. I said, Peter Garrett, yeah, we used to play your music to get pumped up and get the adrenaline to go out in huge surfs. Nothing could get us like courageous enough to go out in a big surf than your music. Your music was the only music. You're fantastic, man. He says, thanks, man. And they both rushed off. See you later. So it worked. Within one day, he'd met his idol. And then within the next 6 months, he used to always talk about me. I was in all his stories. And within the next 6 months, he had 2 people say that they're personal friends of mine, and they both invited him to meet me. I was coming to town within the next 3 months, and both a good friend, a family friend of mine, and a person that he worked with at a service station are both personal friends of mine. They both heard him talk about me, and they both invited him to meet me. And Matthew's self-esteem was so shot that he refused. He said, I couldn't meet him. Now you've met me today, and you may not meet me on earth, but I promise you, I'll cover one of your songs. People will sing your songs and they'll love your song. And you may not find out on earth, but there's going to be a lot of artists that are listening that so believe you. And we're mainly so encouraged with you that you interviewed Epstein. I interviewed this person that betrayed Jesus. But the most impressive thing that's impressed us, we've heard everything. We hear your conversations, private conversations, we hear your interviews. The most impressive thing that impresses us the most is the way you fought for Mahalia and the way you fought for Taylor. You're so loyal. And so we'll do this for Taylor. We'll start releasing hits and give her the courage to go off label and become someone who takes the new message forward. It was good talking to you, Matthew. Thanks for having the patience, Tolu, to keep on listening.
Wow. Thank you. Yeah, you could see I'm tired. Yeah, it's now 2 a.m. So, Matthew,
Close off.
This is Matthew. Have you heard of this? Is going to be our Ebenezer. You know what Ebenezer means in the Bible?
No.
The end.
Yeah. Radio, thank you for everyone listening, and I'll I want to thank you for listening in our audience, a telepathic audience, the audience of heaven. Thank you, Billy. That meant a lot to me and made me cry. And I look forward to hearing reports of Bethany or Taylor or my personal friends that are talking to me. I look forward to hearing these hits coming out. God bless.